Everyone, thank you for being here today with us on this momentous occasion. I would request all of you here today to put your phones on silent mode, please. Thank you. Without further ado, we now proceed to the first session of the day, the Lighthouse Initiative or LHI. Some journeys are more exciting than the destination itself. However, where LHI is concerned, the destination is also equally exciting and satisfying as the journey. The Lighthouse Initiative is a unique example of a public-private partnership where the government and corporate partners come together to make a difference with ISC as a facilitator. This project was launched this January across 15 states covering 78 Gram Panchayats, aligned with the commemoration of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. Today's session is all about sharing experiences and learnings by state representatives as well as corporates after 1 year of having successfully worked together. Let us hear about this initiative from Minister Shri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat about this initiative and its impact on rural India.
India Sanitation Coalition at Isc-Ficci has assumed a very significant role in the public-private partnership space in water and sanitation in the country. Lighthouse Initiative is a wonderful example from which I would like to quote a few things. LHI was a truly unique partnership model, as it is for the very first time that corporate houses went beyond their catchment areas to adopt an entire Gram Panchayat for SLWM interventions for attaining the ODF Plus model status. It was also unique in its agility to respond to the needs of the community. While initially the corporates extends their support around the software component of SBMG, including IC and capacity building initiatives, once the community and local governments voiced their need for capital investment for raising water and sanitation infrastructure also, the corporates were quick to respond to the need. Today I am pleased to say that we have nearly achieved the lighthouse status for 75 Gram Panchayats across 15 states of the country, aligned with the commemoration of Bharat's 75 years of independence. LHI Phase 2 is to be launched soon with support from nearly 40 big corporate houses covering more than 1,000 Gram Panchayats.
Now, let us welcome Ms. Vinny Mahajan, Secretary, Department of Drinking Water and Sanitation, Jal Shakti, Government of India, and request her to share her perspectives and thoughts on this very important initiative for which she was the primary proponent.
Naina ji and the senior leadership at the India Sanitation Coalition, my colleagues from the department and the states, corporate partners. It is such a privilege to be here once more, looking back and looking forward to this unique effort that we began last year around corporate partnership with the local bodies and the state governments on moving forward something both crucial and, in some sense, difficult. It seems like yesterday when Nainaji, Natasha, all of us were discussing how to move forward, and she mentioned about how the coalition had played a powerful role during the early days, in fact, predating the Swachh Bharat Abhiyan that took the country to ODF status, and what kind of involvement could now be taken forward. And I do believe that this concept, which arose out of a little bit of brainstorming, has in the last 1 year shown how robust an effort it's been, and what kind of lasting and useful contribution it has made on ground. We started with a limited number. I know Natasha and her colleagues had challenges originally in getting hold of corporates and getting them to understand what was expected of them. And I remember I kept hammering that we are not looking for actual capital to go into the projects. We are looking for, as the minister also put it, the softer inputs of supporting on IC, supporting with building capacities, hand-holding in the very positive sense of the term, and encouraging the communities to look at their issues for themselves, look at appropriate solutions and take them forward. That was hard, because I think it's, in some sense, it's easier for a corporate to put something in, have a nice project up there, and then, move on. It's so much harder to actually engage with local communities and to understand the gaps and try and fill them. And so I'm so pleased that this effort has actually moved in that direction, and that the panchayats which were taken up originally have benefited so much from this participation. So as you all know, what we have been trying to do through the Swachh Bharat Mission Grameen Phase 2 is no less than looking at the waste originating in each and every rural household, trying to put it in the bucket of solid or liquid waste, in turn trying to see whether it's wet waste, organic waste which can be composted, or if possible can even be taken through the so-called Gobardhan approach of drawing from the organic waste both the gas element, biogas or compressed biogas, depending on the quantities, and the compost, the organic manure, and getting that to recharge in some sense the fields. And also then looking at the other component of solid waste, which is the plastic or the non-biodegradable waste, and seeing how that is to be pulled out of the houses into some kind of community arrangements, a segregation shed, a plastic waste management unit, and then in turn how can it be recycled, reused in the most appropriate fashion for that specific kind of waste. We've also, you all know, been looking at the grey water coming out, and as the country moves forward quickly on more and more household tap connections under the Jal Jeevan Mission, we are very pleased that more than 70% of the households are now reported by our partners, the state governments, as having received tap connections, and everywhere else work is going on at a frenetic pace. So as more water goes into the households, more water comes out in the form of waste or grey water, used water. A colleague told me we shouldn't be calling water coming out of the households or anywhere else as wastewater. There's no such thing as wastewater. It's used water, and it needs to be looked at as a resource appropriately treated for reuse, and that's absolutely the correct thing. Whether we use it for the safe recharge of groundwater, or we use it for safe irrigation of the fields, or for safe storage, whatever is appropriate to the situation in that area. And we know also that even as the country has taken pride in its open defecation free status, we still need to be very conscious of the fact that there is a risk of slip back, that particularly amongst the men, if I may say so, the older men, there is a need for continued behavior change communication so that they do not again go back into the old habit of open defecation. The toilets built must remain usable and used. And more than that, we need to now think beyond. If the toilet type is not a twin pit toilet, and we know that a twin pit toilet allows for in situ management of fecal matter, but if it's not, then we need to figure out how is it being emptied. So obviously no manual scavenging. Are there enough vehicles for removing the fecal matter? Does it go to a designated site for treatment, either a sewage treatment plant or a fecal sludge treatment plant? Is there spare capacity in those STPs or FSTPs, or do we need to think of new ones? Or do we need to temporarily look at the existing but keep looking at the need, identify sites and work on new ones? And then for all of this waste management, there is the NIMBY situation also, not in my backyard. So how do we make sure that the communities accept the common facilities for waste management? And that's why we are constantly discussing with all our colleagues in the states. Let's make waste management facilities bright and attractive, paint them, make them look good. They shouldn't be looking like dumps and stinking to high hell. Let's make them into actual waste management facilities rather than dumping grounds or areas which are not desirable or which drive down property prices. So this is the overarching context. And of course, we are so pleased at the strong efforts being made all over the country. Many of my colleagues are represented here. The strong efforts that are moving the country towards an ODF plus status for the villages, well over 80%. I think yesterday's numbers are more like 82 point something percent of the villages have declared themselves as ODF plus, which means they've moved forward on either solid or liquid waste management. What's more pleasing in some senses that close to 1,15,000 villages out of about 6 lakh villages in the country have said that they have reached ODF plus model status. Now, obviously there could still be gaps. What the village interprets as a complete management of its solid and liquid waste may still be requiring some more interventions. The village itself might have done its part, but have we also ensured that the waste which goes out of the village, whether fecal matter or liquid waste or plastic or other non-biodegradable, is that being dealt with properly? So there are those issues still, but clearly all over the country, communities are recognizing the issue. And what is more important is that we are doing this in not just a whole of government approach, whole of government of course, because several ministries of the Government of India, the state governments and the rural local bodies at all levels are working together on this, but also whole of society approach. And really sanitation, like so many other issues, is one which can move ahead in a really sustainable manner only if we actually have a whole of society networked into the issue. The corporates, of course, are a very, very significant part of society. As we were coming into this hall, Nainaji reminded me about the role of FICCI through the 1930s, through the independence movement. FICCI in particular, but corporate India and industry in general are very important stakeholders in the country's progress on a path which is environmentally sustainable. And it's our strength that Indian industry, represented by the leadership present here today and otherwise joining in this effort, are so acutely aware that it's the sustainability that needs attention to issues like solid and liquid waste management that is really going to make the India of our dreams come true. And that's important not just for us as citizens, but also for corporate India as a powerful part of this journey. So I congratulate the India Sanitation Coalition and all the partners, the corporate leaders, as well as my colleagues from states and the local bodies who have worked together on this initiative. I hope and believe that it's not just about transforming 75 villages or even 75 districts or even more. It's more about internalizing the importance of the issue, about recognizing that yes, there is an issue, but yes, there are solutions that we either know about or that we can help in innovating around. Because none of this is really set in stone. If we are pushing today the states that they must ensure that plastic waste appropriate for use in road construction must flow there, and about 8% of bitumen must get replaced by plastic waste in the road construction process, there's possibly many other innovative solutions that are possible. So what are we doing about those kind of waste? Can we innovate a little bit more around construction and demolition waste, for example? So important in urban areas, but also in peri-urban areas. And we know that the rural India is a whole mix of very remote hamlets, maybe in forest or hills, but also right next to a local body. The area right outside a municipal corporation could technically be a rural local body, would be technically a panchayat, but actually have many of the characteristics of the city to which it is attached. And how do we make sure that these peri-urban areas are able to converge their requirements and their resources with the corresponding urban area and take care of issues here while also being aware of the challenges of relatively less densely populated, more typical rural areas? How do we make sure that when we travel on a train, and I traveled on a train after a very long time recently, so whenever you do that, you cannot but help notice out of the window. I'm not even talking about the challenges of fecal matter, which must be there, but plastic waste. You see, all kinds of plastic waste strewn along the railway track. Similarly for roads, any common area that you see is likely to be a little dump. How do we get these challenges sorted out? So, in a nutshell, what we are expecting from this effort is no less than a recognition of and an understanding of the issues, an awareness that something needs to be done, the confidence that something can be done for sure, and a spirit of let's do it. Let's do it with whatever technology and solutions and mechanisms we have at the moment, even as we keep innovating and trying and thinking about possible new and better solutions. But this is an issue that cannot brook any delay. We need to work now, and we need to work in a multidimensional context. So again, a shout to the corporate leadership present today and otherwise participating with the India Sanitation Coalition, not just in the villages in which you're working, not just in the towns and cities that you're working. Let's make this a part of our culture so that our employees understand, and in their own behavior or in whichever way they can, they participate in this effort, even if it's something as simple as segregating your own household waste. Are we making sure our vendors, any other stakeholders that we are that we have some influence over, or at least some connect with, can we make sure that they also at least appreciate the issue, understand the possible solutions, and also become aware of what can they do about it. And almost everyone can do something about this story. So this is not just a call for action, it's a call for internalizing the issues. And I hope once we are able to do that, we will also definitely be able to make an impact on the situation that we are in currently. And we know that that's possible because of the rapid pace with which in all kinds of remote and peri-urban and other villages we are seeing progress. If we can see it there, we are definitely going to see it across the country. And finally, do make sure that the women are fully involved in this effort. Water and sanitation are issues that affect women more. I'm neither a feminist nor a misogynist when I say this. Culturally, traditionally, women have been more engaged. A recent study by the WHO says that every single day, 6.6 crore hours are spent in fetching water for the home. And guess what? 75% of that is by women. It's completely sort of in line with what we would intuitively also believe. Women still manage the households much more than men. I hope that will keep changing as we go forward. But today it is true. And so let's see women not just as beneficiaries or affected persons, but potentially as leaders in this effort. There are strong self-help groups all across the country, led by women working on various issues. Not many of them have thought of services in the wash sector as potential economic activities that they can do. Let's try and see if we can steer them in that direction. I do believe that if women get involved, I've seen women self-help groups saying, yes, we are able to collect 30 rupees per household per month for taking out the waste from houses in villages. I'm not talking about Delhi and cities, but it's doable because there is a felt need. There is that much purchasing power even to purchase sanitation services. We just need to marry the demand and the supply side. And I believe self-help groups as an institution are a very powerful way of doing that. So this is my one last request to everybody, to use this strong network in whichever way we can to move this agenda forward. And I thank you so much for the opportunity to be here and to talk to you, but more importantly, thank you Energy and the whole team at the India Sanitation Coalition and all the corporate partners for the very valuable work you're doing. We look forward to taking this forward in LHI 2, which we promise we'll be back with very quickly. Thank you.
Thank you, Winnie Mahajan ma'am, for these wonderful, encouraging words. We look forward to your continuous guidance, as has been all this way and ahead. Now we have a series of presentations by our government and corporate partners sharing their experiences on the Lighthouse Initiative. But before that, there is a very exciting news which we received this morning. Bihar, one of our LHI states, now has all 8 GPs declared as model. So it is only prudent that we start with Bihar today. I request Shri Rahul Kumar Ji, State Mission Director, Bihar, to share his experiences with us under LHI. This would be followed by a presentation by Mr. K. Binoy Menon, Regional Manager, ITC. ITC is implementing the LHI project in 10 states across India.
Yes. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Respected Secretary Ma'am, Naina Ma'am, Natasha Ji, Sanjeev Shekhar Ji, my colleague Rajesh Ji, the representatives of corporates. I would like to mention ITC, who is our partner in Bihar, all the respected dignitaries on dais and in the hall. First of all, I would like to thank IAC for giving me this opportunity to share Bihar's experience in LHI journey. And at the onset, I would like to thank Vinny Mahajan ma'am for providing us continuous support and guidance. So before I start my presentation on LHI, as we all know that yesterday and day before yesterday, Bihar was celebrating its biggest festival, Chhath, and I would like to share one anecdote or my own experience since I belong to Bihar. And cleaning of ghats, cleaning of all the roads leading to ghats were always a community business. From my childhood, we never looked up to government machinery or any PRI framework for cleaning Chhath ghats. Cut to present day. When we started our journey in ODF phase 2 and we took up SLWM work, 80,000 sanitation workers are doing SLWM work in more than half of the panchayats, near about 68 to 70% panchayats. And last week I received many mails, calls from local community that our ghats are not being cleaned by sanitation worker. So the kind of aspiration, I am saying because 70% of panchayats we have taken so far. So some calls were from those panchayats and most of the calls from other part of Bihar where we have not started work. But the cleaning of legacy waste, the cleaning of ghats, the cleaning of roads, the cleaning of water bodies, the inlet, outlet, this kind of things. So public in rural area are expecting now that the system should work and sanitation is real need of the rural community. So these are few photos from the Chhath, and this I received from my teams in the field. Yeah. So in ODF phase 1, when we did our baseline in 2011-12, Bihar was having only 39 lakh household with toilet out of 1.8 crore household. So it was nearly 20%, 22%. And between 2014 to 19, 1.22 crore IHHLs were constructed by beneficiaries through IEC, through BCC. Even the coverage, we know that we are still in the bottom league of states, and in fact in Bihar, if you see, all 19 districts of North Bihar are flood prone. Every year or once in 2 years, all the districts faces severe floods, and most of the toilet, most of the rural infrastructure gets washed away. So the sustainability, the retrofitting, these are the challenges for us, and we face these challenges every year. Still, in the last 2 years, we have been able to construct 1.5 million additional toilets, and the NFSA data shows that in rural Bihar the total household is 1.8 crore. So we have been able so far to reach up to 1.75 crore. So maybe by the end of this financial year we will be reaching the saturation, but still the sustainability is a bigger challenge, and we are looking forward to engage PRI and engage all the stakeholders to maintain this saturation. When we reached ODF phase 2 in Bihar, there was one unique coincidence. Our panchayat elections were due in 2020, but due to COVID it was affected, and we got elections conducted in 2021. And interestingly, 80 to 85% mukhiya, the earlier mukhiyas got defeated, and 80%, more than 80% mukhiyas were elected for the first time. One of those mukhiyas is with us, Komal Kumari ji, who got award yesterday. So this created a unique problem for us, because 80% mukhiyas were new, so we had to work on their capacity. And in 2021 we decided that we will not go for phase 2, ODF phase 2 all together in all the panchayats. So we selected 20% panchayats to start with. So if you can see, in 21-22 we took only 1600 odd panchayats. Then in next year we took additional 30%, and once we are confident, so this year we took rest of the 50% panchayats. So we sent funds to panchayat, 70% of the panchayat so far. And if you see all the indicators, from procurement to construction of waste processing unit to grey water management, fecal sludge management, plastic waste management, so we have achieved remarkable on all the indicators so far. But the most important thing is in the right bottom, the user charges collection. In half of the panchayats where we reached till last year, we started convincing people that we cannot make all these initiatives sustainable unless and until community is involved. And to our surprise, most of the household, more than 70 lakh households are paying user charges recently, and we have been able to collect approx 10 crore rupees so far. Ma'am, 30 rupees, yes ma'am. But ma'am, we are also pushing for the commercial premises to pay on higher side. Yes ma'am. Yes ma'am. And as district magistrate, when I was working and when Jal Jeevan Mission was started, Bihar, it was started in 2016 ma'am as a state program. Even after completion of 5 years, almost no household was ready to pay user charges. So if we are able to collect this much user charges, it is an indicator that these services are reaching to doorstep of rural household. Then only people are ready to pay for door-to-door waste collection. So before LHI, we had our collaboration started with ITC in February 2022, especially for Ganga Grams. We have more than 268 Ganga Gram Panchayats, and we requested ITC especially for two things. One, for the technical support, especially in grey water management, because most of the rural drainage, they were going to the Ganges, and it was a real challenge for us under Namami Gange also, and to maintain the local, because as I was mentioning, especially for the religious purposes, cultural purposes, church and everything. So Ganges is we know holy river, so we requested ITC to support us technically on capacity building and also for the IEC and documentation purpose. When the LHI was launched, I was fortunate to be a part of its launch event, and in July 2022, the ITC was allotted to us, or Bihar was allotted to ITC, and I won't be hesitant to say that most of the corporates were apprehensive to take Bihar, and ITC came forward, but they were ready only to take 8 gram panchayats. So I remember we had a meeting with Natasha ji and Sanjeev Shekhar ji with ITCT came to Patna, and we had a meeting in September last year. So I suggested to change few of the villages, and in fact I suggested ITC to take only those villages who fell in their jurisdiction of Ganga grams, because I also wanted this LHI to be a successful model. We could not afford it to be a failure. So I suggested, and actually in my mind we wanted these Ganga grams, these LHI to be immersion point for all of our other districts and other panchayats. So in this December 2022, the DPR was prepared, and I am happy that only in 9 months of time, September 23, 7 of our 8 gram panchayats were declared model, and one, my team just informed me that the last one also was declared model today morning. So I will talk about the challenges, but Bihar has more than 8,000 gram panchayats. So number wise we know that 8 gram panchayat is insignificant, but the confidence it gave to us, because if all the stakeholders come together, the community, the PRI, the corporate partner, the government machinery, then this thing can happen even in a shorter span of time. So the role was, yes ma'am, yes ma'am, non-ODF. So from non-ODF to model, yes ma'am, in 9 months of time. So these were 30 revenue villages in 8 gram panchayats. The roles were defined: SBMG, ITC and ISC. We all know about this. So from participatory field management, the community was involved in preparing the route chart, where will we have our junction chamber, where will we have our drainage system, especially community sanitary complex, especially waste processing unit. And as ma'am was saying in her speech, that not in my backyard, that problem is a real problem. When I was working as district magistrate, finding land for waste processing unit in all the panchayats is a difficult task. But the more difficult task is to convince the community that we can have our WPU here, and it is not going to affect your day-to-day life. It is not going to affect the value of your land. But we keep getting requests from all the spheres of society that please construct WPU, but don't construct it here, construct it somewhere else. So that was a bigger challenge, but thanks to Secretary ma'am came to Patna, and she had a meeting with Chief Secretary and all the DMs, and after that, out of 8,000 gram panchayats, 96% gram panchayats have identified their land, and if more than 6,000 gram panchayats, either we have constructed our WPU or the work is under progress. So these are few photographs. We had our village data collection and we synced it with our GPDP. Again, we had key stakeholders meeting. We imparted training in cascading manner, and we had transit walk of GP with all the stakeholders to identify the legacy waste, to identify where the problem lies, especially identification of this kind of site. These were the process indicators decided by mutually by ISE and SBMG. So all of the indicators we progressed, and the documentation of journey, ISE needs to do this. But one more thing I would like to highlight: the community. We always, since I am heading the livelihood mission in a state, the SAG movement, we call it Jivika. So we always think that we suggest something and community are hesitant, or maybe the new idea, the new technology, whether it will be we will be able to convince them or not. But every time, without fail, community outsmart us. Every time we go with certain idea, and they welcome the new idea with open arms. And these new things, for example, kitchen garden. Land is a scarce commodity, but in Jivika we have more than 20 lakh, 2 million kitchen gardens in SAG household, because they have very they don't have big parcel of lands. Still we are able to manage 20 lakh kitchen gardens, and this is addressing two challenges at least. First, the household grey water management, and the second thing, all the nutritional indicators. We promote drumstick, growing drumstick in the backyard, and we are addressing the malnutrition that way. So these things are happening. And one more thing, since I am in a unique position, I am also looking after the climate action program of state, Jal Jeevan Hariyali mission. So I would like to cite one more example. So we are developing water bodies, we are rejuvenating it, we are reviving all our water bodies from climate action program, Jal Jeevan Hariyali mission. From sanitation side, from SBMG, we are ensuring that the drainage going to those water bodies receive only clean water as far as possible. And the third, the linkage for livelihood. We are handing over these rejuvenated water bodies with inlet and outlet to women SAG, and they are having fisheries and allied activities, ensuring the livelihood opportunity for this SAG. So this is unique, convergent framework where we are dealing with climate change, sanitation and livelihood. So Bihar is showing the way in a way, and I was mentioning this to Naina ma'am yesterday, and she was like surprised that why don't we know in Delhi. So I would request ISE to take this work also, because the possibility is everywhere. When we talk about grey water management, why can't we integrate the water bodies with livelihood, and the junctioning can be done by the sanitation component. So these are few numbers, our achievements so far under LHI. In capacity building, we believe that this is the most important thing, because we won't be there forever, and ideally it should not be the case that government functionaries or the system should be at work forever. So we trained our PRI members in these 8 gram panchayats, in these in these 8 gram panchayats, we trained more than 700 PRI members and more than 6,000 other stakeholders, government teachers, ASHA, ANM, Anganwadi worker, ward member, everyone. And a round of meetings, training through audio visuals. So it took a lot of time, but now we are confident that the capacity is there, the willingness is there. So if we go from 8 to 8,000, there won't be much problem. This is one more unique thing. So ITC gave us this Swachhta app, and here we are able to know households our sanitation workers go every day to collect waste, how many households are actually segregating waste at source. So all these data are coming through this app. So we requested ITC to we want it to the app to be replicated in all the panchayats where ITC is not working other than Ganga Gram Panchayat. And one more thing which is not part of this presentation, but we also got an award for our DCMS, Digital Communication Management System, which we developed in collaboration with UNICEF and DMA, Development Management Institute, Patna. Through that app or through that dashboard, we are able to send messages related to behavioral change in one go to lakhs of the household. And on the other hand, we are also able to take their feedback through that app only about their suggestion about the quality of our sanitation services to household. So that DCMS, we have more than 2.25 lakh registered user, and we started just few months back. And in one click of mouse, we are able to send messages to these 2.25 lakh households, and we can also have app based calls to those households, and behavioral changes message, and on segregation of waste, how to use 2 separate bins, and how to use how to dispose the sanitary waste, everything we are including in our DCMS. There are few good practices. For example, there is one panchayat in LHI Ithari. So we sent our 3 district teams, Begusarai, Khagaria and Saharsa, to that panchayat, and all the PRA member, our block coordinators, they visited that immersion site. Similarly, Bihar, as I said earlier, that we went in a phase manner, 20%, then 30%, then 50%. So we have more than 4,000 panchayats in ODF plus category, more than 11,000 villages in ODF plus category, but we don't have any model block or model district because we selected only n number of gram panchayat in that block or district. But here because of LHI in Bhagalpur, there is one block Ismailpur, it became model because the impact of LHI, other gram panchayat also came ahead, and they kind of healthy competition, because all other mukhiyas, they also want to make their gram panchayat models, and they request us to send fund, and many panchayats were not originally part of our funding mechanism for that year, but they became model. Similarly, this toolkit demonstration during more than 2,500 training session, and we also conducted some special sessions for our IEC. These are audio visual ruts. Legacy waste campaign we carry out during festival season, and also like ministry launched Swachhta Hi Seva campaign. So we kind of saturated these LHI and Ganga Gram during Swachhta Hi Seva campaign. We also involved Jivika members, and there is kind of very good coordination between SHG and sanitation worker. We also ensured that our sanitation worker who are getting very less remuneration, so we covered them with all kind of social security services, the pension, the Ayushman card. So we organized special camps for our sanitation worker and sanitation supervisors. On every possible opportunity, be it World Toilet Day, be it Saras Fair, be it District Formation Day, or CM Yatra, or State Formation Day, Bihar Divas, every time in last 1 year we showcased our LHI initiative, and we got very good appreciation from the community and all the stakeholders. So this is our waste to wealth slide. the manure, the compost, we involved KVK, and we got our this manure certified by the lab, and we are promoting local branding. For example, this is in Gopalganj. Similarly, Champaran has Champaran Khad, so that the WPU can get higher prices for this compost, and the local community should also feel a connect with their local brand. So this is the last slide. I actually, during ODF phase 1, we faced a multi-pronged challenges, because at one side there were many families who were landless, and it was very difficult to convince them to construct a toilet when they were hand to mouth. At the other hand, there were many families who had pakka houses, motorcycle, tractor, smartphone, but they didn't have toilet because of traditional practices, because of it was not part of their priority. So we were facing multi-pronged challenges, and we believe that only government can't do alone. We needed support from all the stakeholders, from PRI, from non-profit organization, from corporate. Similarly, when we are talking about SLWM, the challenges are still bigger, because we are not constructing anything for individual household, but mostly for the community. So the participation from community, their role, it is difficult to convince them. So we are not asking for financial support, as ma'am was saying, because for example, if we talk about the ODF phase 1, 1.22 crore, only in Bihar SBMG spent more than 12,000 crore rupees as incentive payment, only as incentive payment. So it was not like the contractor driven system, when we could have given this tender to some contractor and asked them to build 1 crore toilet. But we have seen in past what had happened to earlier contractor driven construction. So involvement of community from end to end is very important. So is important the support from all the stakeholders. So as Bihar has shown, here I would request to ISC, in the next phase of LHAI, ITC or any other corporate should come ahead and take more number of panchayats. And one more request from my side, we are facing difficulties in managing our grey water and also fecal sludge. So for fecal sludge management, we have invited partners from other part of countries as well. But for grey water management in Bihar is the state with, we are the most dense state, and the land is scarce commodity. So the WSP or DEWATs cannot be a solution for Bihar. So I request all the sectoral experts who are working in water and sanitation to come with the localized solution for Bihar, because the easier part we have covered so far, the solid waste, but the liquid waste, the used water, the treatment to used water, we are still a long way to go. So with this I would conclude my presentation, and I would again like to thank ISC, Naina ma'am, and most importantly respected Secretary ma'am for all the support. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Rahul Kumarji. It was indeed wonderful to hear about Bihar's achievements and the journey that it's completed from non-ODF status to model today. Now I call upon Mr. Binoy Menon, Regional Manager ITC, for sharing for presenting on Bihar.
very good morning, respected Secretary Ma'am, Vinny Mahajan Ma'am, Naina Ma'am, Rahul Sir, ISC team complete, my colleagues from corporate, SMDs and other state officials. It is generally very easy when you when Rahul Sir has already presented half of our journey together, and I will just touch upon some of the parameter which we as corporate could add value. So there are some words which is written in the back. For the sake of others, I will just read out. Food, gender, education, plastic, SLWM, nutrition, hunger, water. These were the words which we tried to incorporate in the whole journey of LHI, ma'am. I will just try upon touching all those things, specifically the gender component, which is in the corner where I am sitting, which is very valuable in that way. So it was very easy, specifically in Bihar context, because Rahul sir was also handling Jivika. So onboarding and such a thick network of women SHG was very useful for us. In many of the forums, we generally use public-private partnership. In our PPT, we just try to add one more component called community. So we are calling it as public-private community partnership, because that component many times we miss out. So I just wanted to create, because that scalability is only been done, ma'am, when that community partnership is been focused upon. And that is what we tried it in LHI. Scalable and sustainable, the both SS comes with that community partnership. I would like to thank DDWS, FICCI, ISC and LSBA for giving us this opportunity. I am Binoy, I represent ITC Limited. We are a corporate, so why are we here? So we have done around 15 large scalable public-private community partnership across country in different states. One which Rahul sir has mentioned was one large partnership, Ganga Gram, which was very critical because Ganga location, I started my career in Gujarat and Maharashtra, so it was very easy to talk upon water. But when you come to Ganga area, water is not a constraint in that way, but used water. How do you use that water? The used water properly is something which is more larger constraint. So that is what we wanted to work more on. Solid waste management, so our journey was similar to what the journey of Swachh Bharat mission. We started with access to sanitation. So one success what we learned from there was again using community, specifically SHGs. So initially there was a leverage issue, where will we get the money to the uncovered people. So we started creating a cadre of SHG who would actually lend money to create toilets. So that was something which was very successful for us. Post school, the young minds, focusing on young minds to create the behavior was yet another focus area which we had tried it in our journey. Solid waste management partnership had always a learning experience for us. Either it is urban, rural or institution. Something which we have a larger program is a Green Temple project, which is complete sustainable model. No waste is being generated. So that was very successful thing. One thing which I would like to underline is a strong CBO institution is very important. So that is also a key tenet which we have kept. And the CBOs should be vibrant. They should not just be contributory in sense of active. They also have to be financially contributing to the program. So that is where the success lies in. Anyway, this is the same presentation, the same slides where our roles and responsibility are being given. What I would just like to pitch is that out of the 75 GPs, which was a part of ISC's Lighthouse thing, we had a larger chunk of 36. It was a great learning for us, ma'am. I would seriously say it was a great learning across the country, because yesterday somebody was mentioning that for corporate it is easier to move across states. They are more fluid. So we actually leveraged that. So there was a great learning. Somewhere it was beautiful, somewhere little bit more. So, but I would say, I would end that circle in my last slide where that would be more valuable for this particular association. So decentralization, ISC were always been there as a partner supporting in all. DDWS regular reviews were very successful for us many a times. then LSBA was always there supporting. I would say ki it was easier to access Rajesh sir rather than my bosses many a time. So I would say that it was seriously easier for, so that actually acted a lot of value for our team who were working in the field. So same thing, I will just touch upon the last phase, sustenance phase, which is very important. And why it is very important is there comes, because if you don't start that phase in the initial phase itself, we don't start discussing with community that you have to pay, it is your waste, you are responsible for it. If that doesn't happen in the beginning itself, it will fail. So that is a success which we had got. In Bihar, we started talking. So initially when we were discussing on user charges, one thing what Rahul sir said is that, theek hai, user charges so collect ho jayega, but how will you monitor it? So that is something which we went back to our boardroom, started discussing, and that app, so all the numbers which Rahul sir regularly gets used to be updated in the software and regularly. So no issues, ma'am, no issues. We are just testing it. We are just testing it to scale up. Yeah, so looking into village resolution was something which we focused upon initially. Commitment from GPs. So LHI, we started initially, when the villages were being given, we started discussing with Mukhyas, ward members that you need to commit on 5 elements, you need to contribute, you need to ensure that the waste will be generated, you need to ensure that decentralization will happen. All those components we focused in the initial stage itself. So that was something. And then campaign mode. Everything was in campaign mode. We said, Alag Karo, it was a campaign. Ganga Rath, it was a campaign. Everything was continuously in a campaign mode. There was great support from LSBA. हम लेके जाते थे, immediately they will say कि let's do it. Everybody were on board. So that was the success which I will again try to pitch in. Well-being of waste pickers, because that is the element, mainstreaming them, and well-being is something which we had done. I will touch upon mildly in the later stage. User charges was yet another something which we focused upon in this particular program. Pilot, I am using them pilot because that is what, once this phase has been done, we will scale at the Swachhta app. Then women investment specifically Jivika Didis, I should say Jivika Didi. So we started discussing with them ki segregation kaise ho. That network we utilized very nicely for our awareness generation. So that was the success of this particular LHI thing. So these numbers, I will not touch upon much on the number, just the last one, where social and institutional building was something which we said. As Rahul sir said, lot of awareness activity happened at the Gram Panchayat level, GPIC, ensuring that they monthly meet. WIMC, ward member committees, they monthly meet. That was something which we emphasized on. Sanitation worker, there were some around 25 areas which we identified a sanitation worker should be there. Starting from all these things. It was food, they all should have ration card. It was shelter, they all should have shelter. It was gender, specifically all women members should know, they should be trained in financial literacy. Also, they should be they should also have some livelihood activities. But advantage in Bihar is that all the women members are generally members of Jivika. So it is generally easy for us to talk upon and do it in the field. So that was something which we focused thing. Yeah, so one thing which was very successful, we moved all ODF to models, and today was the last, and that was last village. Out of the 30 villages, only one village was left. So the team had done with LSBA had supported us. So replicability, as Rahul sir had touched upon it. So one thing is not just GP visits. What was been ensured by LSBA that all other officials, senior officials should also visit and understand the program. How it was important to talk upon IEC. How is it important to talk upon vibrant WPUs? Because WPU, Rahul sir had already touched upon getting land. Waste mere backyard pe nahi, not in my backyard. To in my backyard was a very hard journey, and still we are trying hard. So those photos which you see, ma'am, they are all, seriously, they are all vibrant, very vibrant thing. And so these are just some pictures, not just liquid but also solid, not just solid but also liquid waste. Wherever there were chronic spots, we tried to address all those chronic spots. So building the child, so children, so we created very innovative games. Segregation was a game, something which I think when we took it to the chief minister, he also liked, was the game where you actually distribute a lot of waste pictures and ask them to now segregate. So there were 5 desks, everybody was given 2 dustbin, they were asked to segregate, and one child had to go around and collect it. So we just go and say some groups don't segregate. They say, क्यों नहीं करना? नहीं आपको नहीं करना. फिर last when everybody collects and see that waste, then we say now segregate. Then they understand that fixing is important. Otherwise there is a lot of risk which will happen. So there now these children will go back. Same thing we did it with Jivika Didis. So that is when behavioral change. So we have just put some photos there and something do's and don'ts in MRF center. Safe numbers, where to contact if something happens. All those things also we try to address. Safety gears of sanitation workers were something which we ensured. This is something which I would like to pitch for phase 2. One is clarity. I think when we have more partners, we would require a lot of things, and learning from corporate, we should have a workshop where we create a operational manual, not that mota wala simple manual, which will actually helps in creating a very good clarity across. That would be required. Specifically timely approval, it was very easy for us because all DPRs were, one set was been approved and then letters were being written to district. So it was easier in Bihar and other states, but I think that clarity would be something which we need to focus upon. Sustaining the momentum, this is something, ma'am, I wanted to pitch here, is that we need to create an awarding and rewarding system. Specifically the last thing, we need to create a challenge fund, ma'am. So that, because many of those initiatives, which Rahul sir was also mentioning, would be very small initiative, but there are no funds, allocated funds for that. So if we create a challenge fund in that particular thing, it would really seriously act as a sustaining the momentum. SHG, we have successful models of SHG acting as an aggregator, SHG acting as a waste collectors also. Yesterday we had a SHG member who was been awarded for that particular initiative. So one member can actually influence the complete thing, and there is a beautiful network of SHG. So you don't, and we have, India has always proved that the SHG model is very successful. So user charges collection may not be difficult in that particular thing. Then aggregator, because plastic, scale of plastic is something which is very difficult to achieve in a rural context. So we need to get on an aggregator model. It can be an entrepreneur, it can be an SHG or a block. Some members can act as a larger aggregator thing of the plastic waste management. So that is something. Again, liquid waste, this is something which we have learned. Trash booms and all is something which we have piloted it in LHIs. Then expertise in planning, so corporate as a lead agency is something which we were pushing upon, because every corporate would have their own expertise, not just larger corporates, smaller corporates would also have. So some corporates as lead agency has, that is also something which we are pitching in this stage. So thank you. I just have kept some photos for thought process. Regular health checkup is something which we wanted for waste pickers. Financial literacy is something which we are driving. Monthly meeting of GPIC. So these are some quick takeaways which I just wanted to close my slide with. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Binoy, for the wonderful presentation. We are now going to move on to the next state, which is Uttar Pradesh. Uttar Pradesh under LHI has taken up 11 Gram Panchayats, out of which 7 are currently model. Now, this is the only state under LHI which has 11, which is the largest number of Gram Panchayats. We would like to invite Mr. Manoj Shukla, State Consultant, Uttar Pradesh Swachh Bharat Mission, to present on his LHI experiences in UP. This would be followed by a presentation by Mr. Alok Verma, Director, HCL Foundation, on HCL's work in Uttar Pradesh under LHI. We would also like to request our presenters to keep, be cognizant of the time, because we want to finish all our presentations and then break for lunch.
थैंक यू मैम। मैं कल जब मैं यहाँ आया तो मैंने सोचा था कि मैं आईएससी को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद दूंगा कि उन्होंने इस सदन का मुझे हिस्सा बनाया, लेकिन आज मैं अपने आप को सौभाग्यशाली मानता हूँ कि मैं जो कुछ भी बोलने जा रहा हूँ उत्तर प्रदेश के बिहाफ पर, वो अपनी सेक्रेटरी मैडम के सामने बोलने जा रहा हूँ। और जो हम सब की प्रकाश स्तंभ हैं, लाइट हाउस हैं, दीप स्तंभ हैं, तो मैं इस अवसर को बिल्कुल भी जाया नहीं करूँगा। और मैं एक छोटी सी 2 लाइन की कहानी है कि जब ये लाइट हाउस आया शुरुआत में, तो हम लोग ओरिएंट कर रहे थे अपने यहाँ जिलों को, तो लोगों ने कहा लाइट हाउस क्या है। अब सवाल उठा कि लाइट हाउस क्या है, इसको कैसे किया जाना है, तो हम लोगों ने कहा ODF प्लस करना है, मॉडल करना है, ये करना। किसी को समझ में नहीं आया कि फिर देन लाइट हाउस का मतलब क्या है। तो कुल मिला के ये आया समझ में कि लाइट हाउस ईंट, पत्थर, धातु, कांच का कोई ऐसी व्यवस्था नहीं है, बल्कि ये एक मानवीय कहानी है। और इस मानवीय कहानी को दोहराने के लिए भारत सरकार द्वारा, DDWS द्वारा एक नया इनिशिएटिव लिया गया है, जिसको लाइट हाउस इनिशिएटिव कहा गया। लोगों की समझ में आया कि वाकई में बहुत कुछ अच्छा होगा। और मैं इस फोरम पर ये बताना चाहता हूँ कि हमारे उत्तर प्रदेश में 13 गांव लिए गए मैम, 7 जनपद, 4 संस्थाएं हैं, 4 कॉरपोरेट पार्टनर हैं, ITC, SCL, आगा खान फाउंडेशन और टाटा ट्रस्ट। सबसे बड़ा 8 गांव टाटा ट्रस्ट, उसके आगा खान फाउंडेशन के पास है। मैं उत्तर प्रदेश के बारे में कोई राय बनाने के पहले मैं आपको एक स्लाइड दिखाना चाहूँगा। ये इसका हटा है, ओके। हालांकि आप सब जानते हैं उत्तर प्रदेश बहुत बड़ा राज्य है, लेकिन ये सिर्फ इतनी ही बड़ी बात नहीं है। आप लेफ्ट हैंड साइड पर देखेंगे कि 7,31,811 ऐसे इलेक्टेड मेंबर्स हैं हमारी ग्राम पंचायत के। अगर हम सब मिलके इनको फोकस कर लें तो किसी अन्य ह्यूमन रिसोर्स की ज़रूरत नहीं पड़ेगी। हमारा दुर्भाग्य ये है कि इनको आज तक मेन स्ट्रीम में हम प्रयास करने के बाद भी नहीं ला पाए। मैं इसको आपको इसलिए दिखाना चाहता हूँ कि हमें स्कोप ऑफ वर्क तलाशने की ज़रूरत है उत्तर प्रदेश के परिदृश्य में। नॉट इवन ODF प्लस या ODF की सस्टेनेबिलिटी जो एक बहुत बड़ा हिस्सा है, जैसा कि अभी पिछली विजिट हुई मैडम की, तो हम लोगों का तमाम मतलब जो हम लोगों का क्या कह सकते हैं, जो सोच था वो एकदम से बदला। इंडिविजुअल टॉयलेट को लेके मैम ने बोला कि हमें वाकई में नीड असेस करना है। मैं इस फोरम पर ये स्वीकार करता हूँ कि अभी हम लोगों ने टीम बना के, मैडम ने बोला था कॉल सेंटर इस्टेब्लिश करो, हम लोगों ने कॉल सेंटर इस्टेब्लिश किया, उनसे लगभग 4,000 गाँव में कॉल कराया, और निकल के मैम ये आ रहा है कि तकरीबन 10 से 15% गैप है उत्तर प्रदेश में इंडिविजुअल हाउस होल्ड टॉयलेट को लेकर, जो कि बहुत बड़ा नंबर है। तकरीबन 30 लाख, 25 लाख, 20 लाख के आसपास नंबर आता है। तीसरी बात मैं आपको ये बोलना चाह रहा हूँ कि जो ग्राम पंचायतें, जितनी ग्राम पंचायतों में हम काम शुरू करते हैं, मैं ये नहीं कह रहा हूँ कि और स्टेट हमारे काम नहीं करते, उतनी ग्राम पंचायतों में काम करके कोई स्टेट मॉडल हो जाता है। हमारे यहाँ गाजियाबाद से गाजीपुर तक डिफरेंट कैटेगरी के लोग रहते हैं। हम एक जियो जो पास करते हैं ना मैम, लोगों जैसे बिहार सर बोल रहे थे कि हमारे यहाँ ग्रे वाटर की समस्या है। सर, पश्चिमी उत्तर प्रदेश में ब्लैक वाटर की सबसे बड़ी समस्या आने वाली है, जिसको हम लोग ट्रेस आउट कर रहे हैं, ऑप्शन भी तलाश रहे हैं। हमें जो एक्सपर्टीज चाहिए वहाँ चाहिए। हम लोगों ने कम्युनिटी बेस, अब देखिए प्रोग्राम शिफ्ट हुआ, इंडिविजुअल व्यक्ति को टारगेट फर्स्ट फेज हुआ, हमने इंडिविजुअल टॉयलेट बनाए, प्रोग्राम शिफ्ट हुआ कम्युनिटी, इंडिविजुअल टू कम्युनिटी को। अब कम्युनिटी, लेकिन बीच में जैसा कि राहुल सर बोल रहे थे, MD साहब, कि फर्स्ट फेज में हमने इंटरपर्सनल कम्युनिकेशन पर इतना अधिक फोकस किया कि लोगों को के दिमाग में टॉयलेट बिल्ड कर दिया, नॉट इवन ऑन द ग्राउंड। उनके माइंड सेट में ये बिल्ड किया कि टॉयलेट कोई ईंट पत्थर की बनी हुई चीज़ नहीं, ये मानव सभ्यता है ये, और ये लोगों ने एक्सेप्ट किया। मैम, जो गैप सबसे बड़ा देखने को मिल रहा है वो इन दोनों के मध्य जो पिलर होता था इंटरपर्सनल कम्युनिकेशन का, वो इस फेज में कहीं ना कहीं और पुश करने की ज़रूरत है, जिससे हम सस्टेनेबिलिटी वाला पार्ट बचा के रख सकें, सुधार कर सकें। मैम, जहाँ तक है उत्तर प्रदेश के प्रोग्रेस की बात, मैं कोई डेटा की स्लाइड नहीं रखा हूँ। हमने आप लोगों के सहयोग से, मिनिस्ट्री के कंटिन्यूअस सपोर्ट से प्रदेश के अपने लगभग 1 लाख गांव को ODF प्लस किसी न किसी कैटेगरी में मार्क कर दिया है। ये डेटा सुनने में बहुत शानदार लग रहा है, लेकिन मैम ये अभी वो है ना, हम उठ के खड़े हुए हैं, गड्ढे को अभी बराबर समतल किया है। अभी गड्ढे पर बिल्डिंग बनाना बहुत बहुत बड़ी चीज़ है, जिस पर हम लोग शुरू कर रहे हैं मैम। एक और मैं सक्सेस आपसे साझा करना चाहूँगा मैम, कि नो वन लेफ्ट बिहाइंड, सबको टॉयलेट एक्सेस हो, इसके लिए हमने टारगेट किया कि एवरी पंचायत हैव ओन कम्युनिटी सैनिटरी कॉम्प्लेक्स, उनका अपना सामुदायिक शौचालय होगा। और मैम आज के टाइम में स्टेट ने 58,381 कम्युनिटी सैनिटरी कॉम्प्लेक्स बना लिए हैं। हाँ, एक इशू यहाँ भी है कि हम उन सब को फंक्शनल और डेली टाइम टू टाइम खोलने का भी व्यवस्था अगर कर लें तो मैम इसके लिए स्टेट का एक बहुत बड़ा इनिशिएटिव हुआ है, जो हमने सेल्फ हेल्प वुमेन ग्रुप के साथ एक MOU किया है कि उस लोकल में जो महिला समूह है उनको हम 9,000 रुपये पर मंथ देते हैं, और वो 6,000 केयर टेकर के लिए और 3,000 रुपये जो सैनिटरी आइटम्स वहाँ आते हैं उसके लिए, और वो चलाने का प्रयास हम लोग कर रहे हैं। तो ये एक बहुत बड़ा प्रयास है मैम। इसके अलावा अगर हम देखेंगे कि उत्तर प्रदेश के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में LHI का क्या स्टेटस है, तो हमारे पास 8 आगा खान फाउंडेशन के पास, 2 SCL फाउंडेशन के पास, 2 ITC के पास, 1 टाटा ट्रस्ट के पास, टोटल 13 में हम लोग काम कर रहे थे। जो काम किया जैसे ही बिहार में कि प्लानिंग पर हमने काम किया, अपने पार्टनर के साथ कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग पर काम किया, कम्युनिटी लेवल मीटिंग्स की, टेक्निकल सपोर्ट दिया। मैम यहाँ मैं आपके साथ एक एक्सपीरियंस साझा करना चाहता हूँ कि उत्तर प्रदेश में फर्स्ट फेज इन द सेंस 22-23 में हम लोगों ने 7,000 ग्राम पंचायतों को टारगेट किया, और वो 5,000 से ऊपर की पंचायतें थीं। मैम उत्तर प्रदेश में तकरीबन 10% ऐसी पंचायत हैं जिनकी पॉपुलेशन 5,000 से अधिक है। 90% पंचायत ऐसी है जो 4,999 पर आके ख़त्म हो जा रही है। मैम एक समस्या हमारे पास ये भी है कि चूँकि ऐसा कॉस्ट नॉर्म है कि हम 705 रुपये पाएंगे तब जब आप 5,000 से ऊपर जाएंगे, तो स्टेट का हमारे जो एक बहुत बड़ा फाइनेंशियल हमको अन्य तुलना में बंगाल, वेस्ट बंगाल के, केरल के, इनकी तुलना में जो हमें एक बहुत बड़ा हिस्सा मिल सकता था, जो हमारी LHI के गांव हैं उसमें मैं अगर आपको प्रोग्रेस की बात करूं तो हम लोगों ने इनका प्लान बनाया था, लगभग 2,59,00,000 का प्लान बना था टोटल 13 गांव का, जिसमें से 1,46,00,000 रुपये लगभग SBM का पैसा था, और लगभग 150 की गतिविधियां हम लोगों ने प्लान किया था। आज के टाइम में 10 मॉडल हो चुके हैं, 3 अभी हमारे मॉडल नहीं हुए हैं, जो कि सैचुरेटेड है ऑनलाइन। वो 1 मिनट का वीडियो और वो लगता है उसमें, इसलिए वो नहीं हो गया, वो 2-4 दिन में हमें लगता है हो भी जाएगा। ये स्टेटस है। आगा खान फाउंडेशन के 2 गांव बचे हैं और SCL फाउंडेशन का 1 गांव बचा है मैम, लेकिन ये सैचुरेटेड है, तो हमें लगता है कि आने वाले कुछ दिनों में हो जाएंगे। कुछ IC की गतिविधियां जो प्लान की गई थी, अवेयरनेस की गतिविधियां थी, वॉल पेंटिंग थी, ये एंगेजमेंट विद स्टूडेंट था, स्कूल को फोकस किया था, मीटिंग एंड डिस्कशन थे, स्पेशल डे सेलिब्रेशन जो हमारे यहाँ हम लोगों ने 26 जनवरी वर्ल्ड टॉयलेट डे और ये वर्ल्ड वाटर डे हम लोगों ने सेलिब्रेट किया था इनके साथ। ये कुछ एक्टिविटीज़ की फोटोग्राफ है मैम। ये आगा खान, ये टाटा ट्रस्ट, ITC लिमिटेड का है, SCL फाउंडेशन के हैं। मैम हमारी कुछ 1-2 प्रयास मैम मैं और आपसे साझा कर लूँ जो हम लोगों ने अभी इस बीच में किया है। लगभग पिछली मीटिंग के बाद मैम जय सर ने बोला था कि आप लोगों ने RRC जो बनाए हैं उनकी सस्टेनेबिलिटी का क्या है, तो हम लोगों ने, उन्होंने कहा कि क्या इंडिकेटर, तो हम लोगों ने सर एक ही इंडिकेटर मैम हम लोगों ने बनाया था कि जिस सेग्रीगेशन सेट से इनकम होने लगे ग्राम पंचायत की, हम मानेंगे कि वो फंक्शनल है। तो मैम पिछले महीने से अब तक हम लोगों ने वेबसाइट पर मंथली उनकी एंट्री कराना शुरू किए हैं, और मैम इस महीने तक अप्रॉक्सीमेट 1 करोड़ रुपए आरआरसी में जो गार्बेज, जो प्लास्टिक की बिक्री, लोहे की बिक्री या जो खाद बन रही है उसकी बिक्री से हम लोगों ने अर्न किया है, जो ग्राम पंचायतों ने इंटर किया है। ये मैम लगभग 8,000 तक हम लोगों ने आरआरसी बना दिया है, जिसमें से 6,000 फंक्शनल की रिपोर्ट आई है, जो फर्स्ट फेज में हम लोगों ने चयन किया था। मैम एक इनिशिएटिव और हम लोगों ने किया है कि जितने हमारी व्हीकल्स हैं उन ग्राम पंचायतों में हम लोगों ने QR कोड बैंक के साथ मिलकर लिया है और उस पर लगा दिया है। और उसका स्थिति यह है मैम, जो पिछले महीने की रिपोर्ट है, लगभग 49 लाख रुपए हम लोगों ने डोर टू डोर कलेक्शन से कलेक्ट किया है ग्राम पंचायत के। जो OSR का एक अलग से सेपरेट अकाउंट खुला है, जो RGSA का एक इनिशिएटिव है, और उसी अकाउंट में वो लोग उसको डिपॉजिट भी कर रहे हैं। जी मैम, हाँ QR, हाँ दोनों चीज़ें हैं मैम, QR कोड भी कर रहे हैं, कुछ लोग नगद भी दे रहे हैं। कुछ एक मैम रिकमेंडेशन है, सजेशन है, जो इस पहला ये कि अब हो सकता है ये उत्तर प्रदेश के परिप्रेक्ष्य में हो, 8 गांव या 1 गांव या 2 गांव खास करके आप जैसे लोगों के लिए और हमारी भूख के लिए पर्याप्त नहीं है। आप यूनिट लें, ब्लॉक, सबसे छोटा ब्लॉक लें, उससे 2 फायदा होगा। पहला ये कि आप ओन करेंगे ही करेंगे, वो ब्लॉक आपको ओन करेगा। अभी क्या है ना, अभी आप एक ग्राम पंचायत में अगर गए तो आपकी प्रेजेंस दिखती नहीं है, मतलब वो है ना कि समंदर में एक कण। उत्तर प्रदेश में कहीं और होते आप तो ठीक भी था। और दूसरा एक और आपसे हमें चाहिए, आपसे मतलब एक्सपर्ट एजेंसी से, या जो भी जो ट्रेडिशनली काम नहीं कर रहे हैं, जो खास लोग हैं, जो मूल्यवान लोग हैं, उनसे हमें चाहिए कि कम्युनिटी ऑनरशिप और कम्युनिटी पार्टनरशिप, इस दोनों को सजीवता कैसे दें, इन दोनों को जिंदा कैसे रखें, ये बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है हमारे लिए। हमने स्ट्रक्चर तो बना दिए, और मैं आपको अभी कुछ फोटोग्राफ लाया हूँ दिखाने के लिए। मैम हम लोगों के यहाँ विरोध शुरू हो गया कि आप कूड़ा घर बना रहे हो हमारे गांव में, बदबू करेगा। तो एक चैलेंज यहाँ भी आया जब हम लोग सेग्रीगेशन सेट बनाने लगे। तो ऐसे प्रधानों ने क्या किया कि उन्होंने महल जैसा आरआरसी बना दिया, 20, 25, 30 लाख रुपए लगा दिए मैम। अब दिक्कत तो है कि वो बन तो गया, चले कैसे? अब चलाने के लिए एक मॉडल आया कि आप स्वयं सहायता समूह को ले आओ। सर लोकल, ये व्यक्तिगत समस्या हो सकती है, लेकिन चूंकि फोरम ऐसा है तो राय भी अच्छी मिलेगी, और मैम है तो व्यवस्था भी ठीक होगी। समस्या लोकल होता है SHG, वहाँ की 10 महिलाएं हैं। अब सामाजिक मान्यता का भी तो प्रश्न है। कूड़ा छटाई में लगी हुई हैं, उनके जो आत्मबोध होता है ना वो सोसाइटी का, उस पर ठेस है। तो हमें लोकल SHG सेग्रीगेशन के लिए कंटिन्यूअस मिल पाना, ये भी एक चैलेंज है उत्तर प्रदेश में। अब हम लोगों ने कहा कि 6 महीने तक एक जियो किया गया मैम, मनोज सर ने एक जियो किया कि 6 महीने तक आप वित्त आयोग से फंड देके लेबर श्रमिक रखिए और उससे इसको सस्टेनेबल बनाइए। हम लोगों ने ये भी प्रयास शुरू किया। पहले दिन जब इनॉग्रेट हुआ तो लेबर आई 10, 1 महीने बाद लेबर बची 1, जबकि वो सारी व्यवस्था। तो हमें आपसे एक ये भी चाहिए कि इसको जिंदा कैसे रखें, इसका सस्टेनेबल मॉडल क्या हो, क्या ये बनाए गए सारे संसाधन आने वाले टाइम में मॉडल के रूप में एस्टेब्लिश हो पाएंगे। क्योंकि अभी हम लोगों ने 10,000 15,000 बनाए हैं, 1 लाख लगभग बनाने उत्तर प्रदेश में, तो ये 1 लाख बनेंगे। कम्युनिटी टॉयलेट हम लोगों ने 58,000 बनाए, सबकी ज़रूरत भी है, कम्युनिटी की ज़रूरत है, आने जाने वालों की ज़रूरत है। उसके लिए भी हम लोगों ने SHG का एस्टेब्लिश मॉडल फिक्स किया। फिर भी उसकी सस्टेनेबिलिटी और फंक्शनलिटी के लिए हम लोग अभी जद्दोजहद में लगे हैं। तो RRC को कैसे हम लोग सस्टेनेबल करेंगे, यहाँ हमें काम करने की बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरत है। दूसरा, जब आप गांव चयन कर रहे हो या आप एक्टिविटी डिसाइड कर रहे हो तो स्टेट की कंसर्न मुझे लगता है निहायत ही आवश्यक है। क्योंकि हमें जब आपने गांव भेजा तो हम जानते भी नहीं थे कि ये गांव कौन सा है, वहाँ स्कोप क्या है, आपकी एक्सपर्टीज़ की वहाँ कितनी ज़रूरत है। इवन वो सब नॉन ODF थे, नॉन ODF प्लस थे, लेकिन फिर भी सहारनपुर में है, मेरठ में है, हमें ज़रूरत गाजीपुर में है। या वो संघर्ष कहाँ है, या कौन सी एक्टिविटी आपने ट्रेडिशनल एक्टिविटी ले ली, जहाँ ट्रेडिशनल एक्टिविटी की ज़रूरत नहीं थी। पश्चिम में हमें ब्लैक वाटर की ज़्यादा प्रॉब्लम है, सेप्टिक टैंक बहुत है, 100% घरों में सेप्टिक टैंक है, उनके मैनेजमेंट की ज़्यादा ज़रूरत है। सो ये इसमें थोड़ा सा हम आपसे अनुरोध करेंगे। दूसरा, मैंने पहले ही बोल दिया कि हमें एक रियलिस्टिक मॉडल चाहिए अपने स्टेट में। हम किसी अन्य स्टेट में जाके देख सकते हैं, लेकिन उसको अपने यहाँ लागू नहीं कर सकते। सॉरी, प्रेजेंटेशन में मिस कर गया, इसको प्रेजेंटेशन लगा दें प्लीज़। नहीं, आगे जाएगा, आप बढ़ा दें। एनी प्रॉब्लम? हाँ हाँ, यहाँ रिकमेंडेशन में हम आते हैं। हाँ, तो एक मुझे हमारे ही यहाँ कम से कम 4 एजेंसीज हैं, हम तो चाहेंगे कि इनकी हिस्सेदारी और बढ़े, और दूसरा नंबर आप हमारे सहयोगी हमें मिले जितना हमारे लिए वो कम होंगे। दूसरा एक चीज़ और हम चाहते हैं मैम, कि सपोज हम अगर WSP बना रहे हैं, तो किसी कम्युनिटी में WSP की एक तो होता है बनाना, एक होता है डिमांड बेस्ड एक्टिविटी। तो हमने प्लान कर लिया, हमने बना दिया, तो कम से कम साल में एक बार एक्सपर्ट एजेंसीज अगर एक R&D कर लें, उनकी सस्टेनेबिलिटी का एक मूल्यांकन कर लें, उनकी क्वालिटी का मूल्यांकन कर लें, उनका फ़ायदा नुकसान का मूल्यांकन कर लें, उनके कम्युनिटी की ऑनरशिप कितनी है कितनी नहीं है मूल्यांकन कर लें, सो दैट कि हम टेक्नोलॉजी में भी चेंज कर सकें, एरिया टू एरिया प्लान भी बदल सकें, अपना कम्युनिकेशन प्लान भी बदल सकें। तो वर्ष में एक बार एक छोटा सा एक रिसर्च टाइप का कुछ हम लोग करके, मैं इसलिए आपसे अपेक्षा कर रहा हूँ कि ये आप ही कर सकते हैं, अगर हम चाहें भी तो नहीं कर सकते, क्योंकि वो ना एक्सपर्टीज है ना वो टाइम है। तो ये कुछ रिकमेंडेशन थे, और मुझे लगता है कि कुछ ये फ़ोटोग्राफ हैं, अगर आप ये RRC ये अलीगढ़ का है, इसका इनॉग्रेशन किया था मिनिस्टर साहब ने।
शुक्ला जी,
मैम
थोड़ा रिक्वेस्ट करेंगे कि
जी,
आप
बस लास्ट है मैम, खत्म है।
Alright.
ये कुछ फोटोग्राफ्स ही दिखाने, बाकी और कोई बात ऐसी नहीं है। ये बदायूं के हैं, श्रावस्ती का है, कुशीनगर, पीलीभीत। थैंक यू। और मुझे लगता है बौद्ध दर्शन का एक स्लोगन है, अप दीपो भव। तो हम में से सब एक दीप स्तंभ हैं, आवश्यकता है कि उस दीप स्तंभ से अंधेरों को रोशन करना है। तो आइए हम सब साथ मिलके वो किसी ने कहा है कि मैं अकेले मुस्तकबिल की चादर, मुस्तकबिल मतलब भविष्य, मैं अकेले मुस्तकबिल की चादर बुन नहीं सकता, तेरा ताना ज़रूरी है, मेरा बाना ज़रूरी है। थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Winnie, ma'am. I'm sorry we overshot the time. Thank you, ma'am, for being here today. May I now request Mr. Alok Verma Director HCL Foundation, to share HCL's work in Uttar Pradesh under LHI.
Thank you. Yeah, it's always tough act to follow a poetic expression. I'll try my best. So, respected and honorable Secretary Ma'am, our Chairman ISC Nana Kidwai Ma'am, and our CEO ISC Natasha Patel ji, all our esteemed panelists gathered here, and all our guests and who are in attendance. Thank you for this opportunity on behalf of HCL Foundation. Yesterday was a good day for us. We were awarded in the category for best communication. So thanks to ISC for that also. LHI initiative started, I think, in last year, and from the very beginning we were part of it, and Natasha reached out to us and explained to us what this initiative was about and how we are trying to create a model and trying to showcase how a partnership with the corporates and the CSRs along with the government and the community can create stable and sustainable structures, particularly in the field of sanitation. And sanitation being a very important narrative to the progress of the country. If we are trying to showcase ourselves as a developed country or soon to be a developed country, we can't have people living in conditions which are unhygienic, unsanitary, prone to illness, and overall poor aesthetics in general. So that requires very committed, very focused and integrative approach, bringing in all stakeholders, bringing in diverse set of people to create that structures, to create that narrative, to create that processes. And that is where we were happy to align with the India Sanitation Coalition. And as far as HCL Foundation was considered, we had initiated a program in 2015 in Uttar Pradesh called Samudai. And this program was focused upon integrated rural development, and we started our journey from 10 Gram Panchayats of Uttar Pradesh. And when we are talking about integrated rural development, we realized very early that integrated rural development has multiple dimensions, as the word integrated suggests. But one of the most critical dimension, of course, is sanitation. And sanitation itself has multiple dimensions in its own. One is, of course, the physical aspect, where we talk about the structures. Then there is a dimension of solid waste management, liquid waste management, collection of waste, transportation of waste, processing of waste, and then creating structures around water management. So encompassing all this document or dimensions, we learned pretty early that it's not shot in the pan thing. You can't do one and hope to achieve something else. So that is where our approach crystallized in terms of what we want to do, how we want to tackle this problem of development. Because our mandate was very clear. When we were given this mandate of initiating Samudaya project, our mandate was very clear. I don't know which slide we are on. Our mandate was very clear from our chairman that we want to create structures and processes which foster development, which should be replicable and sustainable. All big words, but big words are big because behind them goes lot of efforts. So when we talk about sustainability, when we talk about replicability, when we talk about integrated, on the ground, it takes large number of people working in tandem with large number of stakeholders to achieve that. And that is where Samudaya has been over a period of 8 years very successful. And that is one of our pride that we have been so successful. We have worked our way up from the bottom. So we started with 10 gram panchayats, we went to 41, we went to 164, we went to now 524 in Uttar Pradesh and more than 91 in Tamil Nadu. So that is, we are working close to 650 gram panchayats all over India. And that is direct implementation by HCL Foundation. And we work in all the dimensions of development. We try to at least work in all the dimensions of development. But the dimensions are so many, you always leave something for the other person to do. And that is where partnerships like Lighthouse Initiative by India Sanitation Coalition and the Ministry of Drinking Water and Sanitation helps us in creating and exploring those structures which are already there, because that is where I am very thankful for the Lighthouse Initiative, the way that they have integrated the corporates, the CSR of the corporates particularly, and the government functionaries. And that is where I think one of the most critical aspect of what we do was strengthened by Lighthouse Initiative. When we are working in a field of water and sanitation and we're trying to achieve at scale, so over the 8 years we have had a lot of experience, as I already mentioned. We try to integrate a lot of aspect from behavior in terms of open deckification free. We started the journey in 2015. Over the time, we worked in our gram panchayats to attain the open defecation free status. Then we moved on to, as it's being said, ODF plus, what more needs to be done. So there we started working upon solid waste management, and then liquid waste management, and then water structures, and integrating it all with behavior and communication. So that has been our approach, and today I think we have been part of LHI initiative in only 2 gram panchayats, which was Purva and Akbarpur, for the past 1 year, and we were working in those 2 gram panchayat for last 6 years. So it was comparatively easy for us. I would say it was comparatively easy for us in terms of the objectives of LHI initiative, because the objective of LHI initiative were framed keeping in mind ODF and ODF plus. And while we were already in both these gram panchayats, already moved to integrating all the aspects of waste management. So we, in these 2 gram panchayats, we already have solid waste management structures where we work with the community to manage the solid waste across from their bio and organic waste to their cattle waste to, of course, now the plastic waste also. And we also work in both these gram panchayats. We have set up water structures. By water structures, I mean we have set up drinking water schemes in both these gram panchayats. So setting drinking water schemes in both these gram panchayats, we had already devised that if the water is going into the house, the water will of course come out of the house also. And how do we manage that water, that which is coming out of the house? So to manage the waste water, or as Secretary Ma'am said, better to refer it as used water. We had already started working, This is not changing. On drainage network and pond structures to filter those waters. So we have been working in 30 gram panchayats in total, including these two, where we have set up drinking water schemes. We are setting up proper drainage network along with the community, and filtration chambers, along with, once the water is filtered, then it goes into the pond. So we are creating the pond structures wherever the ponds are in dilapidated condition in these villages. We are rejuvenating those ponds, making them ecological structure and something that would serve the need of the villagers. And all this is done with the participation of the community. So participation of the community in all these dimensions. So when we are talking about the behavior change, so our teams would engage very closely with the community, including the local self-government, the pradhans, the panchayat secretaries, the ward members, and the panchayat committee members. We would work along with those panchayat members. We would create structures and including the processes which the community can take part in. Community can lead those processes like Prabhat Fairies, where community would itself lead the complete event of creating awareness among the village population about the need for sanitation, what needs to be done for sanitation, and what are the different dimensions of sanitation, including both individual, personal, community, and management dimensions of the sanitation. So teams would go, the community would come, they start in the morning 4 a.m., 5 a.m. and try to do monitoring activities against open defecation free. And that built a rapport with the community that the truly ODF status was achieved due to the performance and the responsibility that the community itself took. We were there to support them. We were there to provide communication material, to educate on the different aspects. But it was the community ownership. And the community took ownership because we integrated very closely with them. We worked day and night with them. So as I said, my team would go in the nights, spend the whole night there. They would be there at 4 a.m. in the morning along with the community, going across the fields, across everybody, with the young children, older men, women, to educate those who are going in the fields that this is something that is not to be done and is harmful in the long run for the community itself. And then once that community ownership was built and strength was built, then taking the next steps have been comparatively easier for us. And that is where I'm saying that the community has to be engaged right from the very start. And this engagement can't happen if we are fly-by-night operators. We come one day, we interact with community, we tell them that this is good for you, do this, and then we leave. So community will also come, have a handshake with you and engage with you, have a tea, and then they will also leave. So it's really tough to make community owners of anything, but it's not that tough also. If you are willing to put in time, that's what we have learned. If one is willing to put in time, it's not that tough also, because the felt need is there, the aspirational need is there, and very truly, I'm telling you, at the ground level, the political need is also there, because it has become one of the key aspects for local self-government to evaluate themselves against. They are competing against each other, they are trying to outdo each other in terms of the kind of services, the kind of facility that they can provide. The only lacuna and only problem that they face sometimes is that because being internal to that community, they need somebody from outside to convince the community to come together, to engage on a continuous basis, and also at some point of time to support them in carrying out the operation and maintenance activities. The structures that we have built 30 water schemes, we have built plastic collection centers, we have built drainage networks along with the community, sitting with them, mapping it out with them, and we have created those community-based structures of village water and sanitation committee to take care of those structures. But they find it difficult because it requires technical capacity to manage. These are all physical works. Drainage work is a physical works. So it's very hard for somebody to understand what kind of a structure needs to build, what kind of sloping is to be there, what kind of drainage coverage should be there, what kind of system that they are building. So that technical knowledge cannot be transferred in 1 or 2 sessions. That needs continuous engagement. Secondly, when you are talking about managing those structures, whether it be MRFs at the village level or resource recovery centers, these are again technical in nature. So we have been working very closely with Noida Authority and under my Clean City program for over the past 4 years. And it's not easy even for such a big authority to manage these technical operations and to anticipate and to believe that a community of the villagers which have not seen such systems, and they will start doing and managing in 2 months, 3 months, is slightly overreaching from where I am standing. So if you want these processes to be taken in a positive sense and to become really operational at the ground level, then we have to engage in a much more intensive manner and a much more long term. So we have supported in creating complete solid waste management structure, but is there expertise available at the village level to understand how that processes work? So we can say segregation karte hain. We will bring in somebody to do segregation. But what is segregation? What do you segregate? 80% of the waste in the village is organic waste. So what is there left to segregate? Organic waste should not go out of the house. It should be composted. It should be used there only. So 20% of the waste, or even less in most villages, 15% of the waste. What is that waste? 5%, 4% is plastic. So 5%, 4% plastic means in a village of 200 household, you won't get enough volume of plastic to make a resource recovery center feasible. So that is where we tried, our team initiated, and we tried Hold the Plastic initiative. Every household, rather than throwing it every day in the trash, you have a bag outside your home, keep putting in the plastic. When there is a sizable volume, somebody who can recycle will come and take that, because then it makes economic sense. Otherwise it does not make economic sense. There are 2 polythene packets which are coming out of a household, few sachets, say for a month it does not make 1 kg. So how will they separate the resource on a daily basis, and how will they earn the income out of it? So that is where I think initiatives like this, Hold the Plastic initiative, where we have holding the plastic at the village level, and then creating a structure, a community structure to just drop in your plastic, and after 1 month or there is a sizable, even if after 15 days, if it is sizable, the person who recycles, or at least who sells to the recyclers, will come and collect that plastic. So that's how small initiatives and something that really addresses the problem at the ground level needs to be tackled. And I think that is where I think a Lighthouse Initiative 2 will focus upon in terms of, so the model is always evolving. We can't rest that, okay, we have created a model. It can be 1 village, it can be 2 village, it can be 3 village, or it can be 10 village, 20 village. But the model is always evolving. Model is not the end. model is the journey. So that is where I think Lighthouse Initiative would be very encouraging to all of us. And as is being mentioned a lot of time, that more scale should be taken up by corporates and under their initiative. So we are ready to take more scale in terms of multiple gram panchayat, in terms of block, so whatever that structure is. But we would definitely need much more than poetic words to really implement those situations on ground. And that is where I think as Samuday Director and as HCL Foundation Director, it's my commitment to the Lighthouse Initiative and International India Sanitation Coalition that we'll do whatever it takes to create true models. And it's a long journey, so we can be part of a long journey, and we'll be happy to do our part in that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Verma. I now request Mona Lisa Das, State Coordinator SBMG from Assam, to share her LHI presentation with us. This would be followed by a presentation by Mr. Manoj Kumar, Team Lead WASH Tata Trust. Very good afternoon to everyone. Respected all the seniors present on the dais and the members present here. I would like to thank Isc-Ficci for inviting us and present here. Straightly, since we are have a short time, so we'll start the presentation. Change nahi ho raha. Thank you so much. First of all, would like to start how we came to know about the LHI. When we came to know about the LHI, so we were also thinking what is the LHI and what is the project is about. So we were not knowing about the GP which the Government of India has chosen for taking up in as a LHI project. After that, when we came to know that the one of the GP out of the 75 GPs, one of the GP in Assam has been taken as the LHI project. So it is Paschim Choigaon GP. There, when we came to know about this, so then after that we were also thinking who is the lead partner with us. Then we came to know that we have been assigned with Tata Trust. We are having one lead partner with us. So we would like to thank Tata Trust also because they supported us very much in every step. The first was we had a meeting in the chamber with our mission director sir, our chief engineer sir, and then the Tata Trust Rituparna and other persons were there. So first we decide what to do and from where we have to start. What will the first step for us? How to start? So first when we went there, then that is the one slide I would like to show. So so first of all, when we when we had a meeting with Tata Trust, so we first decided that first of all what to do. Then we decided that first we will do the survey, because when we have to start, first of all हमको ये देखना है कि उस LHI GP जो हम लोगों ने लिया है, what we need to do there, what is the demographic and other components are there, हमको क्या करना है वहाँ पे जाके. So we asked Tata Trust to go and have, and we also went there along with them to have a survey of that GP. वहाँ पे क्या present है, क्या present नहीं है, how the villagers are managing all the solid waste and whatever the liquid waste they are managing there. So we, first of all, the first step which we took is that we had a survey of that particular GP along with the villagers and the GP presidents. We included GP functionaries also there. We went there and then we have meetings with the GP presidents and other ward members and the villagers also. So the first question which came up from the villagers and the GP president is, what is LHI? What do you mean by LHI? Means what is the meaning of the lighthouse project? Then we explain them that LHI actually hai kya, what is the LHI, why Government of India has chosen your GP as a LHI project, क्यों लिया है LHI, क्यों पश्चिम चोइगा को ही क्यों लिया LHI? Out of all of the GPs in the Assam, we are having 2,693 GPs in all over the Assam, but why only the Paschim Choiga has been taken as a LHI project in Assam? So we explain them that your GP will be one of the example, or it will be the replica and it will be the one of the example. So to मतलब दूसरों को दिखाने के लिए, तो to show the other GPs that हाँ इस GP में ये काम हुआ है, सॉलिड वेस्ट मैनेज यहाँ पे हो रहा है, लिक्विड वेस्ट मैनेज यहाँ पे हो रहा है, सो दैट द अदर GPs ऑल्सो गेट अफेक्टेड और उनको भी ये एक उनको भी लगे कि अच्छा इस GP में ऐसा काम हो रहा है, सो वाई शुड नॉट अस, क्यों हमारा GP हम क्यों नहीं कर सकते. सो वी एक्सप्लेन देम अबाउट ऑल द थिंग्स व्हाट दे नीड टू डू, how they have to support us, in which step they have to support us in this project. So uske baad then they said that, okay, we get the information and then they shows their willingness and keenness that okay they are also ready to ठीक है हम लोग को GP को क्या करना है. Now they ask us, now you people tell us that what we need to do. Then after that what we do after that, then we the next step what we did is along with the Tata Trust we sat together and we prepared the DPR. Once we जब survey हो गया, once we came to know about all the SWM and the other LWM and the other things, how the villagers are taking up all the things there, then taking in mind to that things, we just prepare the DPR along with the Tata Trust. Then after that, then comes then planning and implementation of at the GP level. Then comes the selection of the site. Now we explain, then again we again go there, then again we took meetings with the GP functionaries, GP presidents, ward members, villagers. Then we explain them what is MCF and what is plastic waste management and what is soak pit. Now the one thing is that in Assam, the biodegradable waste is not a major problem, along with the liquid waste management also, because what people of Assam used to do there, they are having cattle there, cows are there and other cattle are there, goats are there. So basically in Assam, when the biodegradable waste generate there, they used to feed them to the cattle. And what they used to do in case of liquid waste management, maximum villages in Assam, we are having duckweed ponds, maximum villages. So what, and also in Assam also we are having kitchen gardens, because people of Assam are maximum वहाँ पे क्या होता है, आपका खेती करते हैं लोग, तो वहाँ पे भी क्या होता है, पीछे बैकयार्ड में उन लोगों का कुछ ना कुछ तो सब्जी वब्जियाँ वो लोग कर ही रहते हैं. बैकवर्ड इन द बैकवर्ड ऑफ द हाउस होल्ड्स दे आर हैविंग किचन गार्डन्स, बनाना ट्री हो गया या स्मॉल साग या कुछ हो गया, विलेजेस वेजिटेबल्स. सो दे यूज टू जो भी किचन से निकलता है वॉट एवर द वेस्ट, लिक्विड वेस्ट, तो वहाँ पे पीछे आइदर किचन गार्डन में जाता है और अदरवाइज वी आर हैविंग डकविक पॉन्ड्स, देयर डकविक पॉन्ड्स, फिशेज आर देयर. सो बेसिकली वहाँ पे डकविक पॉन्ड्स में जाता है. सो मैनेजमेंट ऑफ बायोडिग्रेडेबल एंड लिक्विड वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट इज नॉट अ बिग इशू इन Assam. So at the very first step, it becomes very hard for us to explain that why you need a MCF and why you need a soak pit. Because जब हम लोगों ने उनको explain किया, then they ask us, हमारा तो manage हो रहा है, because biodegradable जो भी निकल रहा है, kitchen waste जो भी निकल रहा है, we are feeding to the cattle. And whatever the liquid waste are coming out, that also has been managed, because पीछे तो kitchen garden है, ऊपर से हम लोग का duckweed pond भी है, we are managing them. Then why you are insisting us to have a MCF as well as a soak pit? Then we explain them that, okay, you're managing your biodegradable waste, you're managing your liquid waste, but the main thing what you are doing when generating a plastic. बिकॉज ऐसा तो नहीं है कि विलेज में प्लास्टिक वेस्ट नहीं है, चिप्स का पैकेट तो निकलता है, ब्रेड का पैकेट तो निकलता है, और वॉट एवर द मार्केटिंग यू आर डूइंग फ्रॉम द मार्केट, वहाँ पे हाट बाजार तो लगता है, तो वॉट एवर द मार्केटिंग यू आर डूइंग, यू आर टेकिंग द ऑल द थिंग्स इन प्लास्टिक, सो वॉट यू आर डूइंग इन विद दोज प्लास्टिक्स. सो उनको फिर हम लोगों ने फिर देन वी एक्सप्लेन दैम देन वाई वी यू need a MCF and why you need a soak pit. Then we explain then what are the advantages of soak pit, वो भी हम लोगों ने explain किया. Then they slowly the villagers in that GP as well as the ward members and the GP president, then they came to know, and then slowly they support us very much in that case. So after the site selection, we prepared the GPDP. We had a meeting with all the GP functionaries there. Then we calculate there, and then we just have a one-to-one discussion there. Then we explain them how to take all the MCFs and all the soak pits and how to prepare a GPDP. Then eventually they prepare a GPDP. Then after that,
Ma'am, can we move forward?
Sure.
Thank you.
Sure. Then after that, in Assam, the sanitation SBMG part has been looking after by the PHE department in convergence with PNRD department. So what we used to do, we used to give them technical support. We used to transfer 70% fund of SBMG from PHE department, and remaining the 30% they used to do from the 15FC PNRD department. So in this case, since it's a special case, it's a LHI project, so what we planned, we had a meeting with the mission director sir and all the GP functionaries and all those. So we decided that we develop a modalities of the fund transfer. And for this special case, we transfer all, first of all, we have prepared a DPR, then we ask them to incorporate in GPDP, then they incorporate all those in GPDP and took the approval. Then after that, whatever the amount came there, so all the 70% funds from the SBMG part, we transfer them in the advance, so that it will be easy for them to, start the construction. And then along with the estimates, because since we are supporting them as a technical partner, so we give all the estimates of MCF and plastic waste management and soak pits. So they started the construction and eventually it's completed. So then comes the capacity building. Since all the assets has been created there in LHIGP, soak pits are also there, MCFs are also there, then comes the capacity building. So we have a plastic waste management unit there, machineries are also there, vehicles are also there, and the collection has also been started there. So we included the local SHGs members, all are the ladies there. So as we trained them about how to, first of all, we trained them how to segregate the waste. Then we took them to the plastic waste management unit. Then there we explained them about all the machineries, how it works there. Then how to segregate plastics, whatever that comes from the market area and the household level. So how to segregate those plastics, we also explained them and trained them there. Then also after, then how to generate the revenue from them. That also we took the, we gave the training to the local SHGs members there. Then next, the plastic waste management unit. Regarding the plastic waste management unit, we have a plastic waste management unit in the block itself there. We have already started the collection of the plastics and other things has already been started there. The SHG members are also very keen to work with all those things, and we have linkage the whatever the plastics are generated there, we have linkage it with the PWD, because we have an outlet there along with the block level block office there. It's hardly 1 to 2 kilometers there. The PWD in Assam, a stretch has road 1.5 kilometer 2 kilometer stretch has already been used
plastic has already been used by the PWD department for constructing of the roads. So we have linked that thing with the PWD department. Even we have shown the SSG members that whatever the crushed plastics which came out from the crusher or whatever they are in the PWD outlet, so how they use their, what amount of bitumen they are using and how the plastics has been used in the road construction, that also we have explained there, and we have linked that thing with the PWD department also. The MOU is awaited, so we are working on that. And also here I would like to say about something about the MCF. Since the collection has already been started there, so we have already taken up about the rack pickers, the local rack pickers, whoever there. So what they used to do there, whatever the recyclable materials are there, they used to take up those recyclable plastics and other things. And non-recyclable plastic, they used to carry them to the plastic waste management unit. So would like to mention here that since the Assam has already been declared as a 100% ODF in aspiring category, some 7,000 plus villages are already in rising category. In LHF, this Paschim Chogao, all assets are already there. I mean, MCFs are also there, and whatever the assets we require for solid waste management, all the assets are there. Within 2 to 3 days, we will be able to declare it as a model, because due to some MIS issues and some technical glitches, we are not able to declare it as a model GP, but within 2 to 3 days, we will be able to declare it. So these things I have already explained in the starting of my PPT, that how we came up with the GP functionaries and how I mean, what is the impact after when they जब उनको दिखा कि MCF में collection, then the collection in the MCF it started. लोग वहाँ पे फिर जितने भी प्लास्टिक या अदर जो भी नॉन बायोडिग्रेडेबल वेस्ट थे वो वहाँ पे कलेक्शन वहाँ पे स्टार्ट हो गया. आई विल शो द पिक्चर्स आई हैव. देन अगेन प्लास्टिक वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट में भी प्लास्टिक्स आना स्टार्ट हो गया. So what is the impact, how it impacted to the GPs, people there residing there? So they are very much happy क्योंकि उनको ये भी लग रहा है कि that all the other things has been managed हो रहा है. And then the thing is that they are also happy कि okay चलो अच्छा है हम लोग का GP, that their GP will be one of the example to the other GPs, and they feel very proud that okay they can say to other their whatever the other villagers and other GPs that देखो हम लोग का GP मतलब इतना manage कर रहा है. So that is the main thing which we get feedback from the villagers. So these are some of the pictures would like to show here. That is the capacity building with the community involvement, all the meetings which we did. This is the what we I have just explained about the capacity building, about the SSGs. This is the MCF which we have constructed, and then we took them to that site MCF is there, and then we explain about how the MCF works there, whatever the things we used to collect there, and how it will be managed. These are the forward linkages of the plastic waste management unit. There the plastics left side, if you can see the left side, there we are explaining about the machines and all things to the SSG members. Then the plastics, and then here right side the one outlet is there of the PWD department. So there we used to carry those plastics which has been crushed, and then we used to carry to those that PWD department crushed. So these are the these two are the MCS which we have created, and this is the soak pit which we have constructed. PNRD department has constructed there. This is the transformation of the GP. That means left side is this the before picture of that GP, and right side is the after picture of that GP. So would like to conclude here since we are running of the time. So thank you so much for inviting us. Thank you so much. Okay. Now Manoj.
I will just take 5 minutes because he explained everything. Nothing to add. In the interest of time, I think just say a few words on behalf of Tata Trust. We are working in almost in 5 states on LHI phase 1, almost 8 GPs, and Assam is one of the states where we started working on Paschim Chaigaon. So it's very useful partnership with the state government put together and for last 1 year, and we have very good coordination in the state also. Having said that, 3-4 things which I wanted to put together. So we have seen all these things before, after everything. The important thing, like last time also when we had this workshop in July, I mentioned that PPC, PXN, the C comes in between. PCP, Public Community Partnership, and seeing is believing. Something you have to create. See, for example, we always talk about this assets building, everything. बट कम्युनिटी को दिखाना क्या है? सी अगर आप देखोगे नहीं फिर क्या बताएंगे? सो वन इज थिंग दैट वी हैव टू क्रिएट सच मॉडल्स, सच इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर इन प्लेस. वो टिन पिट क्या है, सोक पिट क्या है, उनको पता ही नहीं है ठीक से. सो क्रिएट सम मॉडल्स हियर इन पी पॉकेट्स, देन शो देम दैट दिस इज व्हाट एग्जैक्टली एंड व्हाट इज द फंक्शन. उनको बहुत दिखाना नहीं कि बहुत हाई फाई टेक्नोलॉजी है इसमें, सिंपल टेक्नोलॉजी है. एंड सेकेंड थिंग आई वांटेड टू कंसंट्रेट देम मोर ऑन दैट लेट अस यूज मोर ऑफ दिस नेचर बेस्ड टेक्नोलॉजीज. बहुत जरूरी है कि आपके गाँव में जहाँ जाते हैं, see we bring all these big technologies, then O&M का प्रॉब्लम होगा. The moment you put बहुत अच्छा बहुत फोटोग्राफ निकाल लिया, आई एम ट्राइंग प्रैक्टिकल थिंग्स बिकॉज वी हैव सीन ऑन द ग्राउंड, लगा दिया 1.5 साल के बाद काम करना बंद कर दिया. सो वी नीड सम टेक्नोलॉजीज विच आर एक्चुअली कटिंग अक्रॉस एज वेल. उसमें आपका जो वहीं इन सिटू कर सकते हैं, लाइक वी हैड अ लॉट ऑफ डिस्कशन इन द मॉर्निंग ऑल्सो. सो वी ट्राइड डिफरेंट टेक्नोलॉजीज ऑन सॉइल बायोटेक्नोलॉजी, कंस्ट्रक्ट वेटलैंड्स, ऑल दिस थिंग्स ऑल्सो. फॉर ग्रे वाटर का पूरा प्रॉब्लम है, तो आपको यू हैव टू गो फॉर सर्टेन, देर आर nature has given a lot of this thing, the wisdom. For example, Cana indica आपका है, you can easily treat your grey water. Cana indica आपको जो हिंदी में I don't know what is it, it's like banana trees जैसे होते हैं छोटे छोटे. You put on the mud, just lay few layers, it won't cost you anything. वही मिलेगा आपको. It treats, these are biological, these are phytoremediation. So why don't we bring all this wisdom we have learned from our ancestors, everything. So इंस्टीट्यूट हमें करना है. अगर बहुत बड़ा टेक्नोलॉजी ला के देखते हैं, सी अगेन डिपेंड्स ऑन योर काइंड ऑफ द नेचर ऑफ ग्रे वाटर, ब्लैक वाटर. सिंपल एफएसटीपी के लिए वी हैड द सेशंस फ्रॉम बायोफिल्टर्स यूजिंग अर्थवॉर्म्स, द ऑस्ट्रेलियन स्पीसीज, एवरीथिंग. कांट वी डू समथिंग ऑन दिस? लेट अस थिंक ऑन दिस थिंग्स दैट जो आपको नेचर में है उसको लेके हम उसको ये करें. इसका मोड ऑफ लाइक नेचर बेस्ड टेक्नोलॉजी पे काम करें. Second thing is that आपका है बहुत important that social behavioral communication for Tata Trust, any other organization also is very important that once you build asset also from starting, planning बहुत जरूरी है आपको. Right from the planning you have to involve community. उनके गांव में काम कर रहे हैं हम, उनको बिना इन्वॉल्व करे नहीं कर सकते हम. At the same time what will happen that will come से कि तो आपने बना दिया ना, हमें चाहिए नहीं. We have to understand the needs ना. स्वच्छ भारत मिशन में भी हमने काफ़ी सारे बना दिए हैं, बट ऑन ग्राउंड इट 70%. हमें नहीं चाहिए, आप क्यों बना दिया? तो कम्युनिटी का जो नीड है उसको आप परखें पहले और उसके साथ बैठ के काम करें. रादर कि आप जाके ट्विन पिट बना देंगे, सिंगल पिट बना देंगे, या हम बायो टॉयलेट बना देंगे. नो, दे वोंट एक्सेप्ट. उनका अपना कल्चर इशूज है, देयर आर कल्चर इशूज ऑल्सो. सो वी हैव टू सी ऑल दिस थिंग्स. सो वेर एवर वी आर वर्किंग वी ट्राई टू अंडरस्टैंड देयर नीड्स फर्स्ट, देयर कल्चरल इशूज. बेस्ड ऑन दैट यू कम योर प्रपोजल्स कि ये कर सकते हैं तो कैसे कर सकते हैं. थोपना नहीं है हमने सीखा कि थोपना नहीं, आपको जबरदस्ती कि हम बहुत इंटेलिजेंट है तो हम थोप देंगे जाके. नो, दे आर मोर इंटेलिजेंट अस. वो बताएंगे कहाँ क्या करना है. सो दैट इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. उसके बाद वन मोर थिंग वांटेड टू अंडरस्टैंड कि वी आर टॉकिंग ऑल दिस इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर क्रिएशन एवरीथिंग, क्लाइमेट रेजिलेंट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर विच इज़ नीड द वर्ल्ड. क्योंकि हम क्लाइमेट चेंज की बात कर रहे हैं, बहुत बार जा रहे हैं, कॉप में जा रहे हैं, जो भी एसेट्स क्रिएट कर रहे हैं. फॉर एग्जाम्पल यू टेक टॉयलेट, वॉट एवर इट इज़, उस पर हम क्लाइमेट रेजिलेंट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर खड़े कर रहे हैं कि नहीं कर रहे हैं. द एसडीजी इंडिकेटर्स 9 and 9.1 विच इंडिकेट दैट क्लाइमेट रेजिलेंट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर हमें करना है. कैन वी थिंक ऑन दोज लाइन्स कि कैसे हम काम कर रहे हैं जहाँ क्लाइमेट चेंज कम हो उस पर. थर्ड इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग, ऑक्यूपेशनल हेल्थ हज़ार पे काम कर रहे हैं. बिकॉज वर्कर्स को हम देते हैं सब कुछ, बट दे आर लेस पेड. 5,000, 6,000, 3,000 देते हैं, उनको सबसे ज़्यादा देना चाहिए हमको. एंड वी हैव टू ऑर्गेनाइज फ्यू ट्रेनिंग्स फॉर देम कि ऑक्यूपेशनल हेल्थ हज़ार पे कैसे काम करें. काफ़ी सारी बीमारियाँ होती है. सेप्टिक टैंक क्लीनर्स जो होते हैं वो 40 साल से ज़्यादा जिंदा नहीं होते हैं. दे डाई आफ्टर 40 years. उनका स्किन डिजीज एवरीथिंग कम्स. और वी डोंट हैव डाटा ऑन दैट इन इंडिया. एवरी डे देयर इज़ वन डेथ एटलीस्ट इन सिटी या अर्बन एरिया में ले लो. वी डोंट हैव डाटा ऑन दैट. कितने लोग मर जाते हैं सेप्टिक टैंक क्लीन करते करते. सो कैन वी थिंक ऑन दिस थिंग्स अपार्ट फ्रॉम इन दी LHI और मे बी मॉडल एरियाज दैट these are the issues where we have to really work on कि occupational health hazard पे काम कर सकते हैं. work on nature-based technologies, more on that. Climate resilient technologies पे ज़्यादा काम करना हमें, so that the carbon footprint आप जब हम बात कर रहे हैं climate action पे, climate change पे है, उस पे हम कैसे कम कर सकते हैं. So these are 3-4 things. I think these are the thought process which we have to really inculcate down the line, where we speak and we start doing the LH implementation or model is. We try to imbibe all these things कि planning stage में हम क्या करना है, कैसे इसको हम आगे लेके जाएं. Let us do some few models in the country. Maybe few GPs you take up. Let us take a few GPs and demonstrate these climate resilient model, nature-based technologies, simple technologies also, and let us see how it works. It works. So yeah, sorry. I think she explained everything. So you see this. So asset creation language SBCC. Asset आप create कर दोगे, लेकिन साथ साथ में आपको IEC और IEC से ज़्यादा आपको SBCC करना है, सोशल बिहेवियर कम्युनिकेशन पे ज़्यादा काम करना है, बिहेवियर चेंज पे. अनलेस उसका काम नहीं होगा आपका. Yeah, these are things are just going. PR access, simple text सब हर लोग करते हैं, लेकिन इस पर आपको समझाना पड़ेगा कि क्या एग्जैक्टली करना है आपको. भाई हम आपके गांव में आए हैं काम करने के लिए, ठीक है आप काम करो, लेकिन इन्वॉल्व करो उनको किस पे करना है. सो दे अंडरस्टैंड बेटर देन अस उनके गांव के बारे में. सी देयर आर फ्यू कम्युनिटी विमेन कह रहे हैं, हम विमेन को इन्वॉल्व करेंगे. द सेम टाइम ऑल्सो यू हैव टू इन्वॉल्व मेल ऑल्सो. कि होता क्या है ना, गांव में हम लोग ज़्यादा फोकस क्या हो जाता है फीमेल करके. मेल बोलते ठीक है आपका काम है, मेल फीमेल करेगी, हमें तो नहीं करना है. डिसीजन मेकिंग में बहुत काम आता है कि दोनों के साथ करें. जेंडर का मतलब ये नहीं कि सिर्फ फीमेल ही करे. लाइक इन ओडिशा ट्रांसजेंडर कम्युनिटी पूरा वेस्ट को मैनेज करती है, ड्रिंकिंग वाटर सप्लाई मैनेज करती है. सो दे ऑल्सो कलेक्ट यूजर फी. ट्रांसजेंडर कम्युनिटी, हैव यू थॉट ऑफ लाइक इन्वॉल्विंग ट्रांसजेंडर कम्युनिटी इन दीज एक्टिविटीज व्हेन यू टॉक अबाउट जेंडर. तो ये बहुत जरूरी है आपको. So these are few pictures I'm just putting. I'm not getting into textual this thing. So we did all these things along with the state government support, everything. So it's going to be kind of mutual this thing. Assets creation किया हुआ है. We involve children or school children also. क्योंकि बहुत जरूरी है, because we have been talking to school children for last 20-30 years कि they are the मसीहा है. The key takeaways which understood that आपको continuously ऐसा नहीं कि आपने अच्छा 1 साल कर दिया then you leave. नहीं होता है, because you have created assets. बट यू हैव टू एंगेज देम. हम लोग बोलते हैं ना कि कम्युनिटी मैनेज करते हैं. कम्युनिटी को वी हैव टू मैनेज कम्युनिटीज. वी हैव टू एंगेज देम, नॉट मैनेजिंग देम. अगर आप बोलोगे मैनेज करेंगे तो भाग जाएंगे. वी हैव टू एंगेज देम. सो वी हैव टू रियली स्टार्ट कॉइन दिस टर्म्स. बहुत सिंपल वर्ड है कम्युनिटी एंगेजमेंट, कम्युनिटी मैनेजमेंट पे. Yeah, these are few pictures from ISA team visited last time and we met the SMD office everywhere. So this is like बहुत ही हैप्पीएस्ट मोमेंट होता है कि आप कुछ करते हो ऑन द ग्राउंड, देन यू सी द रिजल्ट्स, बट यू हैव टू गो माइल्स. इट्स नॉट जस्ट ईयर 1 year. कीप ऑन डूइंग दिस थिंग्स. या सो माय लास्ट वर्ड्स once again, let us work on this seeing is believing concept, create some kind of climate resilient technologies, resilience, nature based technologies, and involve communities because they are the forefronters of that. उनके लिए हम काम कर रहे हैं, so कल साथ में काम करना है. Yeah, thank you so much for giving this opportunity and thank you.
Chandrakant sir, CEO, COO Community Development, Ambuja Cement Foundation will present his experience under LHI in Gujarat.
Can you arrange the presentation? So I will, in the interest of time, let me start. I think we have heard from secretary, from the state representative, corporates, Tata Trust representative. At different level, I think we have seen the perspective from the secretary ma'am. I think it's a mammoth task, but very happy to learn that there are about 20% of country's village are moving in this direction of solid and liquid, having solid and liquid management system in place and at different stage of their journey. Ambuja Cement Foundation, as a part of LHI, has taken up this responsibility in 4 states, which is Gujarat, Maharashtra, Rajasthan, Himachal Pradesh, 5 districts, 7 block, 14 panchayat and 28 villages. So as mentioned, I will be focusing on Gujarat. The journey at different state has been very different. So in the interest of time, I will just focus on few learning which we have during this process. I think first and very important is I think a lot of work which we have done in SBM1, where we have lots of focus on behavior change communication, social behavior change communication is already there. How we can build on those aspects and make it as a community initiative under LHI, and how that individual behavior change perspective can now become community level initiative, because it's observed that as an individual, I think we have changed our behavior a lot, but when we are in public or in a common places, that behavior is again still a problem, and that is creating problem when it comes to solid and liquid waste management, whether it is urban or a rural context in our area, in the country. So that is the foremost. Secondly, the size of population is very significantly across the villages, from few hundred to few thousand up to 10,000, 12,000. And I think Manoj was very right that we need to be little innovative and bring very innovative solutions which were already there, I think, in some or other way, where we deploy those solutions in a small setup, which is cost effective and easy to maintain and owned by the community. Third things, I think with 75 Gram Panchayat and many partners in about 7-8 states, I think it's high time, like I think Binoy mentioned about, to reflect on and prepare a very A4 size experience sheet at what are the key things and how we want to now scale up in the next phase will be very crucial in terms of taking the next phase, and where we can at least remove the time lags which we experienced during first phase. I think it was a very difficult time when we sign up this for initial 4 or 5 months, at least ISC team, and we were interacting continuously, and sometime it was frustrating situation if things are not moving. But I think with the experience of last almost now 1 year, I think we can connect those dots and put a framework where we can fast track this process and implement in a mission mode in time to come. So I think in terms of this particular initiative in Gujarat, the village is Gir Somnath in Gujarat. I'm sorry. So I will not skip few slides here. I think this is the Vadnagar village, which is a fairly large village with a population of 10,000 plus person, as well as having 1,700 plus households. So it's a fairly large village, and at the same time the second village is very tiny village with less than 1,000 population, and we are almost completing the entire village plan which we have prepared for both this village. So the situation was similar what we have learned or here since morning. I think there was no system, there was lack of awareness and attitude toward cleanliness in general. Effort for Gram Panchayat was not looking at this as a problem and in their area. So I think that's igniting those spark was a initial focus, and I think once that was done, I think, and with focus with engaging with the district and the block team and the state team, I think things started rolling down, and finally we could achieve what was planned. So all these are the processes I have outlined, but I will skipping that because this is similar what we have heard from other speakers. And this is what we have built in terms of infrastructures, and now things are in place. We are focusing on operationalizing everything in terms of building capacity, training and all that, so that now it operate at the optimum level and we achieve the objective. Behavior change was a constant process throughout the journey at all the level, and I think we have worked with the school, we have worked with the self-help group in the villages, we have worked with the farmer groups, cleanliness drive we have organized and campaign and everything was done there. Role of the Gram Panchayat was crucial and activation of that role took little time, but I think we are happy to say that now Gram Panchayat own the entire project and they are taking the responsibility. One of the interesting thing, especially in the Vadnagar village, which is a fairly large village, where plastic collection was done through a institutional process. A SHG specifically started the process. An SHG is part of the Gujarat Livelihood Promotion Company GLPC NRLM program, and they are collecting these plastic waste. They are getting 10 rupees per kg, and they have further MOU with Ambuja Cement to process that plastic, and Ambuja Cement is also providing 4 rupees for transportation and logistic cost. And happy to say that in, I think, last 2 months only they have collected about 2,500 kg of plastic and supplied to Ambuja Cement. So that kind of thing, and basis this experience, foundation has signed agreement with district administration to replicate this in all the panchayat of the district. If any panchayat is interested in supplying plastic waste collected at in their respective panchayat, so that is also one of the development which we had during this LHI, that how we can move from experience of one panchayat to the larger area, and the cement cleaner has that facility of utilizing that waste plastic as an energy source, and that is what we are focusing here for at the district scale also, and how we can establish the supply chain and work toward a robust mechanism for the handling the plastic waste. So this was about that self-help group and how they are collecting plastic and supplying to Ambuja Cement. So in terms of outcome, I have only mentioned few of them, but in both the villages, I think all the plan interventions are completed in terms of processes, in terms of behavior change communication, in infrastructure, operation, training and maintenance. Now it is, since we are already there as a foundation for long term, we will definitely work with the community to ensure the operation of this infrastructure, and keep working with the community to plug the gaps and bring some innovative technology in terms of managing liquid waste and all that. And that's where we are, and very happy to be part of this initiative, and thank you Natasha and team for inviting me to share my experience. I think it's a wonderful journey altogether, because working together is comes with some certain challenge, but once we overcome those challenges, I think we have fantastic result which we are listening from the morning. So thank you so much, and looking forward to working together for a larger scale.
Thank you, Chandrakant sir. Now we will break for lunch, but before we do so, because we've run out of time, we are going to have to cut down on the question answer session. In case you do have questions, please reach out to ISC and we'll be happy to address all of them. And we look forward to all our corporates, working with us under LHI 2, which we will be launching soon. Thank you. We reconvene at 2:15. Please do come back at 2:15.
Chirantini, just ask those ladies to all come in. May I request all of you to come up front? It will be much better from a hearing perspective. Please try and come up front. Don't sit right there at the back. Come up front, please. Naomi, has everyone come in? Please hurry up and call them in, all in. And ask Chirantini to come here, please. She can start. We'll start. Chirantini.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can we settle down, please? Hello. Okay, so this session is all about how we can manage plastic waste. The Plastic Circular Cities is an attempt to understand the present solid waste management, namely plastic waste management, practices gaps across 6 cities of Maharashtra with 1 million plus population. This project is funded in its initial stage by Godrej Consumer Products Limited and implemented by 3 expert agencies. This session will be opened by Ms. Ahuna Ghosh, GM Godrej Sustainable Green, Godrej Consumer Products Limited. Followed by presentations by the 3 implementing partners who would be sharing their plan with us and giving us an insight into their approach, followed by a few words. Can we call upon our first presenter? Suraj is here. Why don't you all come up on stage? Actually, we would like to request Ahuna Ghosh, GM Godrej Sustainable Green, to open the session and speak to us about her project.
Thanks, Chirantini. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. We can start, I think. So urban India generates nearly 42 million tons of solid municipal waste annually. To put that in perspective, that is equal to 35,000 truckloads of waste per minute. Currently, our per capita generation of waste has been between 200 to 600 grams. However, within the next 3 decades, this number is expected to double. Solid waste is a tricky issue with multiple interdependent and complex factors. So whose mess is this to clean up? The government? The government of India has not only acknowledged this challenge, but stands unparalleled in its ambitious approach with the solid waste management rules and PCR use. But waste affects everyone, and each one of us has contributed to these mountains of waste, so we all need to come together to clean it up. At Godrej Consumer Products, we have been running integrated solid waste management projects since 2016 and have worked with 12 municipalities across India in a public-private people-citizen partnership model. We have been able to successfully divert over 15,000 tons of solid waste away from landfills, but this is just a drop in the ocean. Through our work, we have learned that many more of us need to come together. Corporates can collaborate with the government and help build waste management infrastructure. In turn, local authorities can educate and enforce regulations requiring households to segregate waste. Moreover, corporates need to look at the entire value chain of waste management and not just focus on recycling. If we don't get involved in the ecosystem of waste, we will not be able to unlock the potential value of our waste and how to leverage that to run sustainable businesses. Today's session by ISC and our partners Sampurna Earth, Recity and Feedback Foundation is an attempt to help you understand our current solid waste management systems and recognize our collective responsibility. Our hope is to work together and together make India's ambitious vision a reality.
I now request Mr. Suraj Nandkumar of Recity to share his presentation with us.
So I believe I'm audible. All of you guys are after lunch. I hope I can retain your attention for the next quick 10 minutes in which I'll be sharing the incredible amount of hard work ISC and Godrej and all the team members here have put together to build this project to create circular cities across 6 different areas in Maharashtra. A very quick introduction to Recity. We are a circular waste management company, and our purpose is to keep plastics in the economy and out of the environment. There are 3 areas that we particularly focus on. One is to arrest plastic pollution in cities. Second is to increase the recovery of plastics and circular material, bring it to circular economy. And third is to improve the traceability. So one thing we have to be very clear of is that the problem is waste management, and we specialize also in plastics, because at cities, plastic is not something that you get very easily from the material. There's a lot of investment that is made into recovering plastics from this waste as well. And the systems involved in building this kind of change are kind of very diverse. So Recity has experience of working in, we're very fortunate to have many of our current supporters and patrons in the audience. We are one of the largest programs that are being implemented by Nestle, Godrej, PepsiCo, and many large brands who are here. And one of the things that we have also learned is the diverse experience in implementing across multiple geographies. Because every 100 kilometers, we have a new country that speaks a different language and different systems and different processes. Unless we have the capability to accept that reality, solving for waste management problem is almost impossible. So here I would like to kind of bring into you the 2 cities that we are focusing on. One is Vasai Virar and second is Mira Bhayandar in Mumbai. Now you have to understand that these are parts of a very large mega urban region called as Mumbai Metropolitan Urban Region, and these are also very aspirational, ambitious cities by themselves. For the sake of argument, we will just focus on one city so that you can get the numbers in place. We were kind of thinking, how do we work with urban local bodies that have access to so much capital and still they are not very functional in terms of their solid waste management systems as well. What can we do in such cities? Can behavioral change? It's not that they don't have access to consultants. They have access to consultants, they have access to infrastructure, they have the access to the best quality people that are possibly available on this planet. What is the challenge that will excite them to participate in this program and build with us? So one of the things that we were actually focusing on is what is the cost of operations. So if you look deeper into the value proposition, if you look at Vasai Virar area, it has 16 lakh population. We're talking about 620 metric tons right now of waste generation. In the next 7 years, we're looking at in the ballpark of 1000 metric tons plus waste generation per day. Now you're talking about a municipal corporation is going to double its waste generation over a period of time. And if you look at the cost per se, they are expending right now, if you look at the total cost of municipal solid operations is 10 rupees per kilo. We had access to the financial documents and we went deeper into municipal finance to understand what is the value proposition for them to work with us. So when we looked into that, there were two very clear areas. One is the cost of collection and transportation and the cost of processing and disposal. Essentially in the absence of, and this is happening at a centralized level right now, where all the municipal trucks collect waste and dump at the centralized landfill, and the landfill is very high. And they're on the other side, they're spending money to do bioremediation to recover the land also to make it flat. Now we went deeper into this entire conversation and we started looking at, I'm sorry, it's not changing with this. Yeah. So we also looked at what is the revenue here. When the urban local body is spending 10 rupees per kilo, how much are they making in return? So here they are not collecting user fee, it is built into the property tax that they are recovering. And right now they are in the capacity of recovering in the ballpark of 3.89 rupees per kilo is what the recovery is, and the rest is subsidiary funding that is placed by the municipal budget. So we have a 7 rupees delta that is being, that our hard earned money that is going through property tax and other taxes is being spent to dump waste at the landfill. Now if you look at the revenue patterns also, the percentage of money recovered through user fee, through stamp duty and other things is also going to increase because a lot of effort is being put. And trust me, running a city of this scale is not easy. To put that many number of vehicles, that many staff at work and contractors and concessionaires is not really easy. But having built that, if we look at the viability gap, starting from 185 rupees, 185 crores right now of deficit, they are looking at an increased spending up to 272 crores per annum just for processing and dumping waste at the landfill. Now, how do we solve this problem? And the value proposition that we are willing to give the municipal administration is that, what if we can add 2 revenue streams to our existing business model? So we built that value proposition saying that if we can imagine a day in which urban local bodies become or help the transition to circular economy, that is whatever is the waste, because there is, if the material enters into municipal stream, it is the property of the municipal corporation. It can decide to do something, it can decide to give ownership of that material to the concessionaire, or it can choose to do something with it itself. So here is the value proposition. If these 2 revenue streams, one is automated material recovery facility and second is the EPR, extended producer responsibility. If these 2 revenue streams can be created in the municipal corporation, there is significant opportunity to raise capital here. Now having said that, it is not rocket science. Municipal corporations run solid treatment plants, they run large scale material recovery facilities also. In case of Indore, they are running large-scale biomethanation plants and so many things are happening. This is only an incremental change. If this incremental change is absorbed into the municipal system, we can look at one of the largest revenue generators for urban India going forward. We built the model on this internally to look at what can happen. The model generates an IRR of 12% just by adding an automated material recovery facility, which is operational in Mumbai right now. Right now, Antony Lara runs a facility, and if similar facilities are operated at a centralized level. So here, when we saw this, and we came across a very beautiful document built by Godrej and Dasra, in which, this is the process of solving India's waste management problem essentially. On my right corner is the job of sorting of material, a centralized facility where in the ballpark of 1000 metric tons of waste is unloaded. If the municipal corporation is able to sort it into different categories. Now you have to understand, there are 2 parts of the story. A landfill is mismanaged opportunity, but if you process the waste in the right price point, the right quality, right quantum and the right specification, there are people willing to pay money for the feedstock. It is for us to understand what is the quality that has to be achieved for it to happen. Beautifully here, Godrej has put together a system in which if municipal corporation plays the role of sortation and collection, then there can be a PPP model in which multiple recyclers can be integrated, right from organic waste all the way to paper, which already right now happens informal sector. Why can't urban local bodies take that ownership? Anyways, they have to tender it. They have access to land after bioremediation. Why can't these processes be built into our urban cities that have the resources, have the quantum, and have the muscle to implement it? So here are 5 areas. This is one open request to all of you also, if you are looking at expanding into newer cities. This is one of the opportunity that ISC and Godrej have put together to engage other partners as well. And in the due course of this presentation, the next quick 5 slides, I'll be sharing the opportunities in which you could co-invest into the project and build the project with us. So first is an automated material recovery facility. ReCity right now is building 3 400 metric ton per day facilities. We have the capabilities and the engineering capabilities to build such facilities and to operate them. And here is one of the solutions that we would be suggesting to the existing concessionaire of municipal corporations, where they are currently in the absence of source segregation. There has to be a solution today, no? Source segregation and other activities will happen over a period of time. But right now, what are we going to do with the 600 metric tons of waste that's being dumped at the landfill? Can the municipal corporation deploy mechanical sortation solutions where the urban local body has the money? They are requiring technical expertise. Can we invest into building technical expertise with the best machine manufacturers and implementers globally and provide them a technical report so that they can implement a tender and get the best quality solutions here? The second area is, you have to understand that municipal solid waste management 2016 guidelines requires waste management be done decentralized. Now you have to understand, in urban India, where land is so expensive, for government to deploy land for new facilities can be challenging. What if we already have so many aggregators and scrap dealers are already functioning? They are for now currently tax paying entities and SMEs as well. Why can't the administration accept them and bring them on board and invest into formalizing them so that they can also participate in the decentralized process of waste processing? There can be multiple models in terms of doing this. As one of the examples is in Pondicherry itself, where the government has invested into a small material recovery facility. But when we did a survey, there are 85 scrap dealers who are working in very deplorable no facilities at all. So can we build this transition from scrap dealers to authorized material recovery facilities that are operating under the larger ambit of urban local bodies and helping them solve the problem in the first place? It's a very small money for the urban local body to invest into them and to create this kind of value proposition. The third value proposition is to invest into vehicles. One of the biggest challenges is collection in India. Even if a lot of entities are investing into behavioral change, one of the biggest struggles in big cities is waste collection in the first place. If waste is not collected, then what will happen to the waste? People will dump it in places that nobody's eyes is catching. And whatever investment that you make in IEC also goes to waste. So here is one of the important areas, is that if certain donors here are looking at investing into infrastructure assets for urban local bodies, collection vehicles can be small collection vehicles can be a very great investment here to kind of showcase, to invest into slum areas and areas that are not currently accessible. And lastly is the behavioral change aspect of it. If you have an end of life solution available, investing into behavioral change makes complete sense. Is because there is a return of investment. You are aiding the urban local body for long-term sustainability. That is the first point, and especially in big cities, in the absence of a decentralized or a centralized processing engagement, it is going to be very, very difficult. And the last, the foremost part is accountability. If you are investing into companies as implementation partners like us, it is very important for us to give you return of value. We have to give you a traceability of the material. That is, the KPI should be how much of material has been processed into circularity. How many waste workers have been given better training so they could achieve the better outcomes? How much revenue or how much of sustainability have you brought into the cash flows of these facilities? Are you able to integrate forward partners to work with these kind of entities to create consistent revenue for running of operations of plants? These are bigger questions that need to be answered when the project is being curated. So from an impact perspective, a Vasai Virar project will achieve 620 metric tons. That the DPR, the baseline study that we are currently invested into, will give a strategic plan in terms of where can we intervene to show a very small scale quick solution, but also how can multiple brand owners and the government also, how can we align with the expectations of the government and build a better value proposition here. It will also focus on 2,500 waste workers and will unlock in two revenue streams for the urban local body in either pilot form or in scaled form. So here is a summary of the areas in which brand owners can engage. Very clearly, from an environment protection standpoint, you can engage with us in terms of building systems, behavioral change and other aspects. Focus on informal sectors, specifically on waste workers and informal waste workers, and bringing them into the supply chain and creating value proposition for them to become entrepreneurs. Creating economic resilience by investing into informal actors right now, that is scrap dealers, and transforming them into more formal actors. And lastly, infrastructure, helping the government procure the best case infrastructure, because it's our job to give them the technical input and then it's their job to kind of build it. So here is the 4 areas value proposition that ReCity has to offer if you're investing into Vasai Virar and Meera Bhayandar. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nandkumar, for highlighting how corporates can participate in the process. Now I request Mr. Ajay Sinha, CEO of Feedback Foundation, to present on the approach they wish to adopt for the research, the step-by-step collection process.
थैंक यू सो मच. मेरा नाम अजय सिन्हा है. फॉर अ चेंज हिंदी में बोलना चाहूँगा. इस तरह के वर्कशॉप्स में बहुत कम बोलने का मौका मिला है. महाराष्ट्र से जितना कुछ सीखा है हम लोगों ने, अगर आप लोगों ने देखा होगा रालेगांव सिद्धि, हिवरे बाजार, असगांव, ये सब ऐसा गांव है जो कि पूरे देश को दिशा दिखाया है. 94 to 98 IAS ऑफिसर्स का ट्रेनिंग करता था हम रालेगांव सिद्धि में. पुनः इस बार मौका मिला है कि महाराष्ट्र में कुछ ऐसा किया जाए 2 शहर में, पुणे औरंगाबाद, जो कूड़ा कचरा प्रबंधन का दिशा और दशा बदले. पिछले 6-7 साल से गॉडेस कंज्यूमर्स, गॉडेस प्रॉपर्टीज़, LIC हाउसिंग और अदर पार्टनर से लगभग 45 शहरों में, नायरा के प्रतिनिधि यहाँ बैठे हैं, लगभग 45 शहरों में कूड़ा कचरा प्रबंधन को समझने का प्रयास हम लोग कर रहे हैं. एक चीज़ तो समझ में आया है कि अभी तक का जो प्रथा है कूड़ा को उठा करके जो फेंकने का, आज मैं आकलन कर रहा था कि जितने भी टिपिंग फी लेते हैं एजेंसी कलेक्शन, ट्रांसपोर्टेशन, प्रोसेसिंग एंड ट्रीटमेंट का, लगभग 2500 रुपया पर टन, यानी 2.5 रुपया पर केजी, और लिगेसी वेस्ट लगभग 2 रुपया पर केजी. तो 4.5 रुपया पर केजी जो है हम पर केजी वेस्ट ऐड कर रहे हैं कूड़ा को फेंकने के लिए. तो ऐसा कौन सा एक दिशा हम बदले कि जो एग्जिस्टिंग सॉलिड वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट प्रैक्टिसेस हैं इस प्रोसेस को रिवर्स करें. उदाहरण के तौर पर अभी पूरा सिस्टम सेंट्रलाइज सिस्टम है. अगर पुणे में भी जाएंगे, औरंगाबाद में भी जाएंगे, सब जगह लैंडफिल साइट है और 400-500 टन कूड़ा जो पूरा लैंडफिल साइट में फेंका जा रहा है. तो 5-6 साल से ये कर रहे हैं क्या इस पूरे प्रोसेस को रिवर्स किया जाए क्या, कि कूड़ा जहाँ पैदा हो रहा है वहीं पर ख़त्म करो. क्या क्लस्टर अप्रोच में जा सकते हैं क्या डिसेंट्रलाइज मॉडल में जा सकते हैं क्या? दैट इज व्हाट वी कॉल जीरो वेस्ट. तो क्या शहर को जीरो वेस्ट किया जा सकता है क्या? और दूसरा जो सबसे बड़ा परिवर्तन है जीरो कॉस्ट. अभी बता रहे थे इकोनॉमी ऑफ स्केल की बात कर रहे थे सूरज जी. इसमें भी दिशा बदलने की ज़रूरत है. अभी एक कॉरपोरेशन जो है लगभग 2500 रुपया पर टन कूड़ा के कलेक्शन, ट्रांसपोर्टेशन, प्रोसेसिंग एंड ट्रीटमेंट. ध्यान दें, जब मैं कहता हूं तो लोग मुझ पर हंसते हैं. 2017 से हंस रहे थे मेरे ऊपर, ये क्या बेवकूफ़ी वाली बात करते हैं आप. संभव है क्या ये? एक म्यूनिसिपल कॉरपोरेशन जो है 1 टन कूड़ा को कलेक्शन, ट्रांसपोर्टेशन, प्रोसेसिंग एंड ट्रीटमेंट के लिए लगभग 2500 टन, 25 रुपया पर टन खर्च करती है. जब मैं 2017 में जब मैंने कहा था कि ये जो आपका 2500 या 2000 पर टन है, ये क्या जीरो कर सकते हैं क्या? दिस व्हाट वी कॉल जीरो वेस्ट. यानी पूरा जो सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी, जो कलेक्शन, ट्रांसपोर्टेशन, प्रोसेसिंग एंड ट्रीटमेंट का जो कॉस्ट है, वो क्या वेस्ट स्ट्रीम के माध्यम से रिकवर हो सकता है क्या? थ्रू यूजर चार्ज, सेल ऑफ रिसाइकलेबल्स, सेल ऑफ कंपोस्ट, सेल ऑफ RDF, सेल ऑफ वैल्यू एडेड प्रोडक्ट्स, जो हमारे वेस्ट स्ट्रीम्स हैं, हो सकता है क्या? तो जब 2017 में जब एक वर्कशॉप में मैंने बताया था, तो उन्होंने कहा था कि बोलने में तो बहुत ही आसान है, करके दिखाओ, तब तो समझे हम। भारत का पहला एक ऐसा वार्ड जो नथवावाला देहरादून म्युनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन में है, पहला वार्ड पूरे भारत का। यहाँ से 4 घंटे की जर्नी है, कभी आप लोग जाएं। 17,000 की आबादी है, यानी एक वार्ड 17,000, यानी एक नगर पंचायत से भी बड़ी है वो। इट्स ऑलमोस्ट लाइक अर्बन लोकल बॉडी। वो 2.5 साल पहले जीरो वेस्ट भी हुआ, जीरो कॉस्ट भी हुआ, और सिटीजन्स ने अर्बन लोकल बॉडीज को 33 लाख का क्रॉस सब्सिडाइज किया है। यानी अगर ये प्रोजेक्ट नहीं होता तो 33 लाख अर्बन लोकल बॉडीज को खर्च करना पड़ता। उसका इम्पैक्ट क्या हुआ? मैं चाहता हूं यहां पर कॉर्पोरेट्स जो है आपका रोल चाहिए। पैसे की ज़्यादा समस्या नहीं है देश में, हर एक अर्बन लोकल बॉडीज के पास पैसा है, लेकिन दिशा दिखाने वाला नहीं है कोई उनको। अभी नागपुर में मैं गया, नागपुर में उनके पास पैसे थे, बेसला पीपला में काम कर रहे हैं, वाड़ी मिल काउंसिल में काम कर रहे हैं, बोले पैसे तो है, क्या कर रहे हैं उससे? जेसीबी खरीदा जा रहा है, डस्टबिन बांटा जा रहा है। क्यों बांट रहे हो? फाइनेंशियल ईयर क्लोजर हो रहा है ना, खर्च करना है। कौन वो दिशा दिखाएगा उसको? कैसे आप जीरो वेस्ट कर सकते हो? तो फाइनली वी हैव स्टार्टेड नाउ नागपुर, बेसला पीपला वाडी स्टार्ट किया हमने। तो एज कॉर्पोरेट्स आपसे जो सहयोग चाहिए, टेक्निकल नो हाउ ट्रांसफर, ट्रेनिंग एंड कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग, मैसिव ओरिएंटेशन ऑफ द स्वच्छता साथीज, बिल्डिंग क्रिएटिंग चैंपियंस। कमिश्नर आज हम इंदौर में 5 साल से काम कर रहे हैं। लोग पूछता है इंदौर नंबर 1 सिटी 6 बार से हुआ है, कैसे हुआ है? नो, हमने नहीं किया है, सिटीजन्स नहीं किया है, वो तो बात की बात है। वो वहां का जो कमिश्नर मनीष सिंह और आशीष सिंह, जिला पंचायत का चेयरमैन, उन लोगों ने किया है। वो दिन रात लगाए, यानी एक पागल 100 पागल तैयार करता है। हमारा आपसे सहयोग क्या चाहिए? सब सहयोग चाहिए कि ऐसे पागल तैयार किए जाए। पागल मतलब वो पागल खाना वाला पागल नहीं, कमिश्नर्स, पॉलिटिकल लीडर्स, मेयर्स, म्युनिसिपल काउंसिल के काउंसिलर्स, इनको जितना हम ओरिएंटेशन, ट्रेनिंग, कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग करें, थ्रू एक्सपोजर विजिट्स करें, ये जितने चैंपियंस के रूप में निकलेंगे उतना काम आपका आसान हो जाएगा। हम जब स्टार्ट करते हैं, शहर में जाते हैं, हम नहीं बोलते कॉर्पोरेट आपके पास आएगा ना, हम अपने बूथ पर अपने शर्त पर काम करते हैं। आपको डिसेंट्रलाइज करना है तो बोलो, जीरो वेस्ट करना है तो बोलो, जीरो वेस्ट करना है तो बोलो। आपके पास ज़मीन है, ज़मीन दिखाओ, ज़मीन के लिए, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के लिए आपके पास मतलब पैसे है, वो बताओ। ये पूरे कंडीशंस पूरा करते हैं, तब कहते हैं कॉर्पोरेट्स विल कम हेल्प यू। तो ये जो आपका सेकंड, बहुत में आगे बढ़े, तो मैंने जैसे बताया कि 2 उद्देश्य पर काम करते हैं कि शहर को जीरो वेस्ट करो और जीरो कॉस्ट करो। यानी 2 साल, एक शहर 3 साल के अंदर जीरो कॉस्ट हो सकता है। गॉडरेज प्रॉपर्टी लिमिटेड के पालसबाड़ी में काम कर रहे हैं, 60% कॉस्ट रिकवरी हो रहा है। मालनपुर में 40% कॉस्ट रिकवरी हो रहा है, 1.5 साल का प्रोजेक्ट है। गॉडरेज का ही एक प्रोजेक्ट बुधनी में है, 80% कॉस्ट रिकवरी हो रहा है, अभी 2 साल हुआ है। यानी 3 साल में एक शहर जो है जीरो कॉस्ट स्टेटस अटेन कर लेता है। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड। जब भी काम करें हम गवर्नमेंट के प्रोग्राम से लाइन करें, स्टैंड अलोन नहीं होगा। गवर्नमेंट हैज टू ओन द एंटायर थिंग। उनको लैंड प्रोवाइड करना है, उनको पैसे देने हैं, उनको मैन पावर, फंड, फंक्शन एंड फंक्शनरीज के साथ कन्वर्जेंस करने होंगे। जब तक वो नहीं करते हैं, कॉर्पोरेट सपोर्ट विल गो इन वेन। मैंने देखा है बहुत बार कॉर्पोरेट, हमारे पास पैसे हैं, आप खर्च करो ना, दैट विल गो इन वेन। तो 7 A's अप्रोच विल शेयर द पीपीटी। 7 A's अप्रोच में आप किस तरह से स्केल अप करते हैं, जस्ट इमेजिन, अलाइन किया हमने गवर्नमेंट के साथ। 2 उदाहरण देता हूं मैं आपको। नथौवाला हमने किया across 72 urban local bodies. The same project is being piloted across Uttarakhand in a piecemeal manner, पूरा नहीं। गॉडरेज के साथ चक्राता किया, अभी फिल्म दिखाएंगे आपको। चक्राता जीरो वेस्ट किया, entire 62 cantonment boards have started using it, the same approach. Next. सॉलिड वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट के प्रति जो मिथ्स हैं उसको दूर करने में आप दूर करें। ऐसे भारत एक ऐसा देश है जहाँ पे कि वेस्ट का हिंदी परिभाषा हमारे पास नहीं है, एक शब्द हिंदी का नहीं है हमारे पास। सेग्रीगेशन इज द मिसनोमर। सेग्रीगेशन का मतलब मिक्स वेस्ट को अलग करना, कीप द वेस्ट अपार्ट। कीप द वेस्ट अपार्ट का कोई हिंदी शब्द है नहीं। तो हम अभी भी प्रिमिटिव स्टेज में हैं जहाँ तक सॉलिड वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट की बात करते हैं। बदबू देता है कि सोर्स सेग्रीगेशन नहीं होता है, एरोबिक से एनरोबिक में जाता है। तो ये सब जितने मिथ्स हैं, मिथ्स को दूर करने के लिए कॉर्पोरेट का सहयोग चाहिए, ताकि लोग कहें कि यू डोंट नीड लैंडफिल साइट। अभी भी लोग कहते हैं लैंडफिल साइट, अगर सोर्स सेग्रीगेशन होगा, जीरो वेस्ट विल गो टू लैंडफिल साइट। शहर विल नॉट लीड। आसाम गवर्नमेंट ने एक ऑर्डर पास किया, एवरी अर्बन लोकल बॉडी विल हैव अ लैंडफिल साइट। अरे इंस्टेड ऑफ फोकसिंग ऑन सोर्स सेग्रीगेशन। नेक्स्ट, ये 4 लर्निंग के साथ मैं करूंगा, फिल्म में जाऊंगा। बिहेवियर चेंज के लिए बहुत से कहते हैं आप आईसी कर दो, नुक्कड़ नाटक कर दो, पैम्पलेट कर दो, पोस्टर कर दो। लेट अस स्टॉप ऑल दिस। नुक्कड़ नाटक, पैम्पलेट, पोस्टर, ड्रामा, वॉल पेंटिंग, होर्डिंग्स, बैनर्स, ये मास अवेयरनेस क्रिएट करता है, एंड अवेयरनेस अलोन डज नॉट ब्रिंग अबाउट बिहेवियर चेंज। अभी अयोध्या म्युनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन बोला हर एक महीना एक होर्डिंग लगाओ। मैं दावे के साथ कहता हूं जहां पर होर्डिंग लगाएगा उसी के नीचे कूड़ा भी फेंका जाएगा। वी हैव टू एंटर इनटू ए इंटेंसिव कम्युनिटी एंगेजमेंट प्रोसेस, ट्रिगर अप्रोच। यहाँ पर बहुत से लोग ओडीएफ में काम किए होंगे, हमने हगंदारी मुक्त का काम किया था। हाउ डू वी ट्रिगर पीपल फॉर चेंज? पूरी उसका एक टूल साइकोलॉजी डेवलप्ड है। हाउ डू वी ब्रिंग अबाउट बिहेवियर चेंज? तो उसको फोकस करें, बिहेवियर चेंज को करें। सप्लाई मस्ट मीट एंड प्रीसीड द डिमांड। अभी आगरा म्युनिसिपल कमिश्नर बोलते हैं सिन्हा साहब बस आप आओ यहां पर और सोर्स सेग्रीगेशन करवा दो। हमने बोला ठीक है मैं करवा दूंगा, 3 महीने के अंदर करवा दूंगा। बोला हाँ आप सुना आपके बारे में बहुत, हम 90 डेज में कर देंगे। बोलो करने के बाद कूड़ा जाएगा कहाँ? वो तो लैंडफिल साइट में फेंकेंगे हम। तो फिर यहां पे क्यों करवा रहे हो? तो यहां पे क्यों करवा रहे हो फिर? सप्लाई मस्ट मीट द डिमांड। प्रोसेसिंग जब तक नहीं होगा, ट्रीटमेंट जब तक नहीं होगा, गाड़ी पार्टीशन नहीं होंगे, जब तक वो सप्लाई साइड इन प्लेस नहीं है, क्रिएटिंग डिमांड अलोन विल नॉट ब्रिंग अबाउट एनी चेंज। दैट इज द लर्निंग यू हैव टू टेक इट फॉर। आप महाराष्ट्र में काम करें, कहीं भी काम करें, फर्स्ट यू हैव टू सेट द कंडीशन वेयर आर द सप्लाईज। ओडीएफ डेज में मानता था, मैं ट्रिगर करता था, लोग शौचालय बनाते थे, लेकिन सॉलिड वेस्ट में नहीं है। सप्लाई मस्ट मीट द डिमांड, सप्लाई हैज टू बी सीन। सेकेंड लर्निंग। थर्ड इज बहुत लोग यूजर चार्ज नहीं देते हैं, लोग सोर्स सेग्रीगेट नहीं करते हैं। झूठ, नागरिकों के कंधे पर झूठ बोलते हैं लोग अलग अलग नहीं करते हैं। नागरिक टेलीफोन बिल क्यों पे करता है, बिजली बिल क्यों पे करता है, बस का फेयर क्यों पे करता है? क्योंकि दे गेट गारंटीड क्वालिटी सर्विस ऑन टाइम। उसी प्रकार अगर नागरिक को गारंटीड क्वालिटी सर्विस ऑन टाइम दिया जाएगा, फर्स्ट 3 मंथ्स में 60% लोग पे करते हैं। 100% नहीं करते क्योंकि फ्री में खाने की आदत है देश में। 60% करते हैं तो हाईली सब्सिडाइज कंट्री है हमारा। बुरा मानने की कोई इसमें बात नहीं है, वी आर हाईली सब्सिडाइज कंट्री। फर्स्ट 3 मंथ्स में 60% चेंज करते हैं। अगले 3 महीने में फेंस सीटर्स चेक करते हैं, 30% फेंस सीटर्स दूसरों को देख कर अपना व्यवहार बदलेंगे। 10% तो कुछ भी करो नहीं करेंगे, वो तो देश में उतना आज़ादी तो है हमारे पास, 10% को इग्नोर किया जाए। बट 90% मस्ट कम टुगेदर। If 90% come together, 90% will take care of the 10%. Why do we focus on the 10% all the time? And 10% नहीं करते इसलिए 90% भी नहीं करेगा, ऐसे लोग कहते हैं। तो ये है कि आपका है। और डिसेंट्रलाइज सॉलिड वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट आखिरी पॉइंट है, उसका फिल्म दिखाऊंगा मैं आपको। जब भी सॉलिड वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट में काम करें, पूरे शहर को डिसेंट्रलाइज मॉडल पर ले जाए। 5-5 टन कैपेसिटी का डिसेंट्रलाइज मॉडल होता है, क्योंकि 5 टन से ऊपर जाएंगे देन यू रिक्वायर अच्छी पॉलिसी चेंज फ्रॉम द आपका पोल्यूशन कंट्रोल बोर्ड, उसमें मत जाएं। 5-5 टन कैपेसिटी का कर 3-3 4-4 वार्ड को मर्ज करके मैं आपको दिखाता हूँ कुछ डिसेंट्रलाइज मॉडल। नेक्स्ट चलिए तो सर इसमें आइएगा, प्रोसेसिंग एंड ट्रीटमेंट। इसमें इस तरह का सैनिटेशन पार्क बनाएं, 10,000, 15,000, 20,000, 25,000 स्क्वायर फीट में बन सकता है। नेक्स्ट, ये आपका उत्तराखंड का है। ये पहले लिगेसी वेस्ट साइट हुआ करता था, विच हैज बीन कन्वर्टेड इनटू अ सैनिटेशन पार्क। जहाँ पर हमारे सोल्जर्स आते हैं, पीटी परेड होता है, ब्रिगेडियर साहब मीटिंग करते हैं यहाँ पर, जहाँ पर लीगेसी वेस्ट था वहाँ पर मीटिंग होती है, सेल्फी पॉइंट है वहाँ पर जकार्ता में। नेक्स्ट, नथवा वाला, एज आई सेड, नथवा वाला साइड 4 घंटे का जर्नी में जाकर देखे आप, वहाँ पर मेयर साहब वहाँ पर मीटिंग कॉल करते हैं, जो कि 6000 टन कूड़े को प्रोसेस किया है अभी तक, 6000 टन। बहुत से लोग कहते हैं ना, नहीं शहर घर के बगल में, कॉलोनी के बगल में नहीं बनेगा, कहते हैं लोग, नॉट इन माई बैकयार्ड सिंड्रोम, निम्बी सिंड्रोम कहते हैं, हमारे घर के पीछे नहीं बनाओ, ये मोहल्ले के बगल में बना है, देखिए चारों तरफ घर है। ये ऐसे मिथ को तोड़ने के लिए मतलब बनाया गया है नथवा वाला साइट। नेक्स्ट, ये आपका धनपुरी है, ये भी गॉडरेज के पार्टनर हैं जीपीएल, उनके साथ वेस्ट टू वेल्थ वंडर्स पार्क यहाँ बना है, वहाँ पर जाएं आप देखने के लिए। नेक्स्ट, आबू रोड राजस्थान का इज द फर्स्ट ऑफ इट्स काइंड। आबू रोड अभी माउंट आबू में स्टार्ट नहीं किया है, जिसमें कि ये कवर्स 10 वार्ड्स ऑफ द इंटायर आबू रोड नगर परिषद, जो जीरो वेस्ट हो गया है। जीरो कॉस्ट अभी नहीं हुआ है बिकॉज ऑफ द पेंडिंग इलेक्शन, अभी के बाद हम लोग जीरो कॉस्ट फोकस करेंगे अभी इलेक्शन के कारण। यू नो द सैनिटेशन चार्ज, यूजर चार्ज हैज़ गॉट अ पॉलिटिकल एंगल टू इट ऑल्सो। नेक्स्ट, आगरा म्यूनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन 6 वार्ड को 600 टन जाता है 30 किलोमीटर दूर लैंडफिल साइट में, लेकिन 7 वार्ड को कन्वर्ट किया गया है जीरो वेस्ट में। नेक्स्ट, बुधनी नगर परिषद हैपन्स टू बी द कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी ऑफ द ऑनरेबल चीफ मिनिस्टर, करंट चीफ मिनिस्टर। अब बुधनी को देख करके हमारे 40 नगर पंचायत एमपी में दे हैव अडॉप्टेड दिस मॉडल बुधनी, वेयर 40% ऑपरेटिंग कॉस्ट इज बीइंग मेट। अभी इलेक्शन के कारण अभी आगे का कलेक्शन नहीं हुआ है। नेक्स्ट, मालनपुर। नेक्स्ट, पालसबारी जीसीपीएल गॉडरेज कंज्यूमर के साथ, वह इज वन ऑफ इट्स काइंड प्रोजेक्ट इंटायर नॉर्थ ईस्ट। ये है ऑब्जेक्टिव इज टू एंटर इनटू इंटायर नॉर्थ ईस्ट, बिकॉज इंटायर नॉर्थ ईस्ट में लैंडफिल साइट है। दिस प्रोसेस हैज टू बी रिवर्स एंड जीसीपीएल वाज काइंड इनफ टू सपोर्ट दिस प्रोग्राम। नाउ दिस इज बीइंग स्केल्ड अप अक्रॉस, अभी रंगिया में करेंगे, नॉर्थ गुवाहाटी में करेंगे, और जगह गैंगटॉक में जा रहे करने के लिए। द इंटायर दिस मॉडल, एवरी डे 20-30 पीपल कम टू सी दिस पालसबारी नियर टू गुवाहाटी म्यूनिसिपल बोर्ड। नेक्स्ट, जामनगर नायरा के साथ हम लोग कर रहे हैं, इंक्यूबेशन सेंटर भी है। अभी परसों हमारी फिर से मीटिंग है नायरा के साथ, हाउ डू वी स्केल अप दिस अप्रोच इन जामनगर। वी आर गोइंग टू हैव मीटिंग विद द नायरा टीम एंड कमिश्नर। नेक्स्ट, पणजी में वी हैव 20 टन कैपेसिटी ऑफ प्लास्टिक वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट। कभी पणजी में आप जाएं, टेक द नंबर, गो एंड सी हाउ 20 टन ऑफ वेस्ट इज बीइंग प्रोसेस्ड एवरी डे एंड creating a revenue of roughly 22 lakhs per month. पैसे से भी पैसा कम, कूड़ा से भी पैसा कमा रहे हम तो। नेक्स्ट, झारसुगुड़ा ग्रामीण एरिया में है। लेट्स गो टू द फिल्म। नेक्स्ट, भुवनेश्वर में वी हैव मल्टीपल प्रोजेक्ट्स। जब भी भुवनेश्वर जाएं आप 5-6 साइट्स जाकर देखें कैसे जीरो वेस्ट हुआ है। फिल्म में आ जाए, फिल्म बस 2-2.5 मिनट का फिल्म है, देन विल क्लोज।
Nestled amidst the serene beauty of the Himalayas lie a charming hilly cantonment town in Uttarakhand, Chakrata. At an elevation of 2,118 meters, Chakrata has quickly become a major tourist destination. With a local population of around 5,000 and a constant footfall of tourists, Chakrata generates on average 2.5 tons of waste daily, along with an accumulated 3,580 metric tons of legacy waste. A challenge that needed a solution. That's when Chakrata Cantonment Board decided to act. They aimed for zero waste status in line with the government guidelines. In November 2022, partnering with Godrej Properties Limited through CSR initiatives, CCP joined hands with Feedback Foundation Charitable Trust to implement integrated decentralized solid waste management unit. Welcome to the bioremediation and biomining of landfill site and integrated decentralized solid waste management in Chakrata Cantonment Board, Uttarakhand. Let's take a look at phase 1, biomining and bioremediation. In this phase, the project will process entire 3,580 metric tons of legacy waste and to construct an material recovery facility MRF in an innovative concept of sanitation park. The presence of legacy waste can negatively impact the local ecosystem, polluting the environment and human health. Management of such waste requires a structured approach. Step 1. Sampling of waste. Sampling is done to understand the composition and quantity of legacy waste. This information helps in assessing the potential for bioremediation and biomining to help accelerate the biodegradation process. Step 2. Turning of waste in intervals. The turning breaks down the barriers, allowing for better contact with air between the contaminants and the microbial population, further facilitating the process. Step 3. Bioculture spray. A bioculture spray is a technique used to introduce specific microorganisms or microbial cultures to the contaminated site, which further helps in breakdown of legacy waste components. Step 4. Windrows. We create long narrow rows of waste to maximize air and waste interaction. And when methane and other gases are released, we spread the windrows to let in sunlight and air. Step 5. Putting waste into trommel or a separator machine. Here we start the biomining process by separating waste based on size, shape and density. Waste is loaded into the separator machine through a hopper or a conveyor belt system. The waste enters the rotating drum or a screen where it is subjected to various separation mechanisms by different size screening mesh. Step 6. Management of separated waste components. The recovered materials are sent for recycling either in a waste-to-energy conversion plant or any other appropriate disposal methods. Step 7. Site restoration. Once the waste management process are complete, site restoration activities are undertaken to restore the land to its original or an improved state. This concludes phase 1 of the project. Now let's take a look at phase 2, waste diversion and management. This phase aims to divert the flow of waste going into the landfills and to scientifically process upcoming 2,188 metric tons of daily waste during the period of next 3 years in a newly constructed MRF facility. After the bioremediation process, the work of construction of the facility started parallelly along the biomining process. The phase 2 management also encompasses intensive community mobilization through various IC initiatives. Feedback Foundation facilitators visit households daily, creating citizen groups and organizing events in pockets and institutions. They are sparking a change in how we view waste, emphasizing the 4R approach: refuse, reduce, reuse, and recycle. During these visits, triggering sessions are organized. Families and stakeholders are introduced to home composting and the importance of segregation of waste and the key points of Solid Waste Management Rules 2016. They learn to keep separated bins for dry, wet, biomedical and hazardous waste, as well as they are informed of user charges and economic benefits of the segregation of waste. The focus is on waste segregation at its source. Rallies were organized cleaning our streets, sensitizing citizens on a ban on single-use plastic and spreading the message of cleaner, greener Chakrata. This project isn't just about waste, but it aims to bring a positive behavioral change in the community. A typical day begins with door-to-door collection of waste, both from domestic and commercial waste generators. Each type of waste is carefully collected and transported separately to the sanitation park for processing. Dry waste and domestic hazardous waste undergo further sorting in the MRF into different categories. Sorted dry waste finds its way towards revenue generation with the sale of recyclables. Wet waste is processed in pits to convert into organic fertilizer. What remains after processing becomes refuse-derived fuel, RDF, a sustainable energy source. We are turning the page on Chakrata's waste legacy, hand in hand with the Cantonment Board, Godrej Properties Limited and the Feedback Foundation Charitable Trust. From waste to resource, this is our Chakrata's sustainable journey towards a greener Chakrata. Together, yes we can.
Thank you, Ajay sir, for this very insightful presentation. It is always a pleasure to hear you speak. I now request Mr. Debarta Banerjee, Director Sampoorn Earth, to present on how material recovery facilities function and how corporates can get involved in the process.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, IC, for organizing this so well, and happy to see so many friends and families. I guess waste management, we have been into this for almost 13 years right now. And many of the faces that we see are friends and families, and this kind of conferences are nothing but a family get together and get an update what other people are doing. So very happy to see you around and hope to build more friends as we go along through the day. I hope I can match up the energy that Ajay ji has. I'll try to be very specific about the things that we do and the project that we have in hand as well. Just to introduce Sampoorn Earth as an organization, as I told, we are 13 years old. It was started by 3 graduates from Tata Institute of Social Sciences. We studied social entrepreneurship and saw waste management as a very interesting space to work. So right now we have, we also work on material recovery facilities. Ajay ji could give a very good glimpse of how material recovery facilities look like. So we have been doing that. We have also started recycling plastics with a special focus on the low value plastics. So in the last couple of years, with support of Unilever and Godrej and many other organizations, we have built recycling facilities which can recycle 10,000 metric tons of plastic on a yearly basis. Apart from this, again, waste workers came in as a very important stakeholder into this. So we are deeply engaging with the informal waste markets and working with almost 1,500 plus individuals in the state of Maharashtra, Goa and Gujarat with the focus. We also work with brands and producers to do EPR, so we are engaging with them. We also do organic waste with biogas, composting, so those are also projects. But I guess we will focus a lot more on the plastics segment today. We are also working with individuals to raise awareness, and right now working with more than almost a million plus citizens, out of which many places we have been able to bring in digitized collection systems as well. Last year we processed more than 60,000 metric tons of waste and diverted from the landfills across our facilities. One of the projects in Goa, which I'll talk a little bit about as we go through the presentation, was also featured by Niti Aayog last year as one of the example projects for processing plastic waste. So while many people do plastic waste, why this project is so important and so close to our heart, I hope I can bring the essence as I go along. I'll just skip this and the brands we work with. I guess this is, my slides are not as good as Suraj's slides, how it looks like, but what I want to present here is the waste management cannot be seen in isolation, and we have to work right from the collection, how the waste is, before even collection, the segregation, how the waste is segregated, how the waste is collected by the municipal bodies or the other bodies, where it's heading to, whether it's the informal scrap markets, whether it's the municipal facilities, how those can bring, can all be integrated together, while the recyclable fraction can of course generate revenues. The non-recyclable fraction is also going to cement factories where energy generation is happening. So a very simple closed loop systems are available right now, but I think it needs a lot of initial support to start and kick off these projects. But good examples are already created in the country, and hope we can create more such examples as we go along. So just to talk about the plastic scenario in the country, India generates a fascinating almost 14 million tons of plastic every year at this point in time. I don't know whether we can imagine how 14 million tons looks like, but it's going to be 28 million tons. It's going to double in the next 5 to 7 years. So while we say that ban plastics, reduce plastics, it's not really happening. The the way our consumption processes are, it's actually increasing. We have banned single-use plastic on paper, not in practice. But even if we are able to really ban the single-use plastics, actually single-use plastics only comprises of only 2 to 3% of the total plastic generation. So even if we are able to ban off those 50 micron packets and many other things, we really don't really cut across. We really have to build a very good waste management stable systems to do this. Luckily, India has a very robust informal waste collection system already. In India, it is estimated that almost 5 crore people is actually employed into this. I guess in India, most of the employment is informal in nature, as we know of. It's 90%. We said the textile is out of that the biggest employment generator. I guess the waste comes next to it, but it's very unnoticed because it's mostly happening in informal markets without the visibility. But in spite of that, India is already recycling 53% of its plastic waste, which is a huge number. While we see a lot of litter around and we see so much, actually the high valued waste, which is like PET bottles or the rigid plastics or many other industrial plastics, actually gets recycled up to 80 to 90%. Some categories even go beyond that, which is an incredible number. And probably even if you look at the European countries, they really don't do that. Even with a deposit refund scheme where you go and deposit, get coupons and all those things, no country has yet reached more than 70 to 80% recycling rates, which India is already doing for many of the high value plastics. And it's a huge employment generation point also. So it's very, and if you look at who is recycling this, the data says that 79% it's informal right now, while some 20% which is saying it's formal is also actually relies on the supply chain, which is totally informal. So you have the waste pickers, waste collectors, the informal scrap dealers who build up the supply chain. So just to look into the supply chain, I think this is a very important slide for us when we look into business. Is when we look into the plastic, who are the people who is handling plastic, we actually can very logically divide into 7 distinct levels how the plastic changes hands before the whole circular things happen. Of course, the first level we know the waste generators, which are the households, the bulk waste generators, industries, they come at the first level. Then at the first level comes the waste pickers, the housekeeping staff who during the collection of waste take out, even the municipal workers. When we see that the waste is being collected, most of the municipal collection trucks also has a bag next to it, जहाँ पे वो अपना डब्बा डुब्बी bottle, cardboard ये सब लेके ही recover करते हैं. So apart from that, we also have now small material recovery facilities or municipal facilities which are coming in, so which also act as a supply chain level. But after that, after the waste picker, it goes to the roadside scrap dealer, local scrap dealer जो उसके पास जाता है. अभी local scrap dealer जो है वो सब waste खरीदता है, वो पेपर भी खरीदता है, metal भी खरीदता है, glass भी खरीदता है, सब चीज़ें खरीदता है. Then that guy sells to an aggregator who works on specific categories. So somebody will only work on flexible plastic, somebody will only work on PET bottles, कोई सिर्फ aluminium can जमा करता है, कोई सिर्फ metal जमा करता है. वो aggregator के बाद भी डायरेक्टली वो रिसाइकलर के पास नहीं जाता है, मैक्सिमम चीज़ें ट्रेडर भी है. तो बीच में ट्रेडर आता है, फिर जाता है रिसाइकलर के पास जो इसका पेलेट्स, ग्रैन्यूल्स, फाइबर्स ये सारी चीज़ें बनाता है. फिर वो जाता है प्रोड्यूसर मैन्युफैक्चरर के पास जो उसका प्रोडक्ट बनाता है, फिर वो जाता है ब्रांड के पास. सो व्हेन वी डिज़ाइन वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट सॉल्यूशंस एंड सी हाउ प्लास्टिक हैज़ टू बी सर्कुलर, वी नीड टू इमेजिन हाउ ऑल दिस पीपल, all these 7 levels, at least 7, I can probably lengthen it even further, how all these 7 levels are actually being thought of and integrated into the project. And this is how we have been trying to design our projects as well. One quick point about the informal waste workers. There's lots of policies which have already been directing about formalizing them. Like the solid waste management rules talks about that, the plastic waste management rules talks about that, Ministry of Urban Affairs of course talks about that, everybody talks about that. But in spite of that, there is huge challenges in this. We mainly categorize them into social, environmental and financial challenges. while the social challenge is very obvious, we know we have children waste pickers working over there. We have people working without any insurances, without any health support and all that. The environmental challenges, we know many of them doesn't know कि जो waste usable है उसके बाद बाकी non-usable waste क्या करेगा? They burn that waste locally. Many of them actually have effluents, liquid, water gases going into the environment. And even if we look at the financial losses, the government doesn't get any taxes from it. And many of the materials which can actually be recyclable with a little support is always not taken out by the informal market. So वो सिर्फ सबसे हाई वैल्यू जो है, सबसे ज़्यादा रेवेन्यू जो देता है उसके ऊपर फोकस करते हैं, बाकी चीज़ों के वो फोकस नहीं करते हैं. तो हमारा जो अप्रोच है, इनको इंटीग्रेट करके, इनको फॉर्मलाइज करके सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप्स भी हम लोग बना रहे हैं. हम लोग बहुत जगह पे अभी गोवा में वी हैव स्टार्टेड अ प्रोग्राम विद द पोल्यूशन कंट्रोल बोर्ड which again Godrej is supporting thanks to Ahona. So where we are creating a policy for the state of Goa, which I think will be a very iconic policy because we don't have a state policy, how the scrap dealers in the state can actually be legalized. So while we are creating a policy, we are also creating a program to follow that up, how we will handhold them. क्योंकि हम लोग तो अंग्रेजी में पॉलिसी लिखेंगे, उनको समझ में नहीं आएगा. Even if they understand, they need to be incubated, guided, how they can follow the environmental regulations, how they can bring the social norms, why this is important, how formalization can help them. So we are right now creating a policy with a handholding program for 800 odd scrap dealers in state of Goa, which is a very high number considering Goa has only 12 lakh people, residents, but lots of industrial waste. So this kind of programs we are taking up. Talking about the project in hand, so we have been assigned 2 cities, Nasik and Nagpur, where we have started the survey already. So there are 3 different aspects we are looking into the survey. So one is the waste generation, how the house, so where we will be surveying the households, where we will be surveying the bulk waste generators who is generating waste. But after that, as we said, the waste generation, उसके बाद collection कैसे हो रहा है, how optimally the municipalities are planning their routes, where the waste actually goes, what are the fractions in the waste collection is diverted, and then comes to the waste processing. So generation, collection and processing, all these 3, including all the different stakeholders, all through the 7 people levels which I showed. So they are all stakeholders which we will be serving into this project, and we will be hopefully be coming out with a policy. And while we do this, we have also been planning out a pilot project, how this can happen. So we have created a pilot project which is for 3 years, which will be a demonstration project in the cities, how all the stakeholders can be inbuilt. So we still want to set up a material recovery facility which addresses the waste, not all categories of waste, but the waste which are actually problem. हम लोगों ने जो देखा 53% रिसाइकल हो रहा है, बाकी जो 47% नहीं हो रहा है, ये मटेरियल रिकवरी फैसिलिटी वो सारे वेस्ट कैटेगरीज के ऊपर फोकस करके we will try to bring circularity. Luckily, in both these cities, we already have plastic recycling units that we have set up, both in Nagpur and near Nasik, Malegaon, which is kind of the plastic recycling hub for Maharashtra. We have our own plastic recycling units where we are focusing on low value plastic recycling, the 47% which nobody is recovering at this point in time. And this recycling facilities will also be seamlessly be integrated with the material recovery facility to develop circularity. So we want to set up a material recovery facility. We want to at the same time work with the citizens also with a 50,000 people population where we at least achieve 80% segregation at source. We are also be reaching out to at least 500 odd waste workers and some scrap dealers into the legalization process. And apart from the overall documentation and traceability building, digitizing the whole system. So this is kind of a structure where I think which I explained mostly. So we are so a kind of a program. So just a ballpark number. We need support in infrastructure. We need support in awareness and education. We need support in social inclusion, and we need some operational support in the first 3 years till the project is self-sustainable. So one of the projects which we have made self-sustainable is one in Goa, which Niti Aayog basically supported and called as one of the exemplary projects across the country in the plastic waste management, where we have integrated 30 panchayats and multiple municipal councils through an integrated waste management program, where we have digitized the waste collection for 50,000 households, almost 3 lakh odd population. So we have placed QR codes at the source. Just a second, yeah. So we have placed QR codes. We are working with the citizens. We are working with the municipalities and the panchayats to see how the waste is collected. And then we also have social inclusion programs, where we are right now working in Goa around 280 people, where regular health camps, SHG creation, registration with the government programs, registration with, so our government already has lots of programs, insurances and all, which many informal workers can actually directly access. So we have been working on those aspects as well. And that's what we have created, and we hope we can replicate with your support in Nagpur and Nasik. These two cities are very important in Maharashtra, because at times in Mumbai, I hope, wish Suraj all the luck, but at times, Mumbai seems to be a hopeless city for me, because with a 1.5 crore population in such small place, with 10,000 tons of waste being generated, with 4,000 odd crore rupee budget every year, siphoned in different ways, I don't know how the city will develop. We think Nagpur and Nasik is very quickly headed towards there. Hopefully we don't lead to the disaster and start disaster management, but hopefully we can do things better, much quicker. Okay, thank you.
I am having some question. Can I ask the question now?
We will keep the questions for last. Yeah, we have now Ms. Natasha Patel, CEO, India Sanitation Coalition. She will say a few words.
Hi, good evening. I'm not going to take too much time. I just want to recap what my colleagues here have been speaking about. This project is actually a first of its kind that we've undertaken. And when I speak of this project, I'm not just talking for, I guess, 4 of us or the 5 of us here, but I'm really talking about for the country as a whole. To be able to undertake a project where we are looking at the end-to-end value chain of plastic circularity is something which is quite unique. Now, each of our 3 partners here have actually demonstrated this in different cities, different sizes. So I can't really say it's a first from that perspective, but where it is a first is where we are adding phase 2. And this is why, it's important for corporates that are wishing to come into this particular project to understand that phase 1, which we call household to MRF, and which was quite nicely portrayed to you by the 3 partners, is absolutely critical. It's much easier. I won't say very easy. It's much easier to look at phase 2, which is MRF to buyer, because that's where the real value proposition from a commercialization perspective resides. So large plastic consumers will actually be very interested to come into that phase. But if you don't get the plastic in its form to the MRF that can be recycled, then what is the value of the recyclate? That is the big question. And this is what all ULBs are struggling with, and this is what our 3 partners here are trying to help remediate. So this is why I call it a first of its kind project. For all the corporates in the room here today, please be aware that while we are not focusing only on asking you to come in for the end-to-end, from your perspective, it would be much better if you actually looked at the end-to-end project rather than just pieces of it. So very kindly, my colleagues here have said you can come and invest in individual pieces. Yes, that is possible. But I would say that if you really want to make a difference, come in and look at the end-to-end, which is household all the way back to buyer. That's really where the real value will come to you as an organization. Thanks so much. Please go ahead with your question. Yes, yes. Can someone pass the mic around? No, it's okay. It's just got it.
So my question to panel members. So while there's a lot of progress and thank you. While a lot of progress has been made on the plastic reuse, recycle, end of life, but still, if we see the number, there's a lot of difference. And if we especially refer about the EPR scheme, so just a question to you for my understanding, like when we talk about the traceability, so in terms of percentage, what is your experience that how much percentage plastic is traceable under EPR scheme? Because we know the production, what happening to plastic versus what is going back. It's like what is produced versus what is going back into a cycle. So what is the percentage traceability? And the second one, like what is the use if we say that I'm having 50% traceability or 60 or 70, how much is going to use into recycle as well as end of life?
Okay, so I guess these numbers are right now, they're in the CPCB portal. We have to check the latest numbers, but they have divided into 4 categories of plastic. So category 1 and category 2 is recyclable, flexible and rigid plastics. Category 3 is non-recyclable plastic, which is mostly going for end of life, and category 4 is bioplastics. So I guess last year category 3, which is end of life solutions, was around 1 million tons is the total number, while category 1 and 2 was around a little less than 2 million. So I guess 3 million tons of plastic has been reported onto the CPCB portal as per the last year, out of the 14 million tons of generation at this point in time. But at the same time, we have to take these numbers with a not a pinch, with a bucket of salt, because there has been a lot of forging of data and in the initial stages which has been happening. So this, though it's been reported over there, I guess 30 to 40% of the numbers are actual numbers. 70% has been not good, like not right data still. And recently, if you're following the updates, CPCB has also called out many of the recyclers who have been generating these fake certificates and have actually fined them and all that, which is, I guess, which is already 50% of it is identified. So I would say right now what has been reported rightly is around 1 million tons out of the 14 million tons of plastic that we are generating. So and that is very obvious, because most of the waste is still driven by the informal markets, which are yet to come under traceability, and we really need to work very hard to bring them under traceability, as well as make sure we communicate why they should come under traceability. Actually, when EPR was developed, it was developed as a policy which actually supports many of the informal players to actually set up formal businesses or support the non-recyclable waste disposal cost. But there has been hiccups. I guess it's been just 4 or 5 years till the policy has come in. We hope that we get stronger and better policies as we go along.
But surprisingly, there is a lot of gap, but still the demand of the credits, to compensate that one. Still, I am producing 100 tons and I have to compensate it with the help of credits in system on CPC portal. But the demand of credits is still not there in the market. I don't know like how is this entire mechanism is working, or we efficiently use the EPR scheme, which has a lot of advantage in a circularity.
Yes.
So your views on it?
Yes, I guess India is a very nascent stage at this point in time. EPR, in the way that it exists in the country, is very unique, and I guess many of the countries are actually looking into India how this will be developed. India has been experimenting this, how to do this, and we are seeing policy changes every year. So, for example, even in the last year, the medium and small enterprises were excluded from the EPR. This year they are saying that Reliance or somebody who is distributing the granules have to take that up. So I guess a big chunk of the MSMEs is already excluded, and EPR has not been really taken seriously even by while the micro and small enterprises are excluded, the medium ones are not. So medium ones have not really taken that into account very well. So while now with the digitized system and all that, it's coming into play where they are being identified. But till now, it has been only been the MNCs and the big brands who have been taking up EPR, that's why the number is so small. But as it becomes more traceable, last year only we had the online portal which came up. So we hope that the demands will increase sometime soon.
Thank you.
So looking at our status, we are handling roughly 800 ton
waste per day. And we focus on total waste. So dry, wet, domestic, biomedical, domestic hazardous waste. So in terms of plastic waste, out of total waste, roughly 4% is plastic waste. We have also monitored where the plastic goes. We have seen that we can trace up to 70%. We know where it's going, which is the buyer, whether it's reaching to IKEA or not. 26%, there are no buyers as such. So we have to send it to RDF. Either it's a cement factory or bricklaying factory. So that covers roughly 96-97%. The 4% at some places, for instance in Palasbari और ये जहाँ पर PVC polyvinyl chloride उसके नहीं है हमारे पास. थर्मोकॉल के बायस नहीं है, प्लास्टिक नहीं, लेकिन थर्मोकॉल के बायस नहीं मिलते हमें. तो 4% 5% करे क्या, उसको स्टोर कर रहे हैं. टू से दैट आप रिसाइकलिंग का हमारा पूरा सिस्टम डेवलप है इज नॉट अ राइट वे, इज नॉट अ करेक्ट पिक्चर. रिसाइकलिंग हैज़ टू ग्रो नाउ. आपको मेजर शहर में रिसाइकलर्स मिलेंगे. In terms of total cost recovery, just imagine, PET bottle, if I sell it to recycler at Panji, I get a price of 26 rupees per kg. Same PET bottle, I sell it to, let us say from Palasbari, I get 12 rupees per kg. 14 रुपया का नुकसान है. Because here at Palasbari, I am sending it to Swakta Sathi or to aggregator to second grade aggregator to third grade aggregator, and the recycler, it reaches almost 15-20 days. We need to develop recyclers at the entire nook and corner of the country. We have to make it online. कंपोस्ट का भी नहीं है, सेल है. कंपोस्ट का पॉलिसी भारत सरकार ने चेंज कर दिया है. एक सप्ताह बोलते हैं कि हम ऑर्गेनिक कंट्री करेंगे. अगर ये विदेश में रहता तो मेरा कंपोस्ट जो है 20 से 25 रुपया पर केजी बिकता. यहाँ पर आई एम नॉट गेटिंग अ बायर फॉर 12 रुपया 14 रुपया पर केजी. सो ये एक दूसरा मुद्दा है. आई डोंट टू डिस्टर्ब दैट. मुद्दा इज डिफरेंट, बट दैट इज मेरा दुखता हुआ नब्ज है, जिसमें आई थिंक डिफरेंट वर्कशॉप आपको करना पड़ेगा.
That is a great segue.
आपने जो सवाल पूछा एकदम सही सवाल है आपका.
That's a great segue for me to enter, if I may. All right. I think based on what has just been said, I need about 2 minutes of indulgence as a plastic fan and as someone connected with the IC. Firstly, 2 words used today a lot: lower value, informal. I think both these need to change along with everything else that you mentioned, because that has price determination, it has various other aspects. I think as a group, since so many corporates are here, I think some kind of norms on how to travel on this would be very useful. The third thing is disintermediation, the 7 levels that you talked about. I mean, every industry has had this, including financial services, which you guys, a lot of you come from 40 years ago. So informal to formal, disintermediation, price realization are 3 things that are going to determine how this goes in the next decade. Because without that, you can't get demand. The other thing I'm going to ask, actually, a couple of things quite specifically, which if you don't mind. Suraj, you talked a lot about digitization, etc. You never mentioned anything about quality, gradation, source identification, QR codes. Is that in the plan at all for you or for India or anybody else? We'll take all the questions together. Ajay, you talked about 0 cost in 3 years. What about profitability? It's a very profitable business. The sanitation parks, can they be branded? You talked a lot about waste to wealth. What is the wealth? I mean, what is the vision on the wealth? Because you said humko vision chahiye. And since feedback is working on that, it would be lovely for you to look at that. And Devabrata, when you talk about waste pickers, etc., a huge issue globally is the ethics of the waste pickers. There's a lot of child labor, a lot of stuff like that. Is anybody in India working on that in terms of what price are being paid, what kind of safety is being done? It's the same thing as manual scavengers. Mind you, they are cousins. That's why for the ISC, there's a lot of relatability in these 2 things. And the third thing is, you said 2 to 3% is for plastic use, is single plastic. Equally, less than 1% is for brands. And, I think that the segregation of who is using the end use, and is it going into fashion or is it going into roads? By the way, all my plastic purist friends believes that taking it end of use, what we call, is a sure way of ensuring that the road releases plastic fumes for the next 30 years. And they say it's a brilliant way of keeping plastics in the environment and not taking it out. Okay, you talk to any plastic purist, they're furious about India using it for cements and roads. So it's just something to think about. I think that we are still at baby steps on solutions, but informal to formal, the power of coalitions, institutions, which is where ISC can play a role. I must congratulate Godrej. It's so heartening. I didn't know anybody in India was doing this sort of stuff. And here I will end with a personal anecdote. 42 years ago, I interned with Nadir for my summer project, 44 years ago. And you know what the project was? It was recycling of mango kernels as a cocoa butter substitute for soap. So I've gone from slum to slum in Bombay, talked to mafia leaders. The sad part is 44 years later, it's still the mafia running this. And I think that somehow, informal to formal, part of institutions, part of coalition, part of price recognition, part of end use, tracking. We say traceabilities are all words we throw. India has zero traceability. Okay? If you tell me you pick up a piece of plastic from Goa, all right, traceability means you should tell me that it's in a Birla high fashion garment. That's traceability. What we talk is rubbish. So once we know where we are, if we don't know where we're going, any road will take us there. I think today is about starting a journey, knowing where we are, and then determining what baby steps to take. How do we crawl? Then how do we walk? Then how do we run? All right. Ajay, you spoke a lot about vision. All you guys, firstly, I have to admire you. It's a damn difficult thing to do. Okay. Having said that, okay, nobody asked you to do it. You decided to do it. Now let's do it and step up the pace. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your indulgence, Natasha.
So thank you so much. Regarding traceability, I think I have a different take on this. मुझे पता है आप सहमत नहीं होंगे. सॉलिड वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट में जो एक बेसिक चीज़ जो मैंने सीखा है दैट इज क्लोजिंग. हम एक चीज़ जो हमने सीखा है वो सीखा है क्लोजिंग द लूप. एक मंत्र सीखा है वो है कि कूड़ा जहाँ से आया है उसको वापस भेजना ही कूड़ा कचरा प्रबंधन है. दैट इज व्हाट हिंदी में कहें क्लोजिंग द, अंग्रेजी में क्लोजिंग द लूप. अगर गीला कूड़ा आया है खेत से तो खेत में ही वापस भेजना है. प्लास्टिक कहाँ से आया है? फैक्ट्री से नहीं आया है, पेट्रोकेमिकल से आया है, तो पेट्रोकेमिकल में ही भेजना है. अब उसको अगर आप उसको पैकेजिंग मटेरियल में यूज करेंगे, रोड में यूज करेंगे, इट विल कम बैक टू हाउंट अस. दैट इज नॉट क्लोजिंग द लूप. इट हैज टू गो बैक टू द नेचर. लेकिन ये नीति आयोग मानेगी नहीं मेरी बात. वो रोड में गडकरी साहब रोड ही बनवाएंगे उससे. तो ये है कि ये पेट्रोकेमिकल में जाएगा. टेक्नोलॉजी हमारे पास है. इंडियन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ पेट्रोलियम ने टेक्नोलॉजी डेवलप कर दिया है. उसमें आपका 30% आपका गैसोलीन और 70% डीजल निकलता है. वही टेक्नोलॉजी सब लोग प्रमोट करें. हमें फिर पेट्रोल डीजल निकाले हम और उसको हम काम करें. सूनर और लेटर दिस इज द ओनली टेक्नोलॉजी that will help us to have a complete control over plastic. उसके अलावा we don't have any other option.
Thank you, Ajay. Maybe Suraj, you and Vikrata can also answer the questions that proposed to you.
So, quality and traceability are very interlinked. It's like tally. In a company, you need to have softwares to run your accounts and HR and different processes, right? So if you're focused on in the business of delivering quality product, traceability becomes inherent to your business function. So if I have to invest into a collection system and I have to know where the material, I have to pay the person, no? So if I'm distributed across 40 cities right now in India and we are doing a daily cash flow of in the ballpark of 1.5 crores of procurements. So in that case, I have to know where the material has been coming from. So these are all the USPs in which you could potentially monetize. Yes, we have an entire system where we right now export. I'm telling you, we have QR codes at the doorstep. It's called smart QR codes. Right from the doorstep to a finished product in Tesco in UK, we are able to provide traceability to the pet punnets right now. And we do 3,200 tons per year on this. So what I'm trying to say is, when it comes to traceability, these are like internal operating systems. Some companies have the governance system, some companies don't. But traceability is actually to measure the unit economics of your business. That's the health of your business, number one. Second is quality. A lot of people are into recycling. Very few, I'll tell you, 99% of India does not focus on quality at all. Because closing the loop in plastics is getting into recycling. That doesn't solve anybody's problem. You can take a good quality PET bottle or Tupperware kind of material and make it into something nonsense, or buckets also. So quality is the biggest challenge. A lot of people are working with low value plastics, but they're making something so bad, they don't even wash it. They directly make garbage bags again. It's even worse. It's actually more carcinogenic to have that bag in your house and it's better off to not to recycle it at all. So there are, while we speak about quality, it's very important to understand who's your customer. There are customers in mechanical recycling. There are in different types of plastics. There are customers in chemical recycling, and there are customers as alternate fuel resource as well. There are systems in which you can, because coal is more difficult than plastics, because the calorific value of plastics, if segregated and processed well and shredded well under 30 mm, has a customer. So we have to have laser focus on who our customer is, and thereby we can deliver quality, because if recycling is a very mechanical process, what goes in is what comes out, and the rest of it can be streamlined. The biggest challenge in India right now is how many people have access to good quality feedstock that can improve the, like Ajay ji was saying, can it go back to the original form, bottle to bottle recycling? That is the biggest challenge in India. And trust me, of the last 1 month, a number of conversations I've had with brands, everybody was saying that we don't have a problem. I mean, we can't import this material. We have to use it within India. India's biggest challenge is to have food grade material available for recycling. And that is where the next 10 years is going to be invested into in India, into better collection systems. Thank you.
Yeah, I guess most of the points have been talked about. So in plastics also, so just to add, so we call it recycling, downcycling, upcycling. And most of the plastic in India is actually downcycled, which I guess Suraj told, Natasha also touched on, where the quality of the feedstock becomes so important. If it's well segregated at source, we can make good stuff out of it. If it's not well segregated, then it will be downgraded. And so, yes.
Give 2 examples of people who are upcycling at source.
Yeah.
Tracking it.
So I guess upcycling, but the upcycling, the markets are very limited. I would say recycling is a better possibility. Upcycling, one of the examples which I can think of top of my head is where PET bottles are being used as the threads which is used for 3D printing. So where they use some zinc alongside with it and make a compound which can be used as the threads, because 3D printing is becoming popular, so where you can print with that. So that's an example, or even bags made out of plastic, which many of those small organizations, NGOs are just trying to do that. So those are examples of upcycling, but recycling is very obvious. If the waste is collected well, recycling is very possible in the country. Just the informal market point which you also said, sir. So I guess it's very difficult to expect that there will be immediately we will see that Fortune 500 companies or that kind of companies will come out of the informal sector. But India has led ways for formalization in many ways. One of the person I'm biggest fan of is Verghese Kurian, who revolutionized how the whole dairy industry has been transformed. So I think a cooperativization is definitely one of the ways which can take this forward, because many organizations have established this. There has been examples of organizations which have collectivized waste workers and helped them to develop businesses where they have not felt the need to put their children into waste anymore. Their earnings have increased, their overall understanding of the world has increased, where they don't see the child as one more hand picking up waste, but as somebody who doesn't need to be there. So I guess the cooperativization is a very good way which we need to work on. Yeah.
Just one point to add here. when you speak about traceability, right from source to the end of and back, who's asking this? So the customer right now does not want it and is not willing to pay for it. Every customer in India right now, so that is where the point is. So if you are going to make that information available, there has to be somebody to give it to also, right? As an organizational DNA, you maintain internal governance and checkpoints, that is one thing. But right now there is nobody willing to pay for it. Yeah.
If there are no more questions, then maybe.
So one question. See, we are talking about so much models and the achievements on the plastic waste management and the percentage of non-reusable plastic, etc. See how seeing the impact. What is the kind of advocacy we could able to do at the municipal level or the corporation level? How far they could able to understand this entire process, and what is their action about it?
Sorry, your question is what kind of advocacy can we do at the municipal level?
Yes.
So I'll quickly talk about it. Ajay ji can add. So I guess one of the things which I like in the waste management rules right now, they are pretty scientific at this point in time, like few things here and there. But the solid waste management rules or the plastic waste management rules or the new policies by the Ministry of Environment and Forest, they are actually decently thought of. And I guess अगर municipality वो खुद एक दिन पढ़ लेता है ना, so बहुत बड़ा document नहीं है, I guess that will immediately help them understand a lot of things. But the thing is that they don't read, they don't really want to read. So it comes to organizations which are forced to educate them. But I guess here NGT and other people are also playing a good role in putting up notices, finding them, which they're forced to read. But it's not rocket science anymore. And we are seeing that things are changing pretty fast as well at many places.
Okay.
I've seen a lot of difference in the last 3 to 5 years of my 13 years of journey in waste management.
So sir, since you are from Karnataka, so how do we scale up? How do we mobilize the corporation to do it? The latest example is APMC, Agriculture Producer Corporation Society, Karnataka. There are roughly 160 APMCs in Karnataka. So we had mooted the idea to why not to make the entire APMC zero waste and zero cost. How do we do it? So I went and met the director at Bangalore, told him this is what we are doing in urban. 90% of your waste is wet waste. You have the land. APMCs are the biggest owner of the land in Karnataka. So he said, can you do it? Well, yes, we can do it, but you have to create infrastructure. So I said, you have to demonstrate. Seeing is believing. I said, okay, let us pick up one APMC. We picked up Dharwad APMC near Hubli. Hubli happens to be Asia's second largest APMC. And we created Dharwad APMC. Work still progress, but almost zero waste. Then what the director did, invited all the secretaries of the APMCs at Dharwad. And we had a one-day workshop from morning to evening. Oriented them, trained them, made all technology transfer, took them to the site, saw the entire process, SWM value chain, collection, transportation, processing and treatment, how the vehicles have been partitioned, how the processing is being done. That is a long driven process to make the commissioners realize how to bring about change. It's not a very short term, it's a time-taking process.
Thank you so much. This was the last question of the day. I'd request Ahona to close the session.
I think a lot of what I'm going to say has already been spoken about, so just think of this as a summary. And I want to end with giving the buyer's perspective as a corporate. As a corporate, we are at the forefront of an evolving narrative, which pivots on the axis of sustainability as well as responsibility. And the battle against plastic waste is actually a call to action. It's a challenge for us to innovate and an opportunity to also lead. India's recent legislation on banning single-use plastics and the new stringent plastic waste management rules of 2022 show India's commitment to environmental stewardship. The rules ask companies to collect 100% plastic they put out and recycle 60 to 80% of the waste based on plastic category. The rules also demand to reuse 10 to 60% recycled plastic in packaging based on plastic grade category. The focus on PCR is not just about compliance, it's about the transformation into sustainable packaging. But legislation is just a starting point. While the rules emphasize recycling and reuse, they overlook a crucial point, which is the reduction of plastic in packaging. The oversight is not trivial. In the absence of directives to reduce plastic usage in packaging, it's upon us to lead by example. At Godrej Consumer Products, we have reduced our plastic packaging intensity by 17% since 2017 and are on track to achieve a 20% reduction by 2024. It is an internal target that goes beyond compliance, and we believe every company should aim for it and build it into their design, because reduced plastic in packaging will in turn reduce the burden of compliance. A great example of how we reduced our plastic intensity is our Goodnight Gold Flash Liquid Vaporizer Mosquito Repellent. We replaced the non-biodegradable imported wick in the product with a biodegradable variant. We developed an indigenous wick that could deliver the need at better cost and lower environmental impact. After evaluating materials such as glass, wool, carbon fibers, plant fibers, and low-density materials like wood dust and silicon dust, we narrowed on a specific grade of plant fibers that have better thickness and tensile strength compared to others. This innovation is 70% cheaper than the imported wick and reduces our plastic usage by more than 300 tons a year. Another example is our Magic Hand Wash that uses just half of the plastic in packaging compared to regular hand wash refills. This not only signifies a substantial reduction in plastic use, but also contributes to low logistical costs and low emissions. Magic has further democratized liquid hand washing with its affordable price point starting at just ₹10. Besides these initiatives in line with PCR regulations, we aim for our rigid plastics to be replaced by 30% recycled plastics by 2026, flexible plastics to be replaced by 10% recycled plastic by 27, and multi-layer plastics to be replaced by 5% recycled plastics by 27. As we venture into the details, I'm just summarizing the key challenges which we've already discussed. First is perhaps the biggest paradox of plastic recycle and the main issue of supply and demand of PCR in plastic packaging. Even as more and more companies are recycling and the EPR regulations, the recycled plastic is not making its way back to packaging. It is being used to make roads, to your point, sir, pavements, cement kilns, which the government is coming down hard on now, and is even being made into furniture. However, this diversion is a silent acknowledgement of a system that recycles not to reuse its original form, but to just repurpose. And this is where the biggest gap lies in the supply and demand of PCR. The second challenge is of quality. Over 65% of plastic recycled is only high-grade quality plastic. The low-value plastics are never even picked up by rag pickers, and they never will be picked up from the landfills to be recycled. Even if somehow we manage to segregate the low-value plastic, it will have contamination and presence of other grades, which is processed during recycling. So when this is molded, it will not be in uniform quality and will vary from batch to batch. This is a tremendous bottleneck in production quality for all companies. Moreover, we don't have any validated certification system in place to vouch for the quality and content of PCR. At the moment, it remains a guessing game. The third crucial challenge is the mechanical recycling process. Every time you mechanically recycle plastic, it weakens the life of the plastic because of the polymer chains keep breaking down. So when you buy recycled plastic, you have no clue how many generations of recycling it has gone through. And there will be a mix of generations when recycling. There is no way one could trace which generation of PCR they are using, and it would be impossible to get standard quality output each time. Chemical recycling could be an answer to this, and Suraj has a better insight. We were chatting about it a little earlier, because it breaks down the plastic to its original polymers, and we can theoretically achieve a purer, more consistent and recycled product. However, the technology is still in its infancy, grappling with high costs, energy concerns, and so far we don't have a clear picture of its life cycle environmental impact. And the fourth challenge, which we've already discussed, is creating a seamless and transparent linkage or the issue of traceability from sourcing plastic to processing. The biggest concern of buying PCR plastic continues to be its high cost, and the costs will continue to remain high and unsustainable until the waste generators, which is all of us, shoulder some of these costs. Because once plastic waste misses out on being segregated at source, it simply ends up in the landfill. The solution lies in collective action and at-source segregation. Using an approach founded on technology, transparency, and awareness, we will be able to more accurately grade plastic and create a formalized recycling ecosystem that will ultimately feed into our PCR and packaging requirements.
Thank you, Ahona, and thank you all of you, Ajay sir, Suraj, Nand Kumar ji, and Debarta, and of course, Natasha Patel ma'am. Now, the next session is on WASH financing. In this session, we will discuss the possibilities of WASH infrastructure and the need to develop an overall WASH ecosystem. WASH has historically been a sector funded by the government. In this sector, we will hear our esteemed panelists shed some light on WASH financing and its impact. The session is being moderated by Ms. Naina Lal Kidwai. And our esteemed panelists are Mr. Akshay Pant, Chief Investment Officer, NEEF Funds, SBI Cap Ventures Limited. Mr. Pant has close to 2 decades of experience in private equity, principal investments, and advisory roles with leading domestic and international investors. He started his career with the India Infrastructure Fund and has since worked on multiple private equity and principal investors. Our next panelist is Mr. Manoj Gulati, Regional Director, South Asia Water.org. Mr. Gulati has more than 25 years of experience in IT, supply chain management, and the development sector in both India and the US. Prior to joining Water.org, Mr. Gulati was the Senior Director, Southeast Asia, and Country Director, India for SiteLife, and was instrumental in scaling operations for over 17 iBanks in the region. And our third panelist is Ms. Aparna Dua, Director, Asha Impact. Ms. Dua leads blended finance and government engagement at Asha Impact, focusing on education, skilling, entrepreneurship, livelihood, and urban development, including affordable housing, waste management, and energy access. Over to you, Naina ma'am. Excuse me, may I request everyone to be seated, please?
Well, in the interest of time, and we do have almost 1,500 people watching on YouTube, we will move ahead even while we get people who've gone out to have their cups of tea and come back and rejoin us. I'm hoping that we can conclude this within the hour. We have lost a couple of members, one who had a flight to catch because we are running late, the ITC representative, and Mr. Ashok Kumar had got called away by the Prime Minister yesterday, so we knew that he was not going to be with us today, and he does send his regrets. So here we are discussing WASH financing. Initial piece of focus will be on funding for businesses that are starting up and businesses that are looking at equity and debt financing as we go. And the reason for doing that is we have two people with us today who can guide us on what they look for in looking at these investments that they make. Both Akshay Pant and Aparna are veterans in looking at investing in businesses. And I think both would be very interested in looking at some of the businesses we were just discussing in plastic circularity and waste management. But of course, we also want to see that investment in the sanitation chain, FSM, and therein. So without much ado, and with us, of course, is our steering committee member and stalwart, Manoj Gulati from water.org. You heard a lot of reference to SAGs through the last 2 days, and they were absolutely the first of the financing and guiding agencies that enabled SAGs and microfinance to enter the space of sanitation as we looked at microfinance and funding therein. That has been a very important partnership that we at the India Sanitation Coalition have had with water.org, and we will knit that into the discussion. So I thought if we can kick off with you, Akshay, and ask you the themes you see in WASH that are getting private equity funding, and really to understand from you what can be done to funnel more investment into the WASH sector. So a quick introduction of what you do at SBI Ventures, and then lead into the WASH space.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much for. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much for coming here today for this session. Bit of introduction about myself and SBI Cap Ventures. My name is Akshay Pant. I am the Chief Investment Officer of the NEEV Funds, which is an impact and climate-focused private equity fund looking to invest in startups in the MSME space. We manage about $250 million of capital, investing across early and growth stage investments. The SBI Cap Ventures is the flagship private equity arm of the State Bank of India Group. We manage about $4.5 billion of capital across multiple strategies, across direct investments as well as fund-of-fund investments. That's a very, very brief introduction about both myself and the firm that I represent. Your first question, Naina, what are the themes that we're seeing in the WASH space? If you look at historically the water supply sanitation space, we've seen large amounts of capital going in from government out of budgetary allocations, historically to build out distribution networks, right, and provide access to water to large sections of the population. What we've seen over the past, I would say 3 to 5 years, is a lot of early stage seed venture capital, angel capital of sorts, going into innovative startups which are more tech focused, which are building out analytics platforms on water management, on things like access to clean water, on sensors, on basically a lot of tech enabled artificial intelligence, tech enabled solutions in water and in the non-revenue water space. That's what we're seeing, and that's what's gone in over the past 3 to 5 years. What we expect out of this is that over the next couple of years, a lot of these companies will sort of evolve into businesses which have the ability to absorb private equity capital of about $5 to $10 million, about let's say 40 to 80 crores per investment, and that's where we see a lot of traction going ahead in the next couple of years.
So have you seen anything coming up in terms of the circular, the plastic economy, and FSM, which is the fecal sludge management space, which is where we're looking at directing funds?
Sure. So at NEEV, we've actually invested quite a bit of capital in the circular economy space. We've invested in plastics, we've invested in the waste management space. We have an investment in a company called Blue Planet Environmental Services. It's an end-to-end waste management platform that operates pretty much across the entire waste management value chain. On the latter part of your question on the fecal sludge management space, we are actually in the process of doing due diligence on a company that's involved in essentially solving the manual scavenging problem. We're also looking at a company which is providing AI-driven analytics to municipalities to identify and prevent non-revenue water leakages in the distribution networks, to see if they can carry out preventive maintenance. So those are trends that we are looking at currently.
And what is the typical size of investments you make?
So like I said, a lot of the money that's gone into the wash space in the startup and the MSME space has been seed or angel capital which has gone in. And we expect these companies to then migrate to become slightly larger MSMEs which have the ability to absorb about $5 to $10 million. That's typically our ticket size. Anywhere from 40 to 80 crores per investment is what we would like to make in early stage businesses.
And the seed to angel capital?
So seed to angel, what we've seen is about $500,000, $500,000 to about $250,000 to about $750,000 is what we've seen as the seed and angel level.
Yeah. So it's a big range. You come in early with very small investments. What you're looking to do is to grow those and maybe reinvest in them as they begin to prove their worth.
Absolutely, yeah. So what we do is we start allocating capital in tranches. So we do a small first round and then we do follow-on investment subsequently. We keep a bit of capital in reserve for backing the companies that have scaled up over the years.
Yeah. And the good news is that it's not just tech related. You've got a lot of tech-enabled, tech-related investments, but you're also looking at others in the services space.
So what we've seen is companies will initially start off as product or tech-driven companies, and over a period of time, as the innovation matures, as the sector matures, we'll start migrating to a services model, right? And that's where we've seen a lot of opportunities come up as well. First, we invest when they're a product-driven company, and over a period of time, they migrate to become a services platform as well.
Yeah. So just to cycle back a bit, can you share the size of your fund and how long you've been around and what you've invested thus far?
So the NEEV Fund 1 was set up in 2015 as a partnership between SBI Group and the government of UK. We are a 524 crore first fund which has been fully invested across renewable energy, across the circular economy. We have healthcare, we have education, we have agri supply chains, and we have got biomass waste management. NEEV 2 is a $150 million fund which is currently looking at climate, environment and sustainability sectors, where we've invested perhaps the first private equity investment in green hydrogen. We made the first investment in air pollution control manufacturing equipment. We've made an investment in bio-CNG. We've invested in the circular economy space, and we've also invested in sustainable agriculture. Fairly broad spectrum.
Very broad spectrum. So we'll have to fight for attention in the, as wash players to make sure that a significant part of your money comes our way. And I guess our failure here is that we haven't done enough of that marketing to you. So it's good that you're here telling us that you exist, that your checkbook's ready. We just have to come and present
absolutely
proper,
pleasure to be here.
Proper business propositions to you. Well, thank you for that, and I think it's wonderful to hear that there are active players like yourself in this space. I'm now going to move to you, Aparna. You have been an icon in investing over the years in these spaces, so I think a little bit more on what you have done would be good for everyone to hear to start with.
Thanks, Naina. Good evening, everyone. I'm Aparna, and I'm a director with Asha Impact. I guess I'll be wearing multiple hats, more on blended finance and government advisory, because I think with yourself and Akshay and Manoj here, I think we have a lot of the equity spectrum covered. So Naina, to your question, Asha Impact, set up by Vikram Gandhi and Pramod Bhasin back in 2014. Is an organization that invests in startups. Like Akshay mentioned, we're a sector agnostic fund, but our ticket sizes are a little bit smaller than what NEEV does. So we're in the 3 to 5 million range. a very strong focus on environment as well as income generation and social. But we are looking at this as in a sector agnostic way. So we have in the past made investments. So we've invested, for example, in NEPRA as well as in Sahas. We've made investments in agri, in healthcare, in education, and we'll sort of continue, to look at all of these sectors in addition to now the EV space is, that's been evolving as well, and the climate space in general. So that's a little bit, on the kind of investments and the ticket size that we've been doing. Asha Ventures is our, VC arm, which actually invests in startups and it's fairly sector agnostic. We also have a non-profit organization that largely works with government and so far has been doing, blended finance advisory work. And these projects have, ranged from, for example, mapping why Indore has been, one of the cleanest cities in India, taking those lessons to different municipalities, working alongside some of the startups that were on the stage, prior to this panel as well. So we've been doing a little bit of that to make sure that the right kind of knowledge is being disseminated to the right partners who have the decision-making ability. We also, have blended finance advisory as one of our verticals. In fact, as we speak, where we've just set up an entire company in partnership with the Dell Foundation to just focus on blended finance in India, because we see this space as a huge catalyst as India looks to meet its, ever-growing financing need on SDGs and climate. So we see, especially sectors like WASH would lend themselves really well to this space. So those are, three things that we've been doing, and, hopefully we'll have a chance to work with you and Natasha as well as we've been discussing, and happy to go into more details of those later. Yeah.
Well, now's the time to talk about how we are going to work together and also for everyone to understand this blended finance model.
Sure. So maybe let me, begin. Not sure how many of you really understand what blended finance is. So maybe just a quick 101 or a primer. As the name suggests, blended finance is nothing but blending two forms of capital, whether that's coming, from commercial or from concessional sources. That could be public funds, that could be, coming from the private sector, funds such as NEEV, or it could be coming in from the concessional capital, could be coming in from foundations, domestic or international. So it's really bringing these two together, and the reason why we're really, quite bullish on blended finance in India and feel that the market is at an inflection point today is we've seen it growing. I mean, just last year, India did about $1 billion in blended finance across sectors. And the reason is, I think now investors as well as the government are really acknowledging the fact that just government alone or just, foundations alone will not really be able to solve our growing social and environmental challenges. These are sticky problems, and this really needs the different stakeholders to come together. We do need to activate the private market, make investments more viable for them, and that's the role that catalytic or concessional capital can really play in providing that little bit of risk cushioning that private sector requires to look at investments in this space. So with that in mind, so Asha Impact and I guess the new entity, the Blended Finance Company, we've been talking to you, Nena, as well as Natasha, to really conceptualize, how do we catalyze the WASH financing space in India. We've, heard a lot today. Financing is not really coming in the quantum that it should be. And we really, I think the way we're conceptualizing it is really an end-to-end spectrum wherein we have a catalytic pool of capital which can either be used to accelerate tech-based or tech-enabled startups. As Akshay was saying, they're seeing the seed space really pick up, in the WASH, FSM, and circular space. So really use some of that catalytic capital to accelerate startups in this space so that they can become viable investment opportunities for venture capital funds and down the line private equity players as well. For those that are really early stage and are innovating, also use this catalytic pool of capital as awards, as innovation grants, something that ISC has already been doing. And then a third would be really to see how do we use debt effectively, and that's where I think the whole blended finance facility that we've been talking about would come into play, to say, is there a sufficient pipeline that exists today that can actually absorb the blended capital? And we feel that there is. In fact, I was, talking to folks from water.org, and Manoj, we've talked about this as well in the past. I think you've also been doing and pioneering some of these transactions, as Naina mentioned. So, I guess in a summary, the way we're trying to bring it all together is establish a collaborative for WASH, which will really sort of push the financing in the sector, give it the right impetus that it really deserves.
So I think the terminology you use is really what we are looking to, a collaborative in WASH financing, where we can bring these bits and pieces together in a meaningful way. And equally on the other side, to guide those that are seeking finance, and that will be my next round of questions after we're done with Manoj, is what should they be looking to ensure that you can look at them as investment propositions. What scares you about the sector, what you like, and what you've seen therein. So Manoj, over to you as the architect of a lot of good stuff that happened in WASH financing. You were probably, you were the first as far as we saw it in terms of taking forward financing in the sector, primarily through your microfinance model. And I know you have guided a lot of the discussions in blended finance and related areas. So over to you in terms of where you see WASH financing in its journey and what you'd like to see going forward.
Thank you, Naina. The previous session had there were some very nice catches, phrases that went through. One of them was closing the loop, and another was from informal to formal. And I think the word from informal to formal applies very much to the financial sector too. If you go back, most of the people in the rural sector would take micro loans. I'm not talking microfinancing, just the idea of a small loan happening from whom? From the money lenders at exorbitant prices, at the interest rates going 80-90% at times. The RBI through the microfinance industry has been able to tame that problem largely, but it's still not solved. The latest RBI Financial Inclusion Index, Naina, still says 60.1% inclusion. That means 40% of India is still living outside. The women are still getting and the men are still getting high interest rates. They still don't know what is financial inclusion. So there's a lot to be done over there. Water and sanitation has been this journey. If you look at it again, if you look at it from an informal to formal, what is formal? It's where the people have the access to funds when they need it. The household can take a loan. If their toilet has got broken, they don't need to wait for the government to come. They have the opportunity to do it on their own. If they want to upgrade their facility, just like all of us want to improve our facilities, they have that opportunity. From informal to formal means that the sector around it, as 11 crore toilets were made under SBM, who's going to support these toilets? SBM 2 came in. Who's going to come after the sunset of this round? It's the commercial sector. It's the capital market that needs to step into that place. That's where the MSMEs also are getting established. Today, there are 200,000 MSMEs in India. 16%, only 16%, this is for both for Akshay and for Parna, only 16% are formally linked to a financial solution. That means there's a lot to be done into it. And finally, if I look at it in, from a financial inclusion point of view, and if I'm looking at a capital mobilization point, there's the entire infrastructure the large ticket projects that need to be done, the EPC projects that need to be built into, because those are also have a gap. The total gap that when I've seen in this journey map is roughly around only 3% of the climate funds that go through actually come into SDG 6. So Naina, your point, very true. We have not done a very good job in expressing our position. Let me take a step back into what have we been able to achieve in this journey map. I think that's important because the sector is now, the financial sector is now ready to take a leap forward. Over the last 20 years that Water.org has been, near 20 years, we started this journey in 2004. We've been working initially with the NBFCs, trying to explain to them that, hey, by giving a micro loan, you actually are enabling the woman of the house to empower herself to take this, make a solution. You know, if you can take an income generating loan, if you can take an education loan and housing loan, why not a water and sanitation loan? It's a very simple fundamental right that we should have. The beauty of it was that when somebody takes the loan, they are taking that option, that choice, that pride, that they are constructing something for themselves and they maintain it. The O&M of it goes so much better. And they become the champions in their village. I'm happy to share with this at the dais that over this last 20-year journey, we've done our partners, around 35 partners that we work very closely with. They've done around 10,000, $1 billion of lending has happened. 5.5 million loans have happened. So what has happened in this period is that today people have learned to, it's a tested model. And I think any financial institution will first want to see, is this lendable? Is there a risk in this model? And I think to a large extent, we've been able to address that issue. So that household lending is possible for those who are getting into, for the impact investor who wants to get in through the, using the NBFC and the BC models for banks. That's the way to do it, and there's a lot that is happening. And both the SHG model and the MFI models have grown very fast over the 20+% in the last 2 years, which is excellent the way it's been happening, showing confidence in the market. I think today what is happening is that we will have to start looking at these solutions, and what Water.org has now pivoted itself completely is looking at the debt and equity for MSMEs. How can we actually invest into them? Both and provide the technical assistance. So we have a sister organization called Water Equity, which is already invested around $200 million. We are expected to double that number in the next 3 years. But more than that, I think Water.org's role is to help and come in, and whether it's Asha Impact or it is other investors, and I think I have got at least a list of 10 investors who are firms that are saying, we want to come into this sector. We want to be the transaction makers for them. There's a very common saying, there's an ease of doing business and there's an ease of finance. And when those two things are solved, anybody wants to enter the sector. We want to take the second part. Back to you, Naina, with that.
Very useful, Manoj, as ever. While a slight deviation, I do want to ask you, there was a lot of conversation around the role SHGs can play in terms of new livelihoods that comes from the circular space. And I know that the twinning of what you do in terms of microfinance and those same SHGs being given livelihood opportunities enables your creditworthiness, as in their creditworthiness, and in your eyes, to go up. Vinnie Mahajan herself, as secretary in the Ministry of Drinking Water and Sanitation, raised this a number of times on how she hoped that SHGs can be skilled to fulfill some of the needs which are required through servicing, through plastic aggregation, through some of the circularity that we're looking for in plastics as well. Do you want to comment on that?
Absolutely. So I think there is, if you look at it, there are around 8.4 million SHGs in India. That's around $2 trillion of rupees of lending they do every year. That's AUM, the total portfolio size that we're talking about, 2 trillion rupees. Most of the SHGs, and while SHG is, there's a number of SHGs, I don't have the exact percentage, but I'm pretty sure it's close to 60%, are mature SHGs that are today have gone through 3-4 cycles of, borrowing and lending and showing that they are strong and they have the ability to pay back, and the will. Those are the most important aspects to it. These SHGs are today the conduits for social, I would call as nano enterprises, social enterprises, community enterprise, whatever you want to term it. Effectively, they make a very strong position. We started a program which is using nano enterprises, the SHG woman, making her, Maharashtra and most of the India has got what are known as the community water purification plants. Most of them die out in 2 years' time. The problem was that these were government projects. We started the program with Maharashtra government. We just got for 50 units to be made, refurbish them, bring in the SHG woman, make her an equity member into it, blend it with some of our grant funds that are available, do the TA and help them understand how to run a business, and bring in not just the running the plant, but actually door-to-door delivery of the water through EV vehicles, and ensure that it is done at a price of less than 200 rupees per month for the entire family. So at a social price. And the beauty of that is when women start seeing that as their own business, that entire village is today looking at it as a solution, as an SHG solution at their own. I think these kind of nano enterprises at the SHGs are the way to move forward at one end, and the large enterprises, the 40 crore investments that we're looking at the other end. And when the two of them will happen at the same time, we'll have a spectrum of solutions built together.
Yeah. So let's stay with this one model and then we'll move a little beyond, which is assisting these nano enterprises where there are several levels of intervention. There can be an NBFC that's funding them. There could be a Water.org's own intervention. How could each of you aid and assist in this journey as we look at growing the nano enterprise at the microfinance SAG level?
Naina, maybe I'll answer this with an example because it's top of mind. I was just in Aurangabad yesterday doing a field visit. I mean, not related to water, but I can definitely see how we use some of that, and I think this kind of builds well on what Manoj was talking about as well. We were visiting a company called S4S. They do a lot of work with women nano entrepreneurs, or village level entrepreneurs as they call them, where essentially they supply them with solar dehydrators. They buy produce from the farmers in the village. They actually assist through technical assistance. They have a Mumba Tai is what they call them. They assist them to become procurement agents at the farm level. So they procure the produce from the farmers, give this as raw material to the village level entrepreneurs, who then use these solar dehydrators to dry this. And I'm talking about potato, onions, tomato, right? Buy this back from the village level entrepreneurs, which essentially becomes income for these micro entrepreneurs or nano entrepreneurs. And then this is further marketed to the likes of ITC, Nestle, Marico, etc. So essentially sort of closing the loop right from farm gate to taking them to the buyer. In essence, what that is doing is bringing capacity building, bringing financing, and bringing markets to develop nano entrepreneurs. And I see what Manoj was talking about as almost a similar model, where you're helping them develop a local market, right? Because you're helping them arrive at what the right price is, what the logistics of that water delivery should be, how do you, run the OPEX for that. And I think to really work with SHGs in order to do that, one has to kind of look at it in a holistic approach rather than in a piecemeal approach. Tying this example back, and I think we can do this for WASH as well, to develop, micro entrepreneurs, whether, it's on FSM, whether it's on delivering water, whether it's through circular capital, find the right use cases, but develop and deliver these solutions through, nano entrepreneurs. And I see blended capital playing a role, because the minute you start, developing a business model around it, so there is visibility on some sort of financial returns, I think that's where such models can be developed till they are scaled. And maybe using blended finance, that's how we can build these solutions, where the initial technical assistance or maybe even outcome-based payments can come from the grant capital. and you can have investors who really come in with the right form of financing, whether it's equity or debt, to actually scale this model. But you do need someone to anchor this, and which is why I think one will have to look at this in a collaborative way. I think the way water.org, for example, is approaching this rather than one person trying to solve for all of the pieces.
That is interesting. Akshay, any thoughts from you?
Yep. Just a bit of a deviation away from the SHGs that we've been speaking, given that NEEV is a more commercial investor investing in startups and MSMEs. What we've done as part of NEEV is, when we look at an investment, we'll basically look at three pillars that what we can do with the company. One, can we fundamentally alter the P&L of the company, be it on the revenue side? Can we, through our networks, open doors, open connects for them to increase revenue? Two, given that we are so closely linked to the State Bank of India, is there something that we can do on the cost of financing side that makes these companies super competitive in the market? What we've seen from our experience is that companies which were raising capital from NBFCs, which at cost of capital at about 15-18%, all of a sudden after we invested, banks started looking at them in a certain particular point of view, and then their cost of capital dropped to about 8-9%, and then their product offering became so competitive in the market. Right? The second pillar that we look at is, are these organizations built for scale? If not, what can we do in terms of getting second level of management? Right? All of these companies that we invest into are founder-driven, promoter-driven organizations, right? Which means that there are two founders who are running it. At a certain scale, it works. Beyond a certain scale, they need to have a professional management. And that's where we come in, identifying the right resources who can come on and scale up the business. The third piece, and something which I believe stands out in NEEV as opposed to the rest of the market, again, given the fact that we are part of the State Bank of India group and we have institutional investors, is our ability to knock on the doors of policymakers and regulators and provide and present to them a framework which not just works for a particular portfolio company of ours, but for the ecosystem at large. And given we wear the SBI hat as well at times, the regulator or the market maker looks at us as an honest broker, right? And therefore, policy level interventions is something that we take a lot of pride in. We've worked across with different regulators. We worked with the Food Corporation of India on modern grain silos. We worked with the MNRE on the solar open access space. We worked with MNRE on biomass as an energy source. We worked with multiple regulatory bodies on policy, and that's something that is required for businesses in the nascent space as WASH.
So just to reverse that question a bit to you, so what would you ideally like to see from someone who's coming to you in the WASH space to entice you to invest?
So ideally unit level economics that stack up, that present a sustainable business model, right? Not something that is reliant on subsidized capital, but something that can stand on its own legs. We also look at the track record of the team that's been put together. We do realize that in an early stage or a startup environment, it's essentially the founders, and therefore it's backing the founders. But how receptive are the founders to governance processes, systems that come along with capital? Founders need to realize that private equity is not just capital; it's also a frame of mind. It's also essentially overlaying a business with a lot of governance mechanisms, a lot of systems, a lot of processes, reporting requirements change, everything changes. So the DNA of the organization changes from a founder-driven organization to a more institutional organization. That's something that we look at in a founder.
Yeah. So I think those answers were fairly obvious. The business has to stand up and stand alone, and the founders have to be, or those running the business have to be credible. So I think that would be a natural space from us. One of our challenges in the business, particularly in the FSM space, has been that the customer is typically a ULB. It's a municipality, it could be a state government agency. How do you view the credibility of receivables from such institutions? Does it scare you, or does it give you comfort?
again, that's a differentiating factor of the NEEV fund. So we've taken exposure in sectors where the customer is predominantly government, be it the central government, the state government, or municipalities. Obviously, credit worthiness varies across these across different levels of government. But as NEEV, we've actually gone head-on into taking investments or taking positions in companies which have a very large government customer base. We obviously price in working capital requirements. We obviously understand that the receivable cycle will be typically longer than what it is in a commercial and industrial customer base. But from our perspective, we're one of the few funds which actually goes and invests in government-focused businesses.
Yeah, that is music to our ears. I would have believed that was likely even in the renewable space. That is indeed your customer ultimately, and I think we do have a lot of urban local bodies which are indeed quite profitable, maybe more so than some of the power distribution companies you're probably exposed to. So I do hope that we can come to you with these possibilities as well. And to you, Aparna, anything that you would add to the two fairly obvious ones of standalone businesses and good founder track record?
I think, Neena, that broadly, I think covers it. I think, when we're also looking at companies, I think what Akshay mentioned, it is the business model that one would, evaluate to see, is it able to, really sort of meet the test of unit economics. I think maybe something different, maybe I'll just present a different view than what Akshay said, because he's in a unique position of, being sort of almost like a sovereign fund. But as Asha, we have, private capital, and while we are an impact investor, I think for us, some of these bets have been risky. So we have invested in the circular economy space, as I mentioned, but on the FSM side, I guess we've been a little bit more cautious because of the revenue coming largely from government clients and the implication that it has in terms of the delayed receivable cycles, lumpy contracts. So I think that's something that I don't want to paint too rosy a picture. I think this is a challenge of the FSM space. But having said that, I do believe there are business models that are emerging that are able to not break away from that, but are solving for that as well, and doing that innovatively, and also then coming back to the point I was making earlier, to see if blended finance or some of the instruments such as guarantees can specifically address these risks. I think then that provides a lot more comfort to investors as well.
And Akshay, any thoughts from you, and I'll come to Manoj, on how blended finance can help the more cautious Aparnas to come into the sector?
No, absolutely. I think what Aparna said is very, very relevant on blended finance. We're actually seeing a lot of activity in the blended finance space where risk capital, concessional capital is actually coming in as a catalyst for other global capital to follow in. Completely aligned with what Aparna said. Actually, nothing more to add on that. Yeah.
And are you a provider of that blended finance?
Not at this point in time, but we are working towards a few initiatives on blended finance as well.
So maybe we can talk together on some of what we are proposing there as well. Manoj, your thoughts? You were one of the first events I remember that I attended on blended finance, and I'd say almost 4 or 5 years ago. So you were leading the charge. How do you see this journey?
A long journey. Well, blended financing is great. But one of the key elements that, whether it's Royston or us or Parna, you'll find is the Indian, the philanthropy component is hard to get. The laws don't give us the flexibility for it to come in and play their part. So where are we going to get that part of the equation? Who's going to take either the impact or the risk? Who's taking that side of it? That's one aspect that really, from a blended finance, is a showstopper. And I'm hoping, Naina, with our what we can help you can lead the show, and you can actually help in breaking that path of CSR funds should be allowed for impact investment and for risk guarantees. That's the real role of philanthropy, and that's not happening.
And I'm hoping that with the likes of some of the partners Aparna has, that we can see some of that risk capital coming in. And NEEV too, if you are looking at blended finance.
Yeah. Naina, I'll just add, we are just happy to provide the part of the technical assistance or whatever it takes to stitch the deal. That's where I think we play a good role into it. We play a good role in bringing you those who's in the market. We are aware of the market. It's the ease of doing business. And that's what will make it, like you said, in a collaborative environment where each one of us plays a little part of it can actually solve the problem and show there's a way to it.
Yeah. Mera, if I can just add,
sure.
I think while we've been talking about blended financing, we definitely are bullish on that, like I mentioned. I think there is also under that those small sliver of blended finances, outcomes-based payments. I think so that's an area where CSR has already started participating. We've seen that in the spaces of education, healthcare, now skilling. And we're hopeful, if we can bring that to WASH and I think really sort of use finance as a tool to solve some of these problems that we're talking about. So if it's a subscale MSME that we're talking about, which is already in operating in the formal space, for example, but is not able to provide their services or their products to their customers, can we use outcome-based financing to actually incentivize them to serve a particular target population, so that we're avoiding mission drift as well, helping them scale up. And that's where I think we can potentially bring in the domestic philanthropy, outcome-based financing. There is, I think, evolving funders, I would say. So there is some hope in this promise.
The FSTP topic you picked up, and I think that's very pertinent. I think a lot of our projects, both MSME and this is the way we do not have access to easy debt, which then whenever we bring in the infusion of equity, it gets diluted as debt and working capital. This trap that most early startup organizations have really is one of the stumbling blocks. And so we've got to build both the sides of the funnel very quickly and very effectively, otherwise it will get lost in the process.
So I think time to wrap up here. I can only say I see hope in the air, that there are some great minds at work that are encouraging in the WASH space, that there is an opportunity to look at the whole range from seed funding up to scaling up the MSME into a regular business. And we are actively working in that for-profit model. We are not looking at this as a social service alone. It has to be something that stands up, that meets your tough minds and asks as well. And yes, we need to look at both the equity and debt side of the balance sheet. We've got just 5 minutes for questions. So yeah, Natasha, sure, and there are a couple more. So we'll take the questions together and then we'll get the panel to respond. Yeah, sure.
So I'm just going to ask 2 questions of Mr. Pant. SBI CAPS, for me at least, represents the banking sector, financial services sector, right? And I have 2 questions for you, and these are very related to ground realities that we're facing today in the WASH sector. Okay, so I'll give you 2 examples and tell me whether it is possible to do these or not. The first is financing of SMEs or MSMEs as we call them. So, in the earlier session, we spoke about collection and transportation. Now, we want to create MSMEs of sanitation workers who will actually come together, enhance their skills and create independent organizations, so to speak, right, MSMEs, so that they can actually run these independently and sustainably in the future. How do we get financing for them? That's my first question. My second question is FSTPs. If you look at the impact financing scenario, a lot of the transactions around FSTPs have not been successful, primarily because in the WASH sector, you need a fairly large moratorium period for repay, right? That's the way WASH is structured. However, if you look at the conventional models of financing, they don't really answer to this particular sector. So from your perspective, if we are to run successful models for this kind of financing, how would you see the financial services sector supporting us?
Yeah, let's take the questions. There may be overlaps. Yeah, go ahead. Introduce yourself also.
Yeah, I am audible. Yeah, hi all. I'm Ashish. I work with water.org and I take care of MSME partnerships. So I have a couple of questions, one for Akshay and one for Aparna. For Akshay, the question is again like MSME, we understand the problem as of now is currently their top line. So their solutions are now in the market. Acceptability is there, but their top line will come over the years. So typically we talk to a lot of investors and their typical filtration criteria around 1.5 million kind of a top line. So what kind of filtration or a selection criteria you look at from SBI Cap? And the other thing, the question for Aparna is like we also have a good pipeline of MSMEs who are actually venturing and understanding the blended financing scope, and they have a project ranging from 1 CR to around 10 CR. So would that kind of ticket size would suffice the requirement? Thanks.
There was another hand up. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
My question specifically
Introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Hussain. I work with ISC. Precisely, so when we do this blended finance piece, right, how do we kind of balance the interest of different stakeholders? So that is a specific question. And one to Akshay. What does the technology how does the technology play a role in your investment decisions, right, when you specifically do investment in this wash sectors?
Okay. So who wants to go first?
So taking Natasha's questions first, a lot of it is to do with education, right? It's not easy. You will have to work with banks, you will have to work with financial institutions, you will have to do the grind day in and day out to educate them about the business model, to educate them. I'm talking about the second question that you had, right? Like all infrastructure projects, you need long moratoriums, right? For example, to give you an example, the road sector. When the road sector started off, it was exactly the same space that wash is right now, right? You needed long moratorium periods. The construction period was a 3-year period. You would start seeing revenues after the 4th or the 5th year. You would need a sculpting of cash flows for it to get repaid over a period of time. I think the easiest way to do it is to sort of do a comparable of the wash sector to an earlier sector and to show an evolution map of how the road sector or the power sector has happened, and then go to the banking and financial institutions and say that, look, this is exactly what's happening in the wash space. So put some risk capital, you will see the results. I think it's a lot of education that you will have to do. It's not going to happen overnight. We do that as equity providers. We go back to the bank, we go back to State Bank of India, try and create products on a day in and day out basis for our portfolio companies. It succeeds sometimes, it doesn't succeed most of the times. But we don't give up. We just keep doing it. We keep hitting our head on the wall till it cracks. So that's the only way it'll go. Yeah. To answer your question on what's the minimum revenue size sort of that we see, we are a growth equity provider. So typically we want to see cash flows. We want to see revenues being generated in the business. Typically our threshold is about, like you rightly said, about $1 million, $1.5 million. Though we've taken slightly earlier bets as well, we like to see contractual visibility of cash flows. That from our DNA, that's something that's our mandate, and that's what we like to look at. So if you could repeat the last question from your side, please. I missed that.
Yeah. What does the role technology plays in the investment decision?
So all our investments, we need to have some moat around it, right? So the ability to insulate yourself to market vagaries, to competition, that's something that we look at from all our investments. That again ties into the unit economics of the business model per se, right? So for us in the wash space technology, we have, like I mentioned earlier in the discussion, we're actually looking at an AI-driven business in the wash space. They have a set of patents that they have filed, and therefore technology and the intellectual property around the technology becomes very, very critical for us in our evaluation metrics.
Yeah, Aparna, yeah.
So Ashish, maybe I'll take your question first. I think it's kind of closely related to what Akshay mentioned as well. So I think you mentioned a project size of 1 to 10 CR.
Yeah.
I think when we are sort of evaluating a company, I think we won't probably look at something that's small in isolation, but rather so that the effort around structuring, if there is like a structure that's being put together, it's being designed, you're going out to capital providers like Akshay, and then you're trying to raise, grant capital, as Manoj said, it's already very tough. So we probably want to build out a portfolio approach and then maybe see if some of these projects, maybe with similar business models, can be clubbed together so that, smaller financing needs can also be met. I think that's probably one approach that we would take if we are talking about smaller size projects. Hussain, to your question on balancing, different stakeholders, I think that's also a great question. Blended finance, I would say, really works around three levers, right? Impact, of course, is implied because you're trying to mobilize more capital, especially from the private sector, towards meeting certain impact criteria. But the other two criteria are leverage and financial returns, right? So maybe let me take a couple of seconds to address what that is. Leverage, because you really want to see meaningful leverage on the catalytic capital. So if I am raising, say, $1 of foundation money or grant capital, am I actually being able to bring in the likes of a NEEB who are have a commercial orientation to at least bring in 4x, 5x that to justify the effort, because your grant capital is limited. So leverage becomes an important issue as well. And hence, going back to the point that these need to be sort of sustainable models. We don't want to do something for a period of 2 to 3 years and then realize that there's no way to scale it, there's no sustainability to that. And the third is financial returns. I think that often kind of gets lost in the discussion, but I think to be able to bring private capital providers to the table, it's important for us to show them that they're actually making market returns, or at least on a risk-adjusted basis, they're making returns. And likewise, because there is catalytic capital or concessional capital that's coming in, they want to make sure that their capital is creating the requisite impact as well. So as long as you can design a project that is providing financial returns, your commercial investors are happy, and impact is also important, and hence your catalytic providers will also be happy.
So I think we should end now. Any last comments from you, Manoj? No, you're fine. Yeah, so here we are at the end of an encouraging session. I hope we can come back to you next year with some ideas and indeed projects financed with our new partnerships in the finance space. So thank you, everyone. I see that the next bunch of panelists are here, so we'll turn it over to you without much ado. Thank you.
Thank you, Naina ma'am. And a big thank you to all our esteemed panelists for sharing your thoughts and views on WASH financing at this forum. I now hand over the session to Ms. Eden Menon on the session on development communication.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We'll now commence with the last session of the conclave on development communication. Media plays a significant role in spreading information and raising awareness on sanitation issues. They help trigger a positive change in public opinion and behavior on a matter of concern. The media can indirectly influence decision makers, especially in the development sector. Media assumes an ever greater role in spreading knowledge about sanitation issues in the world in general and India in particular. The news media plays a key role not only to raise awareness and support for the water and sanitation sector, but also in giving a stronger voice to everyday citizens and in monitoring commitment made by the political leaders. When journalists understand the real challenges behind delivering water and sanitation services to the poor, they help facilitate public dialogue and citizen engagement that focuses on relevant solutions. To discuss more on this topic, we have some experts from the communications sector. I would like to invite our first panelist, Ms. Sonali Khan, Managing Director, Sesame Workshop India. Ms. Khan leads Sesame Workshop's education mission in India to create innovative and engaging content that maximizes the education power of the media to help kids show smarter, stronger, and kinder. Sonali is a global advocate for human rights and for ending violence against marginalized communities with an emphasis on girls and women. Sonali is a proud recipient of the prestigious Nari Shakti Puraskar from the President of India. In 2016, she also received the Skoll Award for Social Entrepreneurship for her work in ending child marriage. Welcome, ma'am. Our second panelist is Mr. Santosh Tiwari, a director at APCO Worldwide, a leading global public affairs and strategic communication consultancy. With over 25 years of experience in public policy analysis, media, thought leadership, government and industry relations, and media management, he advises clients on policy, advocacy, and communication strategies, leveraging his deep insights, extensive network, and strong reputation in the field. Welcome, sir. We have next Mr. Sahil Talwar, Associate Director at Jagran Pahal, the social vertical to Dainik Jagran, one of the largest read daily newspapers in the world. Mr. Talwar brings over a decade of dedicated experience in designing, developing, and implementing purpose-led initiatives. His expertise lies in crafting strategic solutions that not only address immediate challenges but also contribute to the broader goals of promoting health and well-being. Welcome, Mr. Talwar. Our final panelist is Mr. Rajiv Tikku, Consulting Editor, Sustainability Outlook Group. Mr. Tikku is a development journalist and editor with experience of working with media houses, UN agencies, government organizations, corporates, and development sector. He is presently working as a consulting editor, Sustainability Outlook Group. Last but not the least, we are glad to have with us the Chief of Bureau, CNBC TV18, who heads the channel's team of journalists covering economic policy. He is the anchor of CNBC TV18 News Center, a daily show covering the big news stories impacting consumers, the economy, and the political scene. He is also the host and editor of Global Eye, the channel's award-winning show on foreign affairs. He closely follows and reports on political and government decision-making impacting the economy, stock markets, electric mobility, and international trade. Please welcome Mr. Parikshit Luthra. Thank you so much. Parikshit, the stage is all yours.
Thank you so much, Eden, and thank you very much, everyone in the audience, for joining us. I'm sure it's been a day of intense and interesting conversations, but I guess this is the last panel of the day, and when it comes to sanitation, when it comes to climate action, when it comes to sustainability, development, communication, and how we build a communication strategy around these campaigns, how corporates and governments, how corporates and NGOs and civil society work together is extremely important to implement those messages, implement those policies, and make sure they reach the last mile. So without much ado, let's open this up, and possibly in case anybody has questions in the audience, we'll be happy to take that as well. Sonali Khan, let me begin by speaking to you about the need for an effective development communication strategy right now. Your organization has been doing great work when it comes to children, their education, when it comes to gender equality. Give us a sense of what is the missing link when it comes to our sustainability goals right now, when it comes to our awareness campaigns around sanitation.
Thank you so much, and posing this really critical question right to me at the beginning, but I'll try my best to sort of come up with a couple of insights. So I think when it comes to a development strategy, the couple of things that we need to recognize when building this is at the end of the day, we need to take all people along, because it is ultimately communication to bring about behavior change, to bring about the kind of goals that we want to achieve. So this is an important aspect. How do we message? Now, when you mention SDG goals, how do we translate this into simple language, but at the same time make it possible for people to participate and act? So many of our messages often expects too much from our of the people who are receiving the messages. So as development folks that are working in development communication, I think one of the principles that I would really put out there is walk in the shoes of the people with whom we are communicating. We need to start with where they are. That would be the first thing. Second is, how do we make this communication inclusive? When I say inclusive, is really understand their needs and make the messages so that we can work with them. Now, you and me and this panel here is an enlightened panel. We have also traveled a long distance when we talk about gender equity, we talk about the aspects of communication, education, etc. But people also need to travel that journey. The last thing I would say, and especially when we work in the field of children, how do we make that communication fun, exciting, and engaging? I worked with women. We used to say, how do you make the communication equally exciting? People are not, if there is a boring, didactic, talking down at them kind of a communication, they will not, receive it well. So the last point, and especially when we talk about sanitation, how do we make this message so that it takes people's realities with them? So as development communication experts, it's quite a complex arena that we are really dealing with, but our job is to really make it simple and possible to act. That's the two things I would say.
Right. Very interesting opening remarks there, Sonali. But let me get in Rajiv at this point. Rajiv, when it comes to the media, the news media is guided by the big story of the day, the big breaking story, which hits the consumer the most. When it comes to stories around climate, when it comes to sanitation, when it comes to clean drinking water, how are such stories taken by media houses, by consumers in general? Is it difficult to take this message across to the viewer or the reader, the kind of messages that Sonali was pointing out?
Yeah, thank you, Parikshit. I think that's a very interesting question. What exactly happens is that first we need to probably step back a bit and see how media works. In media, there's nothing like a sanitation beat. So, there's like ministries to people who aren't familiar with media. Unless there's a ministry, nobody's really taking ownership of the issue. And secondly, in India, the other thing is happening is that the sanitation, particularly come to sanitation. Sanitation, as of now, comes under at least 3 central ministries. You have water ministry there, you have housing ministry there, and you also have social justice ministry. And on top of it, sanitation is essentially a state subject. So these are the structural challenges in taking ownership of the issue, the first thing. Secondly, it's not seen as a sexy beat really. I mean, you're competing with cricket, you're competing with cinema, and you're competing with climate change actually. Now, an anecdotal piece here is that there's a very strong linkage between climate action, climate change, and sanitation. But most people in the media don't see it because they don't get time to get into those kind of details. And it's essentially a sanitation story is seen as a toilet story, and it's not interesting, exciting, it doesn't stand a chance at all. And that is where probably other stakeholders come into the picture. Because also in the interest of probably chambers like FICCI also, because they have the Sanitation Council, it's also in the interest of NGOs who have a mandate to work on those issues. It's also in the interest of public relations agencies because they're client driven. So that is where their role comes into making it palatable to media in the first place. So if they're able to unpack issues, show linkages, and inform media better, that is where then the stories have a better chance of making some presence in the media in a competitive world. So I'll stop here.
Right. Sahil, just to take off from where Rajiv left, when it comes to the kind of goals that we want to achieve, when the corporates or corporate houses set up a CSR policy to do something on sanitation, the government of India since 2014 has had a Swachh Bharat campaign, for example. But when it comes to CSR activities, having clear goals around that and what you seek to achieve, whether those aims are really changing the lives of anyone across the country, do you see that happening in corporate campaigns, or do you somewhere feel that you have these big events sometimes, big announcements, but there isn't much follow-up as to what's happening on the policy front eventually?
See, thanks for that question. It is my observation from, ever since working for the Swachh Bharat mission, attaining the Swachh Bharat mission goals, that we as a media house, are also part of the overall Dainik Jagran group and working as a social vertical of the group. So it is not just the responsibility, of the media house to implement the programs, but also talk about them. So I feel the programs that are connected to the last mile are, having the approach where the stories right from the ground are, centered around the people and are picked up from there, and those people are actually, connected overall to the larger initiative, have been entirely successful. I feel that there are all sorts of programs which are in existence. There are certain programs where it is just a one-off activation kind of strategy which is taken forward, where that is also equally important. I feel that there are certain movies like a Toilet Ek Prem Katha, or there's actually different recipients and different consumers for different sort of information.
So let me ask you, Sahil, what has been the most effective social campaign or sanitation campaign that Jagran Pehel had, which really resonated with the reader or the viewer for that matter? And yeah, please tell us about that.
Actually, if we talk about a one-off, a campaign that has really made a difference right at the peak of the Swachh Bharat mission, we were actually able to align with one of our partners, Reckitt, and during the thought leadership discussion, it was discussed that maybe we should come up with an idea which actually engages the community and also takes the message of maintaining the toilets at the larger audience. So what we really did was that we, in partnership with Reckitt, gave away the free space for the matrimonial ads, where the toilet is a must was given, financed by Reckitt and by us. I can tell you that that campaign won one of the biggest campaign awards globally, and was also highly appreciated, recognized within the community. So I think it is not just one singular approach that works for one individual. Maybe there is sometimes certain approach which hits a certain consumer in one way, and maybe in the other for somebody else you need to actually have some other sort of an idea which works for them.
Right. A very important view would come in from Santosh as well, somebody who looks at the PR world very, very closely. Santosh, just to understand from you, how difficult is it for you to get a message across when it comes to an initiative or campaign on sanitation, on climate action that a corporate house is undertaking or a particular government is undertaking? Very often in the media, we hear about paid and sponsored campaigns. Do you think eventually, in a large number of cases, you have to go for those sponsored campaigns to get those messages out? There is no ready acceptance for those stories, for those social causes, or those campaigns that a corporate house or a particular civil society group is trying to push?
Yes, Parikshit, this is a huge challenge which corporate world is facing, especially in the world of ESG, when SEBI is putting in a lot of effort, to bring in ESG and all those reporting norms into picture. But this challenge came before me in 2017, in fact 2018. And this challenge came to me for the first time through IIC only, Sanitation Coalition. I was handling media projecting FICCI at that time. And the whole of ISC team, we had a meeting, and this was an interesting meeting for all those who would understand how far and how much distance ISC has traveled since 2017 to 2023, you would get to know. So in that room, everybody was convinced that this event will not get covered. So what should we do so that the event gets covered? This kind of question a journalist for 25 years had never faced. If I do a good story, it will get covered. Why shouldn't it be covered? But then I talked to my team members here and then started thinking why ISC event, which has ministers, which has one great issue, which reverberates with the Prime Minister, which reverberates with the government, will not get covered by media. But I knew the answer, why media will not cover it. Then had to find a solution because I had a job at hand. And that's why 4 important things need to be considered when you are doing stories which are not of high news value. The first one is, what is your headline? Whether you are a PR agency doing PR for a social issue and selling that, or basically projecting that, or you are a media head, or you are a communication person projecting that story before media. First of all, you have to be absolutely clear about the headline. I'm not saying this whole event needs to have a headline, but at least should have a theme.
A peg.
A peg. And then second point is, and which sometimes, when you have a headline, you miss out. Well, I have edited op-ed pages of Financial Express for 5 years. So the critical challenge used to be always, headline you would get. What is the flag line, the supporting theme of headline, and the 5 key takeaways which you would like to bring out in that whole op-ed or anything. Similarly, in any event or any projection, any social sector story selling or everything, there has to be 5 key takeaways. Depending on who is the stakeholder, once you have identified the stakeholder, a stakeholder would pick up your story from those 5 key takeaways and headline. But the most important thing which was to be decided in 2018 to project ISC was which is the best platform through which you should project that. And Parikshit, I'll tell you that at that time we didn't pick CNBC.
Yes,
I was coming to that. And there was a strong reason for that. Because Times Now at that time, we saw that is a channel, which was a general channel. It was not a business channel. And if we in the morning itself started beaming those pointers, which we do. I have left television in 2009, so some of those terms, it's slipping my mind. But what do you call that? Those, morning flashes which come, flashes. So we ensured that in the morning of the event, the flashes on ISC event were running continuously on Times Now. So those flashes were, this minister is coming, this is the story which you can pick up. So all those events. And then these cameras, lined up here at 9:30 p.m. and the Secretary General after the first session came to my room and asked me, मैं सारे events के लिए ऐसा नहीं कर सकता हूँ कुछ.
So you need to have a very effective communication strategy to get the message across.
Absolutely.
Have a clear headline, have clear takeaways in mind, and make sure that you're targeting the right audience through the right channel, which has the largest space. Choose the right time slots, the readership, etc. Interesting. But let me go back to Sonali once again. When it comes to having clear goals and working with corporate houses, how can the media, a company for that matter, and NGOs like yours come together and have a lasting strategy to pursue a particular goal?
So this is a critical question, because I think one has heard this often enough, the whole Samaj, Sarkar and Bazaar logic, that at the end of the day, the marketplace, the society, which is where the NGOs fall, and the community, that's ultimately who we are targeting and where we want to see the transformation, is that critical, the 3 corners of the mix that we want to bring together to work. So where I think where you're pointing to is, how do we make this happen, right? How do we make a corporate now? So as working in an NGO for a long time, we've worked with media. I think one of the biggest game changers has been digital media, right? We believed that at the beginning it was going to be a level playing field, but soon enough we realized that when advertising and many other powers that we start playing, then that also becomes it's not that level as we sort of imagined, the search engine optimization and all the good stuff that goes with social media, the Facebooks, the Twitters, now of course X of the world. While we saw that as a game changer, there's also a lot that goes on behind, and a lot of investment is required to actually get your message to the surface or really get eyeballs even in digital media. So I think where we are seeing as nonprofits that there were avenues open to us to get our message to the audience, that the sophistication of that was constantly being pushed up. So I think here I see a great opportunity. Yeah, the nonprofits are virtually the ears on the ground. We understand what is going on, like what even Sahil is speaking, or other members on the panel, that what's going on, what's the reality, what's the social reality. how can we make that newsworthy? How can we bring that up there? Then you have the corporate. Now, I want to take an example, for a very recent example again. Not to repeat Reckitt again, but we just launched a very large toilet hygiene program, and which sort of reflects with the theme of the day, and toilet hygiene for children, because Sesame Workshop India works with children below the age of 8. So yes, we were launching a toilet hygiene program, teaching kids how to keep the toilet clean, flush before they leave, so that the next person will find a clean toilet, but also then germs will not, it will be germ free. And what about cleaning it? So when we launched this campaign, how do we make this, like what I think Santosh was also saying, newsworthy? So I think we had the President of India launch the books. And it was an amazing launch, because she spoke to little children on the value of hygiene, on the value of keeping toilets clean, and heard back from the kids. Then we ran a whole exercise with bringing in influencers, having dads, school moms speak about teaching their children toilet hygiene. So pulling every card that it's in the book. So I think the partnership with an organization like Sesame that understands children so well, what changes and builds behaviors for children. Then we have a partner like Reckitt, who sort of gets the media angle, who understands sophistication, and then we get a PR agency in. And how do we build a campaign together? And it wasn't APCO, it was Avian. So that was again like we are all using, and there are like many, many players in the field.
Right.
But how do you bring it together? Because while there is a lot of user-generated content, while there is lots of platforms for disseminating messages and information, it is getting sophisticated. And I think I want to just put it there, that how this partnership that you mentioned can really work together to take the messages critically to the people that will find it useful and definitely will be transformative then.
Great. 2-3 things that immediately come to my mind, and I'll begin with Sahil and then go across to Santosh and Rajiv. One, when we see corporate houses, every corporate houses has a head of communications, a communications department, one which deals with internal communications, employee communications, and one which deals with external communications, reaching out to media, forming a media strategy or a PR strategy for a particular event, or crisis communication in case there is some negative publicity the company is going through. Do you think, Sahil, it will help if companies start having a development communications officer, somebody whose job is to communicate the sustainability strategy of the company, take the message across? Do you think that will help ensure that a company is able to deliver on its CSR goals, have a clear point person within the company who is dealing with the media, who is engaging with the government, and that will build a more effective sustainability or sanitation or strategy or campaign around health and hygiene?
Yeah, I feel that the time is such nowadays that any business needs to have a particular purpose, and at the same time, it's very important that that purpose is put out to the people, to the community. So most definitely, be it a dedicated resource who's concerned of handling such a department, or multiple people working as part of the unit, I think is most definitely needed. And with Jagran working with certain purpose-led brands over the past few years, I think it has really made a difference in terms of defining what the companies are all about. When we talk about CSR, when we talk about social activities, when we talk about doing better for the community, I think when we are taking that and aligning it with the mission and goals of the company, of the corporate itself, I think it really makes a huge difference in terms of getting a sense to the people who are the users, who are the consumers of that product or service, to understand the brand better.
Right. Rajiv, do you feel that when it comes to media houses, especially the degrees that we have for media at the bachelor level, at the postgraduate level, perhaps we need to start thinking of having specializations around environmental journalism, health related journalism, because when we speak about having sexy beats, when you walk into a newsroom, sought after beats are related to politics, related to government, they're related to national security, cricket or sports for that matter. So if we want to make this more mainstream, and we've got some excellent health journalists in the country, some excellent environmental journalists in the country, but if we really wanted to become a sort of a movement, something that many budding journalists want to take to, do you think that having a dedicated stream or specialization at the end of your journalism program can help in that direction?
Before I come to answer that, I'd like to add what Sahil was saying earlier. As far as having a dedicated resource for, say, development communication corporate houses, probably it may not be possible because if they have to choose, they have an ESG office, communication officer needed much more probably for business reasons. And for decades we have been doing so much of CSR work and we still don't have a CSR communication officer in any of the companies. Just to quote one of the largest business houses in the country, which is the oldest and largest, they have done tons of CSR work, and if you look at their work, it's just sitting like a Sarkari website on one of their web pages, nothing more. So here is a progressive group which is not even able to do it for whatever reason. So probably that may not be possible. But having an agency like for any agency for the matter which has dedicated resource for various things, I think that's more a viable kind of a thing. The second thing, what you asked about the media houses. Now the challenge here is firstly there are some courses which do have development aspect to their subject or one odd subject here or there. But the challenge here is where is the absorption in the media? Long back we used to have theme pages on health, environment and stuff like that on newspapers. Now those theme pages have disappeared completely. There used to be a development editor in all newspapers. We don't have development editors anymore now. So that absorption isn't there. So they have to compete in the mainstream. So just to give an example, I used to handle a CSR page in Financial Express for many years and long back. And then one of the illustrious editors who was here also earlier, when he joined, he said, write an extent page and all that, but I would like to reduce the space. So I didn't like the idea. He said, but don't worry, I'll get into the edit page. So you have more premium space, lesser space, but you have better visibility. So you don't get those kind of editors also now. So this has to be top driven essentially. If the editor is interested, then there's no end to it. There is space. If the editor is not interested, so...
How do you change the mindset then?
No, it's all market driven at the end of the day. Now, if Reckitt is there, if there are more companies there, I was talking about that NGOs are donor driven and PR agents are client driven, and media houses are also advisor driven, unfortunately. So it comes, it's like a vicious cycle. How do you break it? So you need to have somebody at the top will take an interest and create an ecosystem around that. That's quite doable. It does happen. We've seen NDTV do it, we've seen Outlook do it, and we've seen Jagran do it, and there are some more regional new publications which are doing it. So if it is top driven, the space is there. But if you wait for the structural changes to happen and all that, it's not going to happen overnight. It's not going to happen anyway.
Right. Santosh, as Rajiv was pointing out, market forces are at play. Unfortunately, even when we're talking about some very, very pressing issues such as sanitation, but how do you create the right audience? We need to have sustained awareness about all these issues that we are talking about, making sure that this reaches the last mile, not just in your top cities, but also in tier 2, tier 3 villages and the smallest districts in the country. How do you do that? How do you build the right market forces to keep this message going year after year and also make sure that it creates the awareness it deserves?
Parikshit, it's a very critical question, and it has to be looked at from the angle of what corporates do. So there is a very interesting course, and if anybody is interested, there is a Harvard Business School course is on sustainable business strategy, and Professor Rebecca Henderson teaches that. In that course, her basic theme is that any business will run and will have growth if it is good for society. So if a business project or a product or any business proposition is good for society, it is good for business. And you will have profitability in that. How do you do that? So then after 6 months of that course, I asked her that, do you think, she sits on boards of various multinational companies, I asked her, do you think that any corporate does sustainability or any social sector work or anything related to social sector on its own, even in today's world? Her answer was not in affirmative. But she again reiterated the fact that anything which is good, and this is not a general statement. There are corporates, throughout the world which are doing great, astounding work in ESG and social sector. But the challenge is that to convince even corporate leaders that look, this whole fundamental of doing something which is good for society will also be ultimately good for business. It's happening in climate action. It's happening in social sector. I am not taking names of companies, but there are companies which are bringing in products which are good for society, and they are doing huge business. And there are several companies which are following that route. But the sad part is that as far as imbibing this strategy is concerned on a large scale, globally I am saying, not only in India, it has not happened the way it should happen. Because corporate leaders are still not convinced stakeholder growth, stakeholder money growth, shareholder growth, etc. Those things still play their role and their part.
Right.
But the good part is that agencies like ISC, across the world, UN agencies and other agencies, they have started doing stuff time and again, and this whole thinking is changing. So if the first part happens, that the corporate strategies are built across this whole idea of good for society, good for business, and ultimately it will bring in profitability. It will bring in two things. There is a small company somewhere, I am forgetting the country. This company is a bakery company. And it's completely driven by society. So they bring in people to decide on the menu, and they teach them how to prepare those bakery stuff and all. And this is a company owned by 200 people. So everybody is some sort of a CEO. So it's held by society, it's working for the society, and society is completely imbibed, and the growth is phenomenal. This is a Harvard case study. This thought process has to come. If this has come, then society will start, picking up, taking things. And thanks to Naina and the ISC team, I still am a jury member of the award which is given to the communication projects. Parikshit, you will be astonished the kind of projects which come before us to judge. You can immediately pick up those projects, and anybody can latch on to that. They are doing great social work. And we have been lucky at ISC that we are getting those kind of nominations. Natasha ji is doing great work, and everybody in the whole team is doing great work.
Right.
But it's not that things are not working, things are not happening. It's just that, it has to be a society-driven thing.
Right.
Media will also pick up. And being a journalist, you must be thinking that, ye Santosh kya bol raha hai? Ki society kaise karega? But when you get the pressure from society,
right,
you think that people are using...
That will build the market forces. Sonali, coming to the role of the government, in 2012, the government had launched a sanitation and hygiene advocacy and communication strategy. How effective has the government's own strategy been? Yes, we've seen a very strong campaign around Swachh Bharat. This has been on a mission mode, and now we have a mission around the life or lifestyle for environment campaign as well. But when it comes to taking the government communication strategy around health, hygiene, sanitation to the last person in the smallest, remotest part of the country, how have we fared so far?
I think you should have the government answer that, but I'll try my best from a communication development perspective. So I think a couple of things that most corporates, I think non-profits and several of us latched on when this whole strategy started was the hardware bit. So let's build the toilets, right? It was all about construction of toilets. It's easy to invest. You can see where your money goes, the brick, the mortar model. Which we call in the non-profit world the brick and mortar model, where you're either investing in school bags, you're investing in midday meals, so that where corporates feel comfortable giving their money. So I think overall that is where the strategy started off, and we thought that if we give people toilets, because they don't have that, they'll stop open defecation, and a lot of things will start changing. You put dustbins, you talk about, agila kachra, sukha kachra, you talk about, creating infrastructure. But then we come to the hard truth that behaviors are not changing. So the toilet is there, they're using it as a godam, they're going still in the open. Then you have to come up with community-led strategies. Where, when I started, I said, when I spoke about the word inclusive, is how do you bring community participation in? How do you ensure that they are taken along on this journey? And behavior change is a very critical part of whatever communication strategy we create. If you are giving vaccines, we know this about the polio vaccine. There are examples after examples where we've tried to go down the route of providing a solution that is a product-based solution, and it has never worked. We've had to come back to what people are thinking about it. How are they responding to it? In our case, we always say, and you spoke about climate change so many times that I'm sort of, I would love to respond to that. Where are the voices of children in climate change? Are we taking the most impacted, most affected constituency along? The children are critical stakeholders of the climate action strategy. So when you go back to hygiene, again, children were left out. So, I mean, it's okay that I represent Sesame, so I am going to voice this point, but they are the future. They are going to inherit the planet. So if we are going to build up sustainable habits, if we are going to, make sure that in the next couple of years we are not breathing this polluted air of Delhi again and again and again, I think we need the most critical stakeholder in the room, that's the kids. So
you mentioned the kids, but the another thing that I'd just like to add to it, what about women? When it comes to all these campaigns, all these PR campaigns that we are building around sanitation, climate action, how many women are actually in the room to take those decisions? Do you think decision making will be more effective if we have more women in the room taking those
absolutely.
decisions?
If you had more women on the panel as well, Parikshit.
Okay, that was not decided by me.
I couldn't help it. But anyway, we can start here. But no insult to fellow panelists. They're all brilliant and amazing folks, but I couldn't help that jibe. Yes, absolutely. We must get more women, and I think we are starting with looking at the parliament, seeing changes by 2030. I think I was telling that we will only see that change if we have little girls raise their hands in classrooms. We have to start from go. I mean, we have to empower women and girls, and if we empower women, we empower girls. So totally with you. When we are talking about hygiene, coming back, I think some of the earliest problems we were facing is that women using the toilet. Who is going to keep the toilet clean? What about menstrual hygiene? There are so many aspects of hygiene that impact women's lives apart from availability of water. So as soon as you get women in this mix, the kinds of issues that you will have to tackle, apart from just building toilets and, about it, and also when you're looking at the entire sewage disposal, every aspect of hygiene, whichever aspect, I think we will have more brilliant solutions. I can put my money on that.
Right. I think we just have enough time for closing remarks from all our panelists to leave us with one key takeaway that they want us to think about. Rajiv, let me begin with you. Any final thoughts to leave the audience with when it comes to having an effective development communication strategy?
Yeah, there are two things that come to my mind. One thing is that probably an organization like ISC could conduct media workshops, awareness workshops, not really resource-intensive workshops, which could open up the eyes of the media people to that sanitation is not only about toilets, it's about health, livelihoods, education, gender empowerment, children's health, climate action, name anything that can be related backwards to sanitation. And sanitation is SDG goal 6. Unless India makes progress on SDG 6, the world is not going to make progress. And that's very critical. And then it has a ripple effect on all SDGs. So the sanitation story is really a very big story. There's a business case also, big business case here, and which has been established by World Banks and others also. And so that's one part of it. So it could go a long way in sensitizing the media itself. The second thing is media, without waiting for sanitation correspondents, they could also look at stories in an interesting manner. Now, a toilet story is also about women not agreeing to marry into villages where people don't have toilets. It's also about what Sally was talking about, matrimonial aids. So there's lots of anecdotal evidence out there which establish sanitation as a subject worthy of attention. So these stories need to be told, and they're sitting with people like Sonali probably who are working on the ground level, with the ISC which has access to lots of database, and those stories are already out there, but they need to be shared more openly and on a larger scale.
Right.
So that will also help media to probably pick up those stories, and they need not be seen as sanitation story. A good story is a good story at the end of the day. If any media man sees a good story, he'll find a way of doing it. No, but that it has to be told. That unfortunately, media is not in a position to investigate, deploy resources, and then they are also used to getting stories on the table, unfortunately, from others.
And I think,
it competes there.
At the end of the day, I think I'll also have to admit, as a media person, we need to think more. We think of how to make a strong, punchy headline out of a political story or a national security story. There is clearly no reason why you can't make a very interesting consumer story for something to do with sanitation, water, toilets, etc. Because this does reach out to the last mile. You just have to think out of the box and make it strong enough and compelling enough for the viewer or the reader. Santosh, any final thoughts that you'd like to leave us with?
While we keep our efforts going to engage media, we must look at it differently, because social media and digital media, these are two mediums which have become much bigger than media. Maybe I will not be reading newspapers or TV channels, I think once or not more than once or twice. But social media penetration and digital media penetration has gone so deep that if you established a society connect in a story, and you have social media and digital media connect, it will travel too far and media will be compelled to do their story, because I have come on the other side of the table, I have to look at the strategy differently. So rather than running after media, I would basically look at angles which will be acceptable to the larger society, and once it is acceptable to the larger society and it is pushed through social media and digital media, media will come back and cover those stories.
Interesting. Sahil.
Yeah, so I would like to say that, most definitely, like you had mentioned, that corporates do need to have, development, concern specific department. But I feel that, more than ever, the media houses by themselves, need to have their social verticals in place and their dedicated team in place. I feel that, right from mass media to mid media to interpersonal communication, we need to have all these, communication channels very much open for us in order to be able to capture, the stories right from the ground and be able to raise the right awareness. Definitely responsible, communication and reporting it's our bread and butter, most definitely. But at the same time, being able to, capture the stories right at the grassroots level is our, very much our responsibility.
Right. Sonali.
Thanks. Like all women, we have the last word. So I couldn't help this one either. But just saying, I think as the last couple of thoughts that were coming to my mind was that actually we are not living in the world of one headline anymore. We are living in the world of multiple headlines. We live in the world of what is called hyperlocal. No news is generated at the site of consumption. So as development activists, I think we really need to look at development communication in many, many significant ways. And where I just want to draw your attention, I still remember when I started working at Sesame, we were looking at children influencers, and there was a little kid, I think in the US, who used to just unbox toys, and for any of his unboxing, he used to have million followers and million likes. So that's the world we are talking about. And I think as we sit at FICCI today, that's what's challenging us, the world of ChatGPT, AI. I think that's what we want to talk of and challenge ourselves with. And I think that's the only way we'll be effective. Because I still remember when we say who's on Facebook, you'll find the most, any town you go, folks are on Facebook. You go into rural Rajasthan, a child uses voice prompts and finds his favorite YouTube video. So we are living in a very different world. So I think we need to take cognizance of that and therefore build our strategies.
Yeah, because we are moving more and more towards digital. Therefore, strategies also need to be tailored accordingly. Thank you very much, Sonali, Rajiv, Santosh, and Sahil for joining us. It's been an interesting discussion. Thank you very much in the audience for joining us.
Thank you so much for the insightful session. Any questions from the audience, with your permission?
Any questions?
Any questions from the audience? No? Okay. May I now invite Ms. Natasha Patel, CEO, India Sanitation Coalition, for the vote of thanks.
Yeah.
So good evening again, and before I say thank you for staying with us till the end, I won't call it the bitter end because I think this last session was something which I love. I'm all about how to promote. That's my background before I joined the ISC, and I do think that the one big lacuna in our sector is how do we promote development. We get so involved in doing the work that we forget that the message is equally important. So again, thank you very much, panelists, for giving us some insight into how we need to promote the work that we do. It's never always sexy work. There are emotional stories that we have. There are times when we are out in the field and we feel what a great story this would make. But when we come back to reality, unfortunately, our reality in the cities does not allow us to tell those stories. So again, those are some of the challenges that we face. But again, there are some avenues of hope that have been opened up in today's session. So thank you again. I'm very grateful to you for giving us these thoughts. To all of you here, we've had 2 very, very eventful days. I've been doing this for now. This is my 5th year, and I can't believe that. It's been 5 years since I joined. But every year, I keep telling myself, honestly, we've done a great job. We brought so many new ideas to the forefront, and that's the role of ISC as a coalition, to be able to bring together different partners, to be able to bring out new ideas within the wash sector, and to have more and more people join us in this journey. That's our role. And every year we bring in more partners. For some of you who may have been here yesterday when we were giving the awards, one of the biggest things that we've done this year is that 50% of the awardees, or 50% of the people who applied for our awards, were brand new, who had never really known ISC before. So I think this is really where we as a platform want to be. We want to make sure that this whole story about hygiene, about water and sanitation and livelihoods and health and everything that you see in this bottom line, it's written down there as well. All these sectors actually get prominence. And hopefully we have been able to do that in some small measure through this conclave. I do look forward to seeing all of you and a lot more of your friends and people that you know come together next year when we have a bigger and hopefully more enriched platform to be able to present to you. Thank you again, and see you again next year.